designed to, in so many ways, not only unleash the full potential of the American economy, but really level the playing field around the country. And we think it has. We really think it has. And I've got to say, the American people know it too, Peter. My wife and I stole away for a spring break last year. We had a day and a half on the beach at Sanibel Island in Florida, which it's on the West Coast.
We've heard of it.
Yeah.
Zero income tax state. That's the sort of thing our people know.
It is a zero income tax state. So we were down and we were on the beach. We had ball caps on and sunglasses. And I love to tell the story. These two big boys who'd read in the paper that we were there, these two big boys wearing Budweiser shirts came walking by, and this one fellow looks at me and he says, "Hey, you're Pence." I said, "Yes, I am." And he said, "Listen, you got to tell the president to keep doing what he's doing." Because he said, "I made twice as much money last year as I made the year before." And I told him, "I'm going to tell him exactly what you said." And then he took 2 steps away with a warm smile on his face and turned back around and said, "And I don't know what you do, but keep doing what you're doing too." And I told him I would. It's true. The American people know it. Everywhere I go around the country, there's a sense of enthusiasm. Kids are graduating from college and finding work in the area they were trained. I mean, the economy is booming, to quote our friend Larry Kudlow. It's a booming American economy, and it is. I know that President Obama has, for some reason, taken credit for it in the last few weeks, but I think everybody knows that from the day that election was over in 2016, we saw the American economy take off. And then when this president delivered on his promises for less taxes, less regulation, unleashing American energy, free and fair trade, the American people have made the difference.
Now, I don't need to remind a man who's won as many elections as you have of this, but cardinal rule of politics, voters don't cast their ballots to say thank you. They vote for candidates based on what they think the candidates are going to do for them next. So the economy is booming, but you've cut taxes already. What's the pitch? Why should the American people vote to give Donald Trump and Mike Spence 4 more years?
Well, I think the answer is that the best is yet to come. This is a president who believes that we're literally just getting started in exploring the full potential, not only of the American economy, but of, think about over 190 conservatives appointed to our federal courts at every level, including 2 Supreme Court justices. It is a record number of judges to the courts of appeals of any administration in history. And the president, if you go back to a speech that he gave to the New York Economic Club, Peter, in the fall of 2016. And this is a president, for all the progress that we have made, for all the good things that are happening in this economy, that's just what President Trump calls a good start. It's one of the reasons where you see this president calling on our agencies to continue to find red tape that we can clear out of the way without compromising the health and safety, well-being, or environment of this country. Clear it out of the way so businesses large and small can create jobs. We're already working, our economic team, already working on tax cuts 2.0. This is a president who's engaging nations around the world for new trade deals. We've begun with China. We have a ways to go. Phase 1 is just a beginning, but we've made it very clear to the UK. Now that Brexit is over, we're going to work with them as soon as they work out their details. With the EU, we're ready to do a free trade agreement. With the UK, we're ready to do a free trade agreement with the EU. We're already in discussions with Japan for a free trade agreement. This is a president who believes you bring all these principles to bear, you get 4 more years, and you just watch. You just watch this economy roll. You watch America grow stronger and more prosperous than ever before. And that's the message we're going to take to the American people.
Got it. Campaign coming up, African Americans. You and the president received about 8% of the black vote. The economy is growing. Black unemployment is down to historically low levels. And your support among African Americans has shot up to 10%. You represent the party of Lincoln. Is there anything you can do? Is there any plan and prospect during this campaign to reaching out to that 11, 12% of the country that for years now has simply not been interested in the GOP?
Well, first and foremost, thanks for mentioning, the first Republican president, our 16th president, proved the point that our party was born around the principle of equality of opportunity. And this president has brought the exact same approach to this administration. We want to create an economy that works for every American, and it's working. It isn't historic levels, just as you said. I'll put a fine point on it. You have the lowest unemployment level ever recorded for African Americans. I'll never forget back when I was in the Congress, we had a conference in Baltimore, Maryland. Mm-hmm. And I went down to a homeless shelter before we had the Republican retreat conference. And I met with a bunch of local activists, largely African American families. And this one dad looked at me and he said, he was about my age, and he said, Mike, it's not like when we were growing up. And I said, well, tell me how. And he says, there's just no jobs. He said, our kids come out of high school, there's nowhere to go to work. And I have to tell you, in whatever the latest polls show, I don't know. I'm hearing every day from African American families that are coming up and saying, thank you. Tell this president it's working. We're opening doors of opportunity, not just for African Americans, but for every American. But in particular, we're seeing real impact. Lowest unemployment level ever recorded for Latino Americans as well. I mean, the economy is working. We've got a program for opening doors now, 15 million apprentice and internship positions. Maybe some of the companies that are represented here by these prominent Americans are part of this, part of the president's initiative to make sure that we've got people coming into the economy and have an opportunity to get the background and training and skills they need to fill the jobs that are opening up in this economy. But there's two other areas that I think are particularly meaningful that the president's made progress on and is committed to. First was, in the progress category, was criminal justice reform. We had done criminal justice reform when I was governor of Indiana. Texas had done it before us. But Congress was never able to reform the federal system with the principles of a second chance that had been spoken about on Capitol Hill, advocated by people left, right, and center, to allow people to earn the right, to have an education, to earn the right to a more just system. And President Trump got it done. Literally, in my time in the Senate, I was there. I was able to speak to them on the president's behalf about what his vision was for criminal justice reform. And the First Step Act was signed into law. And it in so many ways, corrected some inequities that had been set into the law back during the Clinton administration. But one administration after another had never been able to move the Congress to change them. And it's really resonated in the African American community. The president did an event in Las Vegas just the other day. I think it was entitled Prisoners of Hope. But it was people who were graduating from vocational programs that were getting a second chance and a fresh start in life. I met with a group of pastors in the community that's working with local law enforcement and people in the prison system. And you're seeing real results. You're seeing recidivism rates drop. You're seeing lives changed. So that's made a connection. And the last thing I will tell you is, and people in the African American community know this, we have a president who believes that parents ought to be able to choose where their children go to school, whether it's public, private, parochial, or homeschool. And we're going to be champions for school choice. We are. I was in Milwaukee during School Choice Week with our amazing Secretary of Education, Betsy DeVos. We were in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where literally the governor in Pennsylvania just vetoed a bill that would have opened educational choice scholarships to 50,000 students, and there's an immense waiting list in Pennsylvania today. And I spoke at a wonderful Catholic school. It was 90% minority kids. They spoke 40 languages at this school, and yet the educational attainment and outcomes at the school are remarkable. But the African American community has in my own experience back in Indiana, where we doubled the size of our school choice program when I was governor. The African American community has been ahead of the curve in support of school choice now for decades. And frankly, it's because so many African American families face educational outcomes in some of our most failing and dangerous schools. And it's those families that have been clamoring for the opportunity, like here in the District of Columbia, to choose where their children go to school. And so that's another area that I know, Peter, that we're building support every day, because this is a president who says what he means and means what he says. He wants equality of opportunity, wants to open doors of opportunity for every American, and African Americans are seeing real results in jobs and opportunity and reforms and educational opportunities.
The kids. Among Americans 35 and under, only 38% give this administration a positive approval rating. Why do the kids belong to Bernie?
Well, I don't think they do. I meet a lot of young people around this country who believe in freedom and are grateful for the progress that we've made under this president's leadership. I really do. But I will tell all of you here in the Hoover Institution, it's such a legendary place, and you've been such a vanguard of liberty for so long. I'll challenge all of you. I think it's not going to be enough for us just to win the next election. We've got to win the next generation. We've got to go out and tell the story. I mean, to think that as many young people as there are being taken in by socialism, by the empty and hollow promises of socialist philosophy is really remarkable to me. But I think it's incumbent on us to tell freedom's story and also to tell socialism's story. I mean, to be out there to make the historical, the economic, and the moral case against socialism. And we'll be doing that. I promise you the president and I will be traveling across the country doing that. But I encourage all of the prominent Americans gathered here, and everybody associated with Hoover Institution, to take up that challenge. Because I will tell you, I have 3 kids in their 20s. I'll have all 3 of them married off by this spring, which is good. Good progress. But I know this generation of millennials, and they are a freedom-loving generation. I mean, when you and I were growing up, and we heard a song on the radio we liked, we just hoped to remember the name of the song so we could go down to the record store and thumb through the albums to see if we could find the record, right? Now what do kids do? They hear a song they like, they get their phone out, type it in, download it, and buy it. I mean, the idea that young people today could be sold on a system of health care that would allow government bureaucrats to make decisions about the most important issues in their life and in the life of their family is unthinkable. This is a freedom-loving generation. I think if we convey it that way, if we explain to people that the free market is the best pathway toward prosperity and the best pathway to outcomes, we can win the argument. We have history on our side. And so I just, whether it be Medicare for all, the Green New Deal, or if they just flat out call it socialism the way Bernie does, we have got to take the case of freedom straight at socialism. And I have every confidence that as President and I make that case, as people across this country make that case, we're not only going to have a victory for our team in the fall of 2020, we're going to have another victory for freedom in 2020.
You've been very generous with your time, and you're a lovely guy, but you have a couple of members on your staff who are going to give it to me right in the neck if I don't wrap this. A couple of last questions. Actually, this is, take this one as fast as you want to, but it's an important question. We'll return to China really briefly. Our population, 325 million. Our average growth rate over the last decade, between 2 and 3%. The People's Republic of China, 1.4 billion. Their average growth rate over the last decade, something like 8%, even if you don't believe the official figures. It's tremendous.
Right.
They're more populous. Their economy may soon be bigger than ours. They possess a central authority which is ugly in all kinds of ways but can get certain things done. And we have a 230-year-old constitution. Honestly, when you think of the long-term struggle, and this administration's national security document calls China an adversary, this is the first time. Honestly, are you optimistic?
I'm absolutely optimistic, because I think that we economy. We've seen them take the trade surpluses and invest them in a military buildup. The Space Force that we just created, which is the first new branch of our armed forces in 75 years. And we continue, we're dominant in space today as much as we are on land and sea and air. But the truth is that China actually established a similar agency a few short years ago. And so, in my judgment, things were not going in the right direction before for the long-term interests of the United States. But with the president putting America first, rebuilding our military, reviving the American economy, and embracing his role as leader of the free world, engaging leaders around the world, including President Xi, in ways that are candid, but demand the kind of change that the American people expect. I have every confidence that we're going to have a future brighter than any of us could possibly imagine. But that's the story. That's the choice we got to take to the American people in this election.
Last question.
It really is.
Last question. It's very easy to imagine an alternative life for Mike Pence. Think of Paul Ryan. He's out of Washington. He's teaching at Notre Dame. He sits on a board. Your friend Mitch Daniels is running Purdue. He sits on corporate boards.
Doing a great job.
Notre Dame, Purdue, these are great institutions. They're both back home in Indiana.
They are.
Instead, you're committed to a campaign in which you're about to embark on months of 18 and 20-hour days, during which you will be insulted, called names, and accused of undermining everything from the Constitution of the United States to the Christian faith. What are you doing? What keeps you in this game?
Well, my first reaction is, so what else is new? Right? I think, number one, it really has been an extraordinary privilege for me to be part of an administration, to serve alongside a president that's accomplished so much in such a short period of time for the American people. I mean, I have to tell you, I served for 12 years in the Congress. I served 4 years as governor of the state of Indiana. But when the call came, I joined this ticket in a heartbeat, because I sensed that we were at an important moment in the life of the nation. Another 8 years of welfare state, big government policies, high taxes, more regulation, an internationalist view that saw America as just another country in the world, I thought would set our nation on a path that we might not be able to come back from. And what I heard in our candidate in 2016, and I've seen every day as his vice president, is someone who believes in the American people and believes in this country and believes in the principles of freedom and free markets and the liberties enshrined in our Constitution and limited government and whether it be court appointments, whether it be economic reforms, whether it be rebuilding our military, has just hewn America back. I mean, when he used that phrase, "Make America Great Again," it was clear to me from early on that he had a clear vision in his mind of what that was. And that was an America strong and prosperous and free and leading the free world. And for me to have been able to be a part of that, I can tell you, the criticism comes with the territory when you're in public life. My wife and I have been involved for a while. But to have been a part of an administration that's delivered so much for the American people and can still deliver so much more if we keep our nation on the path of freedom and free markets and the principles enshrined in our Constitution, is any criticism that comes with it, as the old book says, I count it all joy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States.
You are pretty damn good.
Thank you all very much.
Egress the way we came in and find the buses. They should be parked out where they dropped you off. So again, wonderful afternoon. The program tonight starts at 6:30. It's the reception. Education Secretary DeVos will be our speaker.
Welcome everyone here to News Now Worldwide for us right here on this Monday. I showed a portion of this. I didn't get to show it to you all because of we had to end our stream for stream maintenance, but let's show it to you. The New York State budget meeting.
New York, which we had
previously been granted in 2014. For those of you who were here in 2014, we won a big federal grant which allowed us to transition our health care services from primarily hospital-driven, which is very intensive and very expensive, to more of a community-based healthcare system. And the grant was for $8 billion. And we had worked very hard to win the grant. We had a great celebration when we won the grant. We actually had a celebration ceremony with a lot of elected officials in New York City. Mayor de Blasio attended. So it was a very big deal for the state. And Friday, they announced that they are canceling that grant to New York. It costs us about $600 million this year. And that is basically through the Medicaid program. In and of itself, it is very counterproductive and hurtful to the state. But when you view it in the series of events that are going on, it's even more disturbing. Because this is not just the federal government takes an isolated action that is hurtful to the state. There is a continuing pattern and series of these actions, right? Dot, 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 connect the dots, and you see the line. We get a letter last week or the week before. The federal Department of FEMA says they're not going to reimburse for the floods in the Mohawk Valley during Halloween. 300 homeowners who were wiped out by the floods, FEMA won't reimburse. The federal government hasn't approved our congestion pricing plan for the MTA in New York City. This is a revolutionary type idea. Other cities, other states are watching how congestion pricing works. It was debated for years in this state. We got it passed. The federal approval, frankly, we just assumed it was going to be almost pro forma. They're now using that opportunity to stop congestion pricing. This is despite the fact that the MTA has had over 12 meetings with them to try to jump every possible obstacle they came up with. They haven't funded the 2nd Avenue subway, which would go from 96th to 125th Street. They haven't approved the offshore wind turbine program that we've announced, the leading one in the nation. They've done absolutely nothing with the International Joint Commission, the IJC, on the continual flooding in Lake Ontario. This is on top of what they did right out of the box with the salt tax, which ended the deductibility of state and local taxes, increased our amount we pay in taxes to the federal government by about $15 billion. Dot, 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 dot. This healthcare denial is really obnoxious, you know. If there's one area that you think should be beyond politics, it's healthcare. And what the federal government is doing is this is hurting Democrats and Republicans. It's not whether you're blue or you're red. These are needy New Yorkers. They're primarily senior citizens who are hurt. And we fought all of these cuts all along, but we're going to fight this cut. I'm going to contact our congressional delegation. We're going to marshal all our allies because it's unconscionable. There has to be a place where you don't play politics. It has to end somewhere. And it should end at healthcare. We all say healthcare is a human right. We're up to 96% healthcare coverage in this state, which is a great accomplishment. And why you would want to play politics with someone's healthcare is just beyond me. I mean, they have no limits whatsoever. The good news, in that list of federal horribles, what they're doing with ending our participation in the Trusted Traveler Program is also pure politics. I told them I will give them the DMV data for people in the Trusted Traveler Program. They can have it. They don't want it. They want to be able to use our DMV database for immigration purposes, which we say they can't, and I will never agree to. To pressure us, to extort us, to get us to allow them to use the DMV database for ICE and Customs and Border Patrol, they are deliberately holding hostage New Yorkers who have nothing to do with anything. 200,000 people in the Trusted Traveler Program. To be part of the Trusted Traveler Program, you have to go sit with a federal official, show them your documentation, have an interview, be approved by them. What does that have to do with whether or not they have access to a DMV database? Nothing. They stopped a program where New York companies export vehicles to other countries because they say they need access to the DMV database to somehow verify the title of the vehicles. I said, I'll give it to you. They won't allow those companies to do business. This is just hostage-taking, pressure, extortion to get us to turn over the DMV database, which I never will. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go the exact opposite direction. I want additional precautions to make sure that DMV database is not misused. Because, by the way, our DMV database is shared nationwide with law enforcement agencies. When you get pulled over in Texas, they pull up your license. They're accessing the New York database. Somebody gets pulled over in our state from out of state, we access their license. So we're exploring increasing the penalties for misuse of the database, and we're exploring having DMV just delete Social Security numbers from the database in the cases that they don't need them. The Social Security number is a proxy for whether or not you are a citizen, right? If you're not a citizen, you don't have a Social Security number. And that's why the Social Security numbers are important. So that is also going on. So ... The good news is revenues are up. That's a function of the financial market and the success of the financial market thus far. If we're talking dots this way, right, the financial market is dots this way, especially today. But the revenues are up roughly in the magnitude of about $700 million this year. The process is now we have a consensus forecast committee where the houses and the executive get together and try to figure out an agreed-to number for the additional revenues. But with the additional revenues, you know, this economy, I was at the National Governors Association a couple of weekends ago, and they had a session on when do you think the recession happens? The premise was there's going to be a recession. The only question is when. And they went around the room and all the experts, is it this year, is it next year, you know. But the economy is fluid. Market is down something like 1,000 points today. A lot of what we're seeing is revenue from the financial markets and Wall Street and bonuses. So that all has to be taken with a grain of salt, and we'll talk about that during the forecast committees. But that is good news. It's better than the revenues going down. Now, one doesn't have anything to do with the other, and the cut on the healthcare program is $600 million this year, but it was, as a grant, it continued for years, and that has also been stopped. So it's devastating to hospitals that were counting on it. And there were a number of hospitals that were actually anticipating these funds. And Rob can give you the list of hospitals if you're interested. But let me stop there and take any questions.
Governor, the district program that started in 2014, the waiver is supposed to end next month. Is that the $600 million you're talking about, or renewing the waiver?
Both. You want to explain, Rob?
Right, it's both. So the waiver, we needed an extension of the waiver that ended in March 31st for another year. That was $625 million. And then it's $7.4 billion beyond that, which would have extended the waiver for another 4 years.
And how close are we as a state from reaching the district goal, which was to reduce affordable ER visits by 25%?
So all of the money, all of the dollars are associated with performance metrics. So we've satisfied the performance metrics to get $7.4 billion so far. So the remaining 625 would be tied to those metrics. We didn't need the full year. We probably could have done it in less time, but we need to go beyond March 31st in order to draw down those funds.
But are we any closer to cutting avoidable ER costs by 25%?
We have. You can see, yeah, we can get you those metrics. We've touted them. We've talked to them. The MRT actually has been discussing those metrics.
The district waiver, by the way, everybody agreed this was smart and the right thing to do. It came out of the first MRT. And basically what it said was your healthcare system now is primarily hospital-based. And to go into a hospital is very expensive and it's very intensive care. You should be transitioning to a community-based healthcare, wellness, emergency care, urgent care system. Everybody agrees with that. The doing it is the hard part, right? Because you have to transition from one status of healthcare system to another. And this was a waiver to allow you to transition, premised on a net reduction over time, because it would be. A hospital is very expensive to operate. You move to the community-based centers, emergency rooms on a community-based organization, that is better and cheaper. The Vital Brooklyn initiative in Brooklyn that's a very big piece of it, is changing from just the hospitals to community-based healthcare.
It just impacts those providers. So those providers, many of them that would be impacted by the reduction in the growth of the MRT target, they were anticipating this $625 million in revenue from the federal government that they are no longer going to get. Doesn't change the target for our reductions, but it does impact all of those same providers. They're now going to lose an additional $625 million. Well, we have the two secretaries of the Ways and Means Committee and the Senate Finance Committee are both members of the MRT. So the first step was getting the recommendations. We anticipate getting recommendations at the March 2nd meeting. At that time, all of those recommendations will be made public, and there will be a process, and we'll be engaging with all of the members. But again, remember the Finance Committee members and the Ways and Means secretaries are both part of the MRT. Well, they are part of the process, and they will be engaged in part of the process, and the recommendations will come out in time for them to be reviewed before the April 1st budget deadline. So there'll be multiple opportunities for them to engage.
Yeah, but just to be clear, they are part of the process, right? So they know exactly what the MRT is discussing because they're in the room as part of the conversations. The members aren't, but their staffs are in the room. And this is a very technical conversation. I'm not in the room, Rob is in the room, because I don't understand that level of detail, frankly. So their appropriate staff is in the room also. So it's just not facts. You know, sometimes there's still facts. He says, she says, he says, she says. Yeah, I know, but sometimes there's just a fact. They are in the room. And let me get back to this healthcare cut. We're not going to take this sitting down. And at one point, there has to be a line in the sand. I don't believe this is personal. I believe it's all political. They see New York as a democratic state. They don't believe they're politically viable here. So why would you do anything for New York is their calculus. There's no political benefit for me to help New York because it's a blue state, we can't win. They demonstrated that right out of the box when they did the SALT tax provision. It took money from the blue states and transferred it to the red states. Well, how can you do that? Because they're blue states. That's why. Because they're blue states, they're not going to support us, we're not going to win, so we're going to give it to the red states. Because that's our team, we're on the red team. And you can go right through all of these things, and it's the same point. Why won't you approve congestion pricing? It doesn't cost the federal government a penny. Why wouldn't you approve it? Well, it's New York, it's a blue state, right? Why wouldn't you approve the offshore wind on Long Island, nation-leading program? Well, it's a blue state. Why don't you approve the Second Avenue subway? Every other past administration did. Democrats and Republicans all paid and passed phases of the Second Avenue subway. Because you're a blue state. Why wouldn't you approve the FEMA funding for victims of a flood? Because you're a blue state. Why does President Trump say, I'm moving from New York to Florida? Because Florida is in play politically, and New York isn't. And now politically he can say, I'm a Floridian. Vote for me for president. I'm a Florida resident. I'll be good for you. It's always politics. I meet with them. They take my phone call. We have discussions. The MTA has met with them dozens of times. We haven't gotten the air train to LaGuardia approved. Port Authority meets with them dozens of times. It's not personal, it's political. I've never seen politics to this extreme. I've never seen government run through a self-serving political lens like this. But that's what it is. My point is, at one point it has to stop. And the line in the sand has to be health care.
Governor, when I say that you're thinking about deleting some Social Security numbers in the DMV database, can you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, the DMV database gets shared with hundreds of police agencies across the country. More than hundreds. I wouldn't be surprised if it's in the thousands. It's shared pursuant to a certain representation. Right now, we're exploring increasing the penalty for your violation, if somebody violates the representation governing the use of the DMV database, right? You are the sheriff of Tulsa. You can access our database. You agree to terms and conditions of what you can do with our database. There's a penalty attached to that. We're exploring increasing that penalty. B, the DMV database, we're also exploring when they keep Social Security numbers and when they don't, because accessing somebody's Social Security number, number one, is an issue for fraud. Number two, it could be a proxy for immigration. If you have a Social Security number, I know you're a citizen. If you don't, then I wonder if you're a citizen. So that's something we're exploring.
So can you do that administratively?
I don't know. That's something we're looking at. That's something we're looking at.
And then what is the latest in your back and forth with DHS? On Friday, you said, I'll give you rows 8 recs of the database, but not row Y, which has Social Security.
No. First rule is there is no access to the database for an immigration purpose.
Well, per the law.
Yeah, period. Civil immigration.
So you would give them that database minus.
No. Social Security numbers are a proxy for me for immigration. You cannot use it for immigration. You will not be able to use the database for immigration. I'll give you TTP, I'll give you the driver's licenses, but you can't use it for immigration-related purposes.
What does that mean? Does that mean like if I drive my car over the border from the US from Canada?
No, that means ICE and Customs and Border Patrol.
So if I drive into the country, they're gonna run my plate, but right now they can't.
They can't.
So is that okay? Can they do that?
No.
Never?
They,
It sounded like that's what you were offering on.
no, they cannot.
You don't want to amend the law in any way?
No, no.
So what are you offering, if anything?
You want TTP, you can have TTP. You want the driver's licenses, you can have the driver's licenses. You have a theory by which we are letting, we're interfering with criminal enforcement? Explain it to me. I don't see any theory of it, right? That's their theory. We want to prosecute and investigate criminal matters, and you're impeding us. How? Our point is all about civil immigration, and that's what ICE does, and that's what Customs and Border Patrol does primarily. And you can't use our database for those issues.
Given how you outlined how the Trump administration has dealt with New York, why didn't you anticipate when you did the green light law that the Trump administration could act this way before you created this database, potentially dangerous database, of all these people here illegally? Okay?
Well, it's not a database. First of all, 10 other states have done this. Second of all, New York did this before, right? It was after 9/11 this change was made. But a state, like the other states, like New York had done before 9/11, if you're driving on the roads, I want to make sure you have a license. That's in my state interest.
But the difference is denying this for immigration purposes to the federal government, which has extensive powers in immigration law. So it seems like you've got a risk here of people who are in this database that the federal government may or may not be able to get through court order or through other actions. Why wasn't this anticipated before?
Well, it was anticipated. It was anticipated. That this was always part of the discussion. That's why I sent the law to the Attorney General, right? And I said to the Attorney General, I want to make sure that this law is going to be upheld. And because this was obviously the downside. The upside is your people are licensed on your roads. The downside is, what will this federal government do? I spoke extensively at that time that I was sure the federal government was going to contest this and asked the Attorney General for the opinion. And they are contesting it. Not just here, by the way. They sued the other states for access to the database. Our law goes a little further than the other states, but they sued California, they sued Washington, they want access to the DMV database, and they're suing for it.
So, aside from the lawsuit, these negotiations, I don't see where your leverage is with the federal government trying to negotiate a settlement. Do you have leverage?
I have righteousness, justice, principle, democracy on my side, but no leverage.
Governor, you reacted to the 19 verdict, which was a bit of a split verdict that just came back. They didn't convict him on majority charges. Are you disappointed at all in this specific prosecution? And there's been some criticism just of the office in general that they failed to bring charges against Weinstein earlier. There's been some other high-profile cases that they failed to bring charges. Your reaction to that?
In terms of the actual verdict, I trust the system. I was the Attorney General. I was an Assistant District Attorney. I trust the system, and I'm not going to second-guess the system. And justice was done here at the end of the day, right? The conviction is a serious conviction. What I take from this case, if anything, is it vindicates what we've been doing. You have to make it easier for women to come forward. We increase the statute of limitations, the amount of time that a victim has to come forward, closing the alcohol loophole. for a victim to come forward is very, very hard. Look at the scrutiny and the press coverage of the victims who came forward. You want to make it as easy as possible and as respectful as possible. There were other women who would have come forward, but they were time barred. So that statute of limitations is very important. But otherwise, I think justice was done. I'm not going to second guess the jury.
Just want to ask you at that point, the Child Victim Act expires in August. This lawmakers want to extend it for another year. Do you support extending that kind of to the point it's made?
I think, yeah, look, you pass a law. Think before you pass the law. You passed a law that had created a window for people to bring cases. And it had a set period of time, because the Child Victims Act, which I'm very proud of, but it said the statute of limitations was wrong when it was set. And therefore, we're going to open a window to allow people to bring a cause of action. But we don't want to do it ad infinitum, because there has to be closure for society to focus. The flip side of statute of limitations, why do you have just a period of time? Well, people's memories fade, information disappears, and people just want to know at one point what their liability is, what their obligation. So we created a window. I think that window, that length of time, was intelligent. That's why we passed a law that said that. Now, if there's a cause to believe at the closing of the window that we were incorrect in setting the window, then I would revisit it. But theoretically, we knew what we were doing when we passed the law in the first place, right?
There's a real split between the two houses regarding bail reform. Your thoughts on that, whether or not that's intractable, do you think something will happen in the budget, or are they too far?
Yeah, I think this on that, Zach. You know, we have talked. We have a Senate, we have an Assembly. For many years, it was Republican and it was Democratic. And then it was very easy for the analysis always to be, well, the Republicans in the Senate think this, and the Democrats in the Assembly think that. Now it's Democrat and Democrat. But you have a difference of opinion between the Senate and the Assembly. How can that be? Because it's the Senate and the Assembly. And legislators represent the people from their district. And the people in some districts in Suffolk are different than the people in districts in the Bronx, who are different from people who are in districts in Buffalo, right? Mike Gormley finds stories interesting for Long Island that Tom Precious doesn't find interesting for Buffalo. They have different priorities, different issues. So you have different people who you're representing. Well, you're all Democrats. Yeah, but some Democrats have marginal districts, which could be Republican, could be Democratic, they're mixed. And you see a variety of positions across the state. This is not homogeneous, right? You take a poll that came out today on bail reform, you'll see one number for upstate, one number for New York City, one number for Nassau and Suffolk. So they're representing their district. The Senate has more people more members outside of New York City, more members from quote unquote marginal districts, and they have a different set of priorities. Their members are representing people who have a different set of priorities. And that's what you're seeing. That's, Jeffersonian democracy. I have to speak for the people I represent. And bail reform, a lot of these issues, you'll see there's a wide swing, right? We're going through that with the Democratic Party now, right? You have a whole spectrum within that Democratic Party. And a member who's representing people on Long Island or Buffalo has a different set of priorities than a person representing someone from Brooklyn or the Bronx. That's welcome to democracy.
Last question, guys.
Do you anticipate changes being made, considering you represent the entire state?
That's why I'm different. I do represent the entire state. I represent Suffolk and I represent Buffalo. Look, on the bail reform issue, let's be intelligent for a second, okay? You have a complex system. Could be education, could be healthcare, could be criminal justice. There is an injustice in the system. They can go on for years. Why? Because I don't want to get involved in the system. It's too complicated, it's too controversial, it's too political. Every factor in there, every gear in that system has been put in there by lobbyists and special interests that designed this whole large labyrinth of this big old industrial era machine. Well, sometimes you have to make a change because that's why we're here, right? Reform, make a change. Okay, I'm going to take out this gear and I'm going to put in another gear. Well, now every other gear has to adjust. It's not about making one change. You make that change in bail reform, you then have to step back from the machine and watch it operate. And you say, oh, you changed that gear. I didn't anticipate that a gear 3 steps away was going to have this effect or this effect. So it's an ongoing process for me. And I said, it would be unintelligent to say, I'm going to make this change on bail reform, and I don't expect consequences that should be taken into consideration. Of course you should. Now, you have this flood whenever you touch the machine, whenever you touch a large system, you're going to have backlash. Why? Because someone has more power, someone has less power, everybody has a voice. Separate the politics from the facts. Let's have some data rather than hysteria. And that's very important. I want to respond to facts and data, not hysterics and politics in this crazy partisan time.
But is there a timetable on this? I mean, to exhaust the metaphor, if the claims engine is exploding, you have to make a relatively quick decision. Like, at what point would you make a change to bail or suggest that a change to bail needs to be made? Is it 90 days? Is it 180 days? How long does it take for data to be solid in your mind to endorse such changes?
I respect that metaphor. I'm going to use it. I'm going to steal it. I'm going to use it. I'll credit you the first time. Look, the data is now coming in. The law went into effect in January. We do a budget April 1. I think that is an appropriate amount of time to have an intelligent conversation, let emotions subside, let people calm down a little bit, actually have some facts that you can discuss. So I think April 1 is, I would say, an appropriate time.
Yeah, we just a poll earlier today that came out from Siena that showed Bernie Sanders after the big weekend in Nevada, apparently front runner in New York, and Joe Biden, who you've been supportive of, appears to be fading. Do you think that that poll is, and the results so far are showing that the traditional Democratic control is losing to this more progressive, younger wing?
Bernie Sanders is younger? Yeah, I know. I haven't endorsed anybody in the race, as you know. But look, this thing has changed how many times in the past few months? And it's still early, and it's still moving. And I think in today's poll, you had Bernie at like 25% or something like that. So, yeah, it's within the margin of error, and it's 25%. It's not like you're talking about 50%, 60%. 25% of the Democrats say they like Bernie. I don't know, is that an overwhelming endorsement? I wouldn't feel great about that.
Well, again, following what happened over the weekend, and actually New Hampshire and Iowa.
Yeah, he's at 25. I think Bloomberg was like at 22 or something like that. Yeah, so it's all close.
So you don't think that that the establishment Democratic Party is losing it all to the Bernie Sanders Democrats?
Well, Bloomberg is right behind him. He's not an establishment Democrat. I don't think it works that way.
Do you think Sanders is a viable candidate in terms of the national picture?
I think anyone who the Democrats select is going to be a viable candidate. I mean, this is, I think Donald Trump makes, by definition, makes anyone a viable candidate. I think this nation, there will be a hunger by a large number of people to replace this president with another person. And I think the Democratic nominee, whoever he or she is viable just by that, not Trump.
Are you still supporting Joe Biden?
I never endorsed anyone. Yeah, I'm right where I've been. I'm nowhere different than where I have been.
Are you going to make an endorsement?
We'll see.
And that same poll showed that 2/3 of New Yorkers think that Trump's going to win. What do you make of that? That they just think it's a
They're confused. They're confused.
Are you include any money from expanding gambling in your budget? You know, these casinos for downstate, they'll get $500 million each for a downstate license. There's a bill that was passed in the Senate last year, if I do it again, to allow for mobile sports betting. How can you include any of that? And do you see any wiggle room in your budget to try to look at those downstate casinos and the mobile betting piece?
You know, gambling, marijuana, these are complicated issues, and I am skeptical about quick, knee-jerk reactions to do something like that, especially if it's conditioned on money. Let's go open new casinos because we need money. Well, you know, let's study the system. What does it mean? Where do we need it? What would be the effect on upstate casinos? Let's do marijuana. What does that mean? Let's do marijuana, right? We just talked about consequences of the laws you pass. You passed bail reform. There are consequences. You passed undocumented driver's licenses. There are consequences. You passed rent reform. There are consequences. You passed marijuana. There are going to be consequences. Like, play it out. Where's the law enforcement component? Well, we want to empower minority entrepreneurs, but we want them to have union jobs, but we want the medical marijuana industry part of it. But, you know, it doesn't all work. So studying it, understanding it is very important. On marijuana, there's a lot of work to do and a lot to learn from in other states. And you look at how these other states have done it, and you'll see they all came back. You know the conversation we're having on bail? You look at what they did on marijuana, they all came back. And they had to tweak this and tweak that and tweak this. So let's learn and do things intelligently. But am I interested in getting in doing more gambling fast and bring in some company because they're going to write a big check? No. Also, by the way, this budget, we don't have a financial problem. We have a cost of spending increase in Medicaid that is unsustainable. We don't have a problem paying the rent and the lights today. It's the increase in the cost of Medicaid that is out of control. 7% is too high. It was always 3%. We have to get it back to 3% because that's the only sustainable cost, and there's no reason for it to be above 3%. It was 3% when the localities were paying. We took over all the localities' cost. All of a sudden, it went to 7%. You know, when we go to dinner and you pay, we go to McDonald's. When I pay, it costs $200. I want to just figure out, how that works. So it's the sustainability of the increase in Medicaid. Also, this budget, you guys keep talking about Medicaid and bail reform. That's not what this budget is about. That is the tail on the dog. Vaping, paid sick leave, gestational surrogacy, ERA, largest climate change program in the United States of America, $33 billion, a bond issue for the environment on the ballot in November. That's what the conversation in this budget is really going to be about. That's what no one is talking about, which just shocks me. But those are big, major issues, each and every one of them. And they're going to be in the budget.
Governor, state police are the largest law enforcement agency in the U.S. without a plan to implement body cameras, and second largest do not have body cameras or dashboard cameras. Can you speak to if you find that an issue for the state, and whether or not you're willing to let them lie on that?
Yeah, who wants to speak to that? Kevin, you want to talk to that?
We have a pilot program that we're going to be implementing.
Can you specify when that will begin and at what level?
It's going to begin imminently, and it's going to be in an area and in multiple areas that we can make a good judgment about. And
Imminently, does that mean in the next 90 days, later on this year? And will
it's
that
this year.
be
It's this year, yeah.
Body cameras or dash cam?
Body cameras.
Body cameras on patrol troopers?
On troopers, yes.
On troopers now will be a pilot program?
Yes.
Governor, do you know if there's an update to the JCC bomb threat story? Do you know if authorities might be moving in on the suspect?
We have no additional information. It was a threat that came in through email. These are very hard to track. We've had situations before where it comes from overseas, but it's routed through a New York server, so it looks like it came through. So it is still ongoing. But it's just another ugly incident in a series of ugly incidents. I went there yesterday just to make sure everything was being done and under control, but also just to say, I'm sorry. This is not who we are. And I speak for all the good people of New York when I say we're sorry, and we're sorry you had to feel this. Jewish community is such an important part of New York. It's still shocking to me that we could have these situations in New York. I saw it happening all across the country, the synagogue shootings, et cetera. But somehow I thought that could never happen here. Not here. Not in New York, with our diversity, with our experience. Jewish community, we have such a sense of interconnection with the Jewish community. I have 3 brothers-in-law, 2 of them are Jewish, We've had like 42 anti-Semitic incidents in just the past couple of months. I mean, this is an ugliness that is so disturbing, and that it should happen here. Now, we also have in this budget the most aggressive anti-hate crime legislation anywhere. I'm meeting with leaders of the Jewish community later this week to organize an effort. I went to Auschwitz, the only American elected official in Auschwitz. But I went there just as a sign of solidarity, just to say, we care, and I understand what's going on, and I don't want you to think that you're going through this alone. It's unacceptable, and we are standing in solidarity in every way. And passing a package of laws that says that is the most powerful statement community can make, right? Words, thoughts and prayers, thoughts and prayers. Yeah, let me see what you do. Let me see your actions, and that's how I'll judge you. And I want to have the strongest laws in the nation, in this state. Okay, guys, thank you very much.
rise today to recognize this remarkable occasion. Throughout its history, DAV has been influential in identifying ways to best support our veterans. From pushing for consolidation of veterans programs in its early years to direct outreach to veterans and communities with the launch of the Field Service Unit program, to pressing for more funding for VA health care and benefits. There's been so much progress to advance veteran services thanks to the DAV's efforts. The organization's members and partners have a lot to be proud of. DAV members have been leading advocates for injured and ill veterans and their families, making a difference for countless wounded warriors. Their advocacy has helped and continues to build a better life for disabled veterans. We're thankful for the more than 1 million DAV members and auxiliary members doing great work to ensure our country keeps the promise we made to the men and women who have served in uniform. This week, members of the DA Department of Arkansas are visiting the nation's capital to share the organization's legislative priorities for 2020. They are part of an extensive network that has been influential in identifying how the Department of Veterans Affairs can strengthen its services. They are among DAV members from across the country who are in Washington, D.C. to advocate on behalf of veterans. There is simply no substitute for coming to our nation's capital and visiting with members of Congress to let them know DAV's priorities. These include strengthening veterans' mental health care and suicide prevention programs, improving benefits and services for women veterans, and ensuring veterans who were exposed to toxic substances receive full and timely benefits. The good news, we are all working on these priorities because we all agree that our veterans deserve nothing less than quality care and the benefits that they've earned. Last month, the Senate VA Committee advanced the Commander John Scott Hannon Veterans Mental Health Care Improvement Act. This comprehensive legislation will strengthen our ability to provide veterans with the mental health care they need and includes language Senator Warner and I authored to leverage the services of veterans-serving nonprofits and other community networks in our overall strategy to reduce veteran suicides. VA Ranking Member Tester and I are also working to improve services to our women veterans. Our Deborah Sampson Act legislation would eliminate barriers to care and services that many women veterans face and would help ensure that the VA can address the needs for women, which is so critical because they are more likely to face homelessness, unemployment, and go without needed health care. We are pleased to have the support of DAV for this important legislation. I'm proud to co-sponsor the Veterans Burn Pits Exposure Recognition Act that would allow veterans suffering from the effects of burn pits to get the benefits and services that they earned. I encourage my colleagues to support these bills so we can provide the resources promised to our veterans. For years, DAV members supported passage of the Blue Water Navy bill. Thanks in part to their advocacy, last year Congress approved this critical legislation that extends benefits to more veterans exposed to toxic chemicals during the Vietnam War. The DAV's attention extends beyond the halls of Congress. Its National Service Program helps direct services to veterans across the country. I applaud the efforts of the more than 11,000 DAV members in Arkansas whose outreach is helping veterans understand and access their benefits. They have spent countless hours advising fellow veterans about the assistance they qualify for and helping fill out the paperwork to secure those benefits through the VA. One of the well-known services provided by DAV is the transportation of veterans to VA medical centers and hospitals. In rural states like Arkansas, the services these volunteers offer is critical to meeting the health care needs for veterans. The Arkansas fleet is made up of 16 vans. Last year, more than 6,600 veterans were driven to medical appointments with the help of volunteers who logged more than 18,000 hours behind the wheel. I look forward to continuing to work with DAV members as Congress crafts and reforms policies to improve services for veterans and their families. This country made a promise to our veterans that we must live up to, and I'm proud to join with DAV to ensure we follow through on that commitment. Working together, we can find solutions and take action to deliver the results veterans earned and expect. We will continue looking to DAV to understand how we can improve the lives of men and women who served in uniform. As a member of the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee and chairman of the Senate Appropriations Subcommittee that oversees VA funding, I've seen the dedication of DAV to support disabled veterans in Arkansas and across the country. I'm proud to recognize DAV on its 100 years of engaging veterans and advocating to advance benefits, services, and care and make a positive difference in the lives of veterans and their families. Madam President, on a separate subject, I also want to pay tribute to an Arkansas veteran who is one of the state's most famous sons, literary icon Charles Portis. Mr. Portis, the author best known for his 1968 Western novel, True Grit, passed away on February 17, 2020. Born in December 1933 in El Dorado, Arkansas, Portis spent his childhood in southern Arkansas. He enlisted in the Marine Corps, serving as an infantryman and reaching the rank of sergeant during the Korean War before his discharge in 1955. Following his military service, graduating, Portis began his career as a reporter, first working at the Arkansas Gazette and then at the New York Herald Tribune. Though he voluntarily ended his journalism career in 1964, he used the skills and the tools he'd acquired as a reporter when he returned home to Arkansas and began writing fiction. His most celebrated work is the Western classic True Grit. This book chronicles the efforts of a Yale County teenager, Mattie Ross, along with the U.S. Marshal Rooster Cogburn, to avenge the death of Mattie's father at the hands of a drifter. The novel incorporates distinct references familiar to many Arkansans and depicts life on the frontier in what was then the Wild Wild West. It was later adapted into films in 1969 and 2010. While it's his most well-known work, Mr. Portis also wrote 4 other novels and several shorter works of fiction and nonfiction. During his career, Portis was honored with the Oxford American's first Lifetime Achievement in Southern Literature Award and was presented with the Porter Prize's 30th Anniversary Lifetime Achievement Award. True Grit has been praised as one of the great American novels. I want to take this opportunity to say how proud we are of Charles Portis and his legacy as an acclaimed writer and storyteller. My thoughts and prayers are with his friends and family as they remember and reflect on his life. I hope they find comfort in the fact that Mr. Portis has left a profound, lasting mark on Arkansas, as well as within our nation's culture and literary traditions. Charles Portis had a remarkable career that will be remembered for a long time to come. Today, I wish to honor him and his loved ones and help celebrate his life. On behalf of all Arkansans, we celebrate Charles Portis and his notable contributions to our state. And with that, Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Kansas.
Madam President, thank you. I am pleased to have arrived on the Senate floor just a bit early and been able to hear the Senator from Arkansas, Senator Bozeman, pay tribute to the DAV, the Disabled American Veterans. And I very much want to join in his comments. I also want to take the moment to thank him for his continual service for veterans, not only of Arkansas, but for our nation, and recognize that he and I have worked together since our days in the House of Representatives on veteran issues, and we both now find ourselves in positions in hopes that we can do even more. So to Senator Bozeman, I say thank you for your continued efforts to make sure that all who served our nation have a better future, and that the Department of Veterans Affairs, as well as the American people, do everything we can to make sure that what they are entitled to, they will receive. So I thank the Senator from Arkansas. Today I want to come to the floor to congratulate and pay tribute to a Kansan, Kent Cornish. He is retiring as the president of the Kansas Association of Broadcasters. He spent the last 40 years in the broadcast business and the past 12 at the KAB, advocating on behalf of broadcasters across our state. His dedication to making certain that rural communities in Kansas have access to quality broadcasting programming is a testament to his commitment to rural America at large. I, in particular, find that very pleasing, as we know how important broadcasting, local broadcasting in particular, is to the future and well-being of the citizens of Kansas, and particularly those who live in our smallest communities. Ken is widely recognized as one of the most knowledgeable and effective advocates for broadcasting in our state and around the country. He's been a leading voice in Topeka and Washington, D.C., and someone that I hold in high regard. He's a native of Topeka. Kent dedicated his life to broadcasting at an early age. With dreams of becoming a sportscaster, Kent attended the University of Kansas, where he earned a degree in journalism, and he later attended Washburn University's School of Law. After joining his hometown station, WIBW, as an intern, Kent worked his way up through the ranks to become a news reporter, anchor, and eventually assistant news director. He also spent time at WDAF in Kansas City and later returned to WIBW. He left the station in 1980, turning his attention to sales and serving as executive director of the Kansas Manufactured Housing Institute. But he could not keep his passions in the background. He left that job to return to broadcasting. 4 years after leaving WIBW, he rejoined the station, where he would ultimately be named program director and operations manager. He later took over as general manager of KTKA in Topeka and eventually moved to Wichita to manage 2 television stations. After spending decades running broadcast stations that Kansans from all over our state rely on for both local and national news, he became the president and executive director of the Kansas Association of Broadcasters in 2008. Kent has had a long and successful career, earning esteemed awards, including the Grover Cobb Award from the University of Kansas. He has also served in numerous leadership capacities, including former president of the National Alliance of State Broadcast Associations, the former chairman of the Greater Topeka Chamber of Commerce, and the Topeka Community Foundation. Kent has been a powerful voice in the nation's capital for critical federal policy, all framed in the larger lens of improving communities' access, people's access to quality broadcasting. Like the rest of us from rural states like Kansas, Kent knows how quickly these communities can be forgotten, and has always been determined to ensure access to local information, news, and weather. I'm proud to call Kent a friend, and I'm looking forward to seeing where his life now takes him. We meet many people in the business that we're in here in the United States Senate, in politics in general, and Kent is one of those that you appreciate from the first day that you become acquainted with him. Straightforward and honest, tells it like it is, there to be supportive, but there to provide the necessary information for me and others to make the best decisions, not just on behalf of broadcasters, but upon those they serve in their communities. I add my voice to the well-deserved praise that he has and will continue to receive. Congratulations and thank you to Kent for all his work, and on behalf of Kansas broadcasters, you are highly regarded by them and their listeners. Your efforts have benefited Kansans and has improved our nation. You will be missed at the Kansas Association of Broadcasters, but I have no doubt you will continue to make your community a better place. I look forward to many more years of friendship and working together on behalf of Kansans, and I thank you for your friendship and for all you've done to make our state a better place. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Arkansas, Senator Cotton.
This week, the Senate has another chance to vote on basic pro-life protections for babies, both born and unborn. This week, we have another choice to live up to our nation's highest principle, that every person has the right to life, or to stoop down to a narrow vision of humanity, peddled by the abortion industry and its cronies. The first bill we're considering, the Pain-Capable Unborn Child Abortion Act, would prohibit abortions after 20 weeks of pregnancy when there is clear scientific evidence that these young babies can feel pain in their mother's womb. Now, the abortion lobby and all of its defenders will dispute this science, claiming that babies or fetuses, which is the euphemism they like to use for babies, can't feel pain at all, or at least until the very latest stages of pregnancy. Now, anyone peddling that myth must have never visited a neonatal intensive care unit, or the NICU, as they're usually called. Ask any one of those NICU nurses who cares for little preemies, even micro preemies, and they'll tell you how they can hold that small infant, sometimes even in the palm of their hands. And they can see it grimace at a poke or a prod, maybe even slap away a tube or a needle as they approach, just like older kids do, just like some grown-ups do. The undeniable fact of fetal pain in these young babies influences every aspect of how we care for the young in our hospitals. We swaddle them with only the softest fabrics because their little bodies are so easily stimulated. We give them pain medicine during surgery, whether they're in the womb or outside of it. But we offer no such comfort during abortions. Even in the latest stages of pregnancy, when abortionists crush a baby's skull and dismember it. Indeed, scientific paper published earlier this year in the Journal of Medical Ethics noted a curious fact. Abortion is the only invasive procedure performed on unborn infants without pain medication. Then again, abortion is unusual in so many ways, as so few hospital procedures are designed to end a life, not to save a life. Are we comfortable with this state of affairs? Are we comfortable with the fact that more than 11,000 abortions were performed after 21 weeks? When again, we have clear scientific evidence that these babies feel pain and that many of them could survive outside their mother's womb. I would suggest the American people are not comfortable with this situation, and we can do something about it in the United States Senate this week. The second bill we're voting on, called the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act, is even more modest, but perhaps even more urgent. This bill would simply protect babies when they're born alive during an abortion. I know it's amazing to even hear this, but there are rare and horrible cases in which babies are intended to be aborted, yet they are born alive. And the doctors are under no obligation to provide medical care to that young baby with the spark of God living in its soul. So this bill would simply obligate abortionists to render life-saving medical care to a baby struggling for life on the operating table. It would require abortionists to act as those babies' friends and their doctors, consistent with their oath, not act like the baby's mortal enemy. Now, of course, the abortion lobby will tell you, oh, this never occurs. All of their defenders in the media will say it never occurs. But if you're being honest, the facts are they do occur. The implication here is clear. They simply want us to look away from this horror. That doesn't mean we should, though. Because, in fact, we do know that babies can survive abortions. We have the numbers to prove it from a handful of states that require abortionists to confess when they fail to kill a baby in the mother's womb and instead murder it on the operating table. In Florida, 11 babies were born alive during abortions in 2017. Another 6 were reportedly born alive in 2018 and another 2 last year. That's 19 precious little babies born alive during abortions in just one state in just 3 years. Other states have reported dozens more cases. Still, the abortion industry will dismiss these lives as a mere random error. Let's not even focus on it. It's not a serious matter. But forgive us if most Americans see the matter differently. These are precious little children, made in the image of God and endowed by Him with the same worth and dignity as you and me and all of us. We have a duty to these little children. We have a duty not to look away from them. These pro-life bills are modest and humane. They have the strong support of the American people, clear majorities. But the real reason we must protect these babies is not because it's popular, but because it is right. Every human being is created equal and deserves recognition and protection under our laws. It says so right in the preamble of the Declaration of Independence. Our country doesn't always live up to that noble principle, but right now we have an opportunity to live up to it just a little bit more in only just a few more cases, but those cases in which life is most vulnerable and most innocent. So I urge my colleagues to seize this opportunity and protect life by acknowledging the humanity of these precious little children. We must not look away any longer. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Minority Leader, Senator Schumer.
Well, the World Health Organization has now reported that there are 79,000 cases of coronavirus across at least 30 countries, at least 53 confirmed cases here in the United States. As the virus continues to spread, the global economy is already beginning to suffer. All of the warning lights are flashing bright red. We are staring down a potential pandemic, and the administration has no plan. We have a crisis of coronavirus, and President Trump has no plan, no urgency, no understanding of the facts or how to coordinate a response. We must get a handle on the coronavirus and make sure the United States is fully prepared to deal with its potentially far-reaching consequences. But the Trump administration has been asleep at the wheel. President Trump, good morning. There's a pandemic of coronavirus. Where are you? Where is your plan? It's just amazing. As the crisis grows and grows, we hear nothing. Coronavirus testing kits have not been widely distributed to our hospitals and public health labs. President Trump's State Department overruled the recommendations of the scientists in the CDC and allowed infected passengers from a cruise ship to be flown back into the United States. And amazingly, at a time when we know that these pandemics can spread, this administration cut the CDC, the agency in charge of fighting these global viruses, with a 16% senseless cut to its budget. And my fellow Americans, that's what they do on all these things. They just cut, and then the president tries to claim credit after we restore the money. He did it in his State of the Union. He was claiming, because of his great work with NIH, we're curing cancer. He's cut the NIH every budget, including this one. It's a disgrace how this man can say one thing and do another, and confounding that it doesn't catch up with him with too many Americans and none of my colleagues on this side of the aisle. And it's probably right now most dangerous and most egregious when it comes to coronavirus. It wasn't just that the president cut CDC last year. It follows years of drastic cuts to the Global Health Division at CDC by the Trump administration. In 2018, CDC was forced to reduce the numbers of countries it operated in from 49 to 10. That's how bad it is. We have crises. We have a world that's different. And this administration, instead of stepping up to the plate, runs away, listening to the clarion call of the far right, just cut, 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 no matter how it affects people. In 2018, even worse, President Trump ordered the National Security Council to scupper its entire global health security unit and asked Department of Homeland Security to do the same. We don't have epidemic teams in the National Security Council or DHS. I hope, pray to God, corona doesn't spread here. But if it does, we've been inadequately prepared because of President Trump's lack of leadership, lack of understanding science, lack of ability to listen to experts and do something about them, instead of being concerned, it seems all the time, with his own ego. The president has not even taken the simple, sensible step of designating a single official to lead response efforts. In 2014, President Obama made the smart decision to appoint Ron Klain to lead an interagency response to the outbreak. But President Trump, in contrast, has hollowed out so many agencies that one of the key figures responding to coronavirus is Ken Cuccinelli, an immigrant hardliner with no experience in public health. Unbelievable. A man totally unprepared for coronavirus, an ideologue, a right-wing, nasty ideologue who has spent his career kicking around immigrants, is now in charge of our fight with coronavirus. This is after the president cut CDC, eliminated the global health security units in Homeland Security and at the NSC. And we are in trouble. President Trump has not only failed to marshal a capable domestic response to the coronavirus, he's been slow to take action to confront the virus abroad. We all know that the best thing to do is to stop it from spreading abroad before it spreads to these United States. And, of course, the president, ego above anything else, has been afraid to criticize President Xi or the Communist Party of China for silencing dissent and obscuring the truth about the coronavirus, where it originated. When China obscures the truth, it puts Americans in danger. Where is President Trump's voice? The videos emerging from behind the Chinese Communist Party's internet wall show Chinese people pleading with the international community to expose the scope and scale of this epidemic. The response so far by the Trump administration is exactly what happens when science skeptics with alternate facts try to run emergency response that requires expertise, planning, knowledge, money, cooperation, and science-based actions. But being anti-science is not just rhetoric. It hurts us. It hurts every American in many ways. And that's what President Trump and his administration do, and our Republican colleagues just blithely go along. After months of tiptoeing around the Chinese Communist Party, after 3 years of cutting funding for our epidemic response programs, President Trump simply has left the United States unprepared to confront a possible epidemic like corona. I'll have more to say this week about what the administration must do to right the ship. And on another front, again, the frustration of how this administration has conducted itself, unprecedented. I know some of my colleagues like to say it's just like Obama. It isn't even close. And here's some more examples, unfortunately, on the trampling of the rule of law in this country. Emboldened by the refusal of Senate Republicans to hold him accountable in his impeachment trial, President Trump has been interfering with the Justice Department and retaliating against officials in his administration who dared testify truthfully before Congress. In the short week that we have spent in recess, the president has managed to plunge our country even deeper into chaos, and certainly has shown the need for having a trial and during impeachment with witnesses and documents, at getting the truth and not rubber stamping President Trump's behavior. The president continued to purge his administration, firing officials who refused to pledge allegiance to the president over their allegiance to the Constitution. The president classified Bolton's book in another blatant attempt to cover up the facts. This is what dictatorships do. Dictatorships. They say something is classified, they hide the truth. It's a disgrace. The president continued to abuse the pardon power, in one instance commuting the sentence of a notoriously corrupt former official without rhyme or reason. And maybe most egregious of all, The president, angered that the director of national intelligence had the gall to conduct a bipartisan briefing for the House Intelligence Committee on foreign interference in our elections, and he replaced him with a political lackey, a yes man, as the head of DNI, where truth is needed to be spoken probably more than in any other place in the government. And he has no experience in the intelligence community and is simply known as an acolyte to President Trump. With each of these actions, I hate to say it, but it is true, any objective person will know President Trump brings our nation closer and closer and closer to a banana republic, a government not of laws, but of one man, a government where officials are asked to swear loyalty not to our country or the Constitution, but to the president himself, a country where truth is obscured or covered up or deemed fake simply because it's not flattering to the president. It's not what he wants to hear. President Trump's decision to dismiss the DNI director of national intelligence, is particularly pernicious. Our intelligence community is an institution that's supposed to report on threats to our country with accuracy, without regard to politics, to speak truth to power, to protect us. For the president to install a yes man at the top of the intelligence community, to politicize a part of our government designed to be apolitical, to so debase the morale of the brave men and women in the CIA and the NSA, many of whom risked their lives for our safety, it's a disgrace. There are media reports that our intelligence community has found that Putin continues to engage in activities to influence the outcome of our election. That's reportedly what former DNI McGuire's team was briefing Congress about. So today, along with my Democratic colleagues on the Banking and Foreign Relations Committee, I am sending a letter to Secretary Pompeo, Secretary Mnuchin, urging them to impose new sanctions on Putin and his cronies using existing sanctions authority. They have it, they can do it. Let me repeat that. The Trump administration has broad authority to impose sanctions for meddling in our elections. It does not need new legislative tools or approval. Our message is clear. Secretary Mnuchin, impose sanctions now. No one on the Intelligence Committee, Democrat or Republican, has disputed that Russia is intending to interfere in our elections. Most say that Russia has already started to do so. So this should be an easy bipartisan effort. We're being attacked today in real time by a foreign adversary. And this is not about party politics. It's not about what Trump doesn't want to hear, that the Russians wanted him to win in 2016 and in all likelihood want to 2020. It's about the oath to swear to defend our republic, because if Americans, I don't care what their party, what their ideology, if they start believing our elections are not on the level, this democracy is in big trouble. I hope my Republican colleagues will join us. The administration could impose sanctions tomorrow, and it should. A repeat performance of 2016, another campaign of foreign influence in our elections, is perhaps the greatest threat to our democracy. The Founding Fathers thought so. James Madison, you read what he said. We demand that the Secretary of State Pompeo and the Treasury Secretary Mnuchin identify and target for sanctions all those determined to be responsible for ongoing election interference. Anything less would be an abdication of their responsibility, their sacred, their solemn responsibility to protect and defend the United States from this serious threat to our national security and the integrity of our electoral process. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maine is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today to urge passage of bipartisan, compassionate legislation that I introduced on April 2nd of last year with my colleague from Wisconsin, Senator Baldwin, to reauthorize the Lifespan Respite Care Program. Mr. President, this program provides respite services to family members who are caring for loved ones with special needs. Oftentimes, they are taking care of a spouse with Alzheimer's disease or a child with several disabilities, and it is a 24/7 job. They need a break. They need help. And that's what respite service is all about. Mr. President, this is not a new program. It has long been a bipartisan priority, and our bill is widely supported by a total of 100 leading caregiver and respite organizations across the country. The Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee reported our bill unanimously on October 31st of last year, and we have been working since then to secure its passage by the full Senate. It cleared the Republican side of the aisle on December 17th. But the bill has been stalled on the other side of the aisle due to an unknown objection by an anonymous senator, making it very difficult to resolve. If you don't know who has lodged the objection and you don't know what the concern is, it becomes impossible to resolve it. Thankfully, I'm pleased to report that the objection has now been lifted, and we are poised to pass this bill that will help our seniors caring for a spouse with Alzheimer's or another disease, as well as parents caring for children with disabilities. Mr. President, our bill would authorize $10 million annually for the Lifespan Respite Care Program over the next 5 years to assist states in establishing or enhancing statewide lifespan respite programs. Since the program's enactment 15 years ago, 37 states, plus the District of Columbia, have received grants to increase the availability and quality of respite services. Failing to reauthorize this program would put this funding in jeopardy. While respite care is the #1 service that caregivers say they need, 85% of our nation's caregivers have not received any respite services at all. Respite care has been shown to help sustain family caregiver health and well-being and avoid and delay out-of-home placement for those for whom they are caring. From families caring with children with disabilities to those caring for older adults, the need for respite care today continues to grow. Our bipartisan legislation would help the 45 million caregivers in our country who provide an estimated $470 billion in uncompensated care each year. As the senator representing the state with the oldest median age in our nation, and as chairman of the Senate Aging Committee, the well-being of our seniors and their caregivers is among my top priorities. The need for respite care continues to outpace available resources. This program is an attempt to provide a modest amount of federal grant money toward this goal. Along with Senator Baldwin, this bipartisan bill is co-sponsored by Senators Murray, Reed, and Sinema. More than 50 national stakeholders have signed a letter urging immediate passage of the bill, including the ARCH, National Respite Network and Resource Center, AARP, Easter Seals, the ARC, and the Elizabeth Dole Foundation. In addition, state-based organizations have also signed this letter representing constituents across the country. Mr. President, I would ask unanimous consent to include this letter in the record.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have shared how important it is that we pass this legislation, the Lifespan Respite Reauthorization Act of 2019, without further delay, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill. Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 283, Senate Bill 995.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 283, S995, a bill to amend Title 29 of the Public Health Service Act to reauthorize the program under such title relating to lifespan respite care.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the committee reported substitute amendment be agreed to and that the bill as amended be considered read a third time.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Mr. President, I know of no further debate on the bill as amended.
Is there further debate? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The bill as amended is passed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Morgan.
Mr. President, I'm going to propound two unanimous consent requests. The first is I ask unanimous consent that Henning Schlutz-Rennie, Nancy Kuzmal, Luis Rivera, and Nicholas Wandra be granted floor privileges for the remainder of the Congress.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're running a little bit behind, Mr. President, so I would ask unanimous consent to speak for up to 10 minutes. That reflects the amount of time we're running behind. So I ask unanimous consent to speak for up to 10 minutes.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this week the Senate is having yet another debate on legislation to restrict health care for women. And I'm going to take just a few minutes to talk about what this debate is really all about. The old Republican slogan was a chicken in every pot. The new Republican slogan is, it's a Republican in every exam room. The Senate has done remarkably little legislating under the recent control of the other party. But somehow, some way, there always seems to be time to have an attack on women's health care. It's come up again and again, and it's always the same basic proposition on offer. Republican politicians trying to somehow squeeze themselves in between women and their physicians. My view is that the government ought to make sure that women can get health care from the doctors they trust, and that politicians ought to stay out of things. Roe versus Wade says that's supposed to be the law of the land when it comes to access to abortion. More than 4 decades of settled law says that these are choices to be made by women and their doctors, and the ideological agendas of politicians ought to have nothing to do with it. The legislation up for debate this week, based on yet another far-right cause, says the opposite. Among other problems, one of the proposals on offer this week would actually criminalize the practice of intensely personal health care. It would essentially say to doctors, just throw out your training, throw it away, discard your medical judgment, forget what's in the patient's best interest. Right-wing politicians are going to call the shots in the exam room. Doctors who provide necessary medical treatment, care that can be life-saving, could be thrown in jail if they run afoul of these new ideological government standards. Now, this isn't a debate just here in the Senate. There have been hundreds of bills brought forward in states across the country restricting women's health care, including safe and legal abortion. Among the people hit hardest by these proposals are the millions of women in this country who are every single day walking an economic tightrope. If they can't see the doctor they trust, if their local Planned Parenthood clinic is forced to shutter its doors because of these harsh new rules, they may not have anywhere else to turn to for vital health care. It's another way in which the far right and the Republican agenda supporting it goes back to the days when health care was really just for the healthy and the wealthy. Bottom line, this debate is fundamentally about whether the government gets to control women's bodies. It is a dangerous, in my view, unconstitutional proposition that just throws in the garbage can decades of settled law. But this Republican majority has proved that we can always find time here in the Senate to go after women's health care with ideological bills, regardless of what other health care challenges Americans are facing at home. I guarantee that across this country right now, there are persons lined up at pharmacy counters with every last penny they've got that know that they're about to get mugged when it comes to paying for the cost of prescription medicine. Millions of Americans struggle to pay for their medications, but the majority leader of this body has blocked our best efforts to give them a hand. Instead, the Senate is debating yet another ideological attack on women's health care that really has no chance of becoming law. The likelihood is these attacks, in my view, based on what we know, are going to keep coming. It'll only get more serious in the months ahead. 4 more years of Donald Trump would mean the end of Roe versus Wade. It would guarantee more health care discrimination against women, and it would mean a whole lot more government control over women's bodies, and again, we would see the government in the exam room. I urge my colleagues to reject these proposals when they come up, and I yield the floor.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Robert Anthony Malloy of the Virgin Islands to be judge for the District Court of the Virgin Islands, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Robert Anthony Malloy of the Virgin Islands to be judge for the District Court of the Virgin Islands shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman.
Oh, sure, yeah, we're on that letter.
All right, as you guys can see, Fox changed their source, so we are no longer on the House floor, but sitting here with a Warren event, which will be starting here shortly. And as you heard, music is playing in the background, so we're not going to have audio until this event starts. I also see there's a Pete Buttigieg rally that is supposed to be taking place also here in a few minutes. So whichever one takes off first, we will bring to you here on News Now. And as I mentioned, audio will resume as soon as one of those two candidates steps up to their podiums. All right, so here's a look at those two events again. On the left-hand side is Elizabeth Warren's. On the right-hand side is Pete Buttigieg's, and it does look like Warren does have someone speaking. So we are going to listen in right here on News Now.
My name is Kim Nelson. I'm running for Congress in the upstate. Even though the Greenville area is my home, I lived in Charleston for about 5 years. And they were big 5 years for me. I bought my first house here. I started my family here. And so to me, Charleston has always represented love and hope. I can't help but bring those values into my work as a public health professional, as part of a team that fights to end child homelessness in Greenville County. And I can't help but bring those values to my campaign too. And you know who else centers their campaign on hope and love? It's Elizabeth Warren. She understands that the systems that enable something like child homelessness to exist are the same ones that need big structural changes. And that's why I am proud to be in the city that has meant so much to me over the years, endorsing her for president. And I hope you will join me in voting for her on February 29th in the South Carolina Democratic presidential primary. Let's dream big and fight hard, y'all. And so with that, I would like to turn it over to the principal of Black to the Future Action Fund, Alicia Garza.
Hello, Charleston. It is an actual honor to be here with y'all today. First, because, of course, we are here to make sure that Elizabeth Warren gets elected as our next nominee to be President of the United States. Let's make sure she wins that nomination. Are you with me? In order to get her there, we got to make sure that she wins this state. Are you ready to work with me? Now, I know y'all have already been working, so I want to say, turn it up a little bit. Because, you know, I can't help but get angry every single time I hear that a woman is not electable. I can't help but get angry every single time I hear people say, but what about this? She has 7,000 plans. Like, how much more capable could someone be? But the reason that I'm standing side by side with Senator Warren is because she gets it. I can tell you, she's been calling my phone since before she announced that she was running. And the first time she called me, she said, "Ms. Garza, this is Senator Warren," and I went, "Yeah." And she asked me a very important question. She said, "You know, the way I understand things in this country, we have to change the rules in order for all of us to get ahead. And I think that happens in the economy. But I also know that because of who some of us are, whether it be woman, transgender, immigrant, black, that some of us have extra barriers. And so I need you to help me think through this. How do I better understand how to bring those things together? Changing the economy for everyone, making sure that all of us have a fair shot, ensuring that the policies we create are policies that are as robust as our lives. I don't know about you, but I need somebody to get it when I say that I'm making 68 cents less. 68 cents to the dollar that the guy next to me is making. I need somebody who understands that as a black woman, I care about more than criminal justice reform. I also care about black maternal health. I'm trying to have a baby soon, and I want to make sure I make it through that. And I need a leader who can make sure that I have the health care I need so that I can become a parent one day. I need a leader who understands that black women in the South have less access to health care because some of our decision makers are blocking money to expand our ability to access care. Senator Warren understands that. Not only does she understand how race and gender shapes the rules, but she also has a plan to work with us to remake the rules. And that's the kind of leader that I want. Are you with me? And let me tell you, it's not going to be easy, and she cannot do it by herself. It is not going to be enough for us to cast our votes on leap year and then to walk away and say, well, good luck. It doesn't work that way. If we do our jobs right, we are going to get her nominated to be the Democratic nominee. Then we are going to get her elected as the first, and I mean the first, woman to lead this country in its history. And after all that work, we will remember that that will have just been the starting place, because our actual job is to lead with her. It is not to watch her lead. It is not to cheer her on as she leads. It is to be a part of leading this country back to where it needs to go. I don't know about you, but I'm ready for Warren. I'm ready. I've been dreaming big for a long time. Some of y'all know my dreams. But I've been fighting hard for even longer. And I'm excited to be in this fight with you, and I'm excited to be in this fight next to the senator. So, let me bring up two of my friends. I'd like to pass it over to my friend, State Representative Wendy Browley, who was one of Senator Warren's first endorsements, and my friend, City Council Member Tamika Isaac Devine, who is one of our newest endorsers to the campaign. Isn't she a firehouse? Good afternoon. Are you guys ready for Warren? Well, it is an honor to be here with you guys today. I am Tamika Isaac Devine, at-large member of Columbia City Council. I have been serving the great city of Columbia for 18 years now. And when I was elected, I was the first and only African American female to ever be elected to Columbia City Council. And so I feel a kindred spirit with our next speaker. She was the first woman of color at all, African American or any woman of color, to serve on the Boston City Council. She served on Boston City Council for 10 years and then was elected to be the representative, to represent the 7th Congressional District in Massachusetts. And we all remember that 2018 election. That 2018 election where people came out in droves and they voted for change. And the change that they had was this amazing, dynamic woman who is one of the national co-chairs for the Elizabeth Warren campaign. And so I'm going to let my good friend Wendy Brawley come up and finish this introduction, and we'll all welcome our next guest. Well, hello. 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 I think we may have a few Warren fans in the house. Am I right about it? My name is Wendy Brawley. I serve House District 7.
All right, guys, I do see Pete Buttigieg is stepping out here, so we're going to go to his event since he is going to be the candidate who's first up to the podium. So, again, Pete Buttigieg down in South Carolina.
Thank you so much for joining. Thank you to Jay Moore for your support, for your leadership, for what you are doing in the state legislature. I'll say a little more about this later, but we must not, this presidential election, get caught treating the presidency like it's the only office that matters. It really matters what's going on in that state capitol, and you have turned tragedy into action, and in so many ways are standing up for what's right, and we admire and support that work that you're doing. Thank you so much to Walter Clyburn Reed and our fantastic team. I know I'm biased, but if you've interacted with our team, I hope you will agree that they are the most talented, kind, wonderful, energetic team in politics today, and we're so proud of that. I want to thank everybody for joining us here for a conversation that I hope will be long on dialogue, so I will try to keep my monologue short, but I want to make sure I share some things that are on my mind as we approach the voting on Saturday and then move on into Super Tuesday. Now, I'll begin the way I always do, which is asking voters to picture in your mind, in your own way and as specifically as you can, what it's going to feel like on a day that is in our future, our near future, if we get this right. And that's what it'll be like the first time that the sun comes up over the low country and Donald Trump is no longer the president of the United States. Let that image sink in. I mean, it would be nice to put the chaos behind us, right? To put the tweets behind us. And I'm finding that's not even a partisan statement anymore. Not only my fellow diehard Democrats want that to happen, but an awful lot of independents and some Republicans, I like to call them future former Republicans, who we are welcoming into this movement because that's part of what it will take in order to ensure that we not only win, but we win big enough to send Trumpism into the history books along with this presidency. And so everything depends on getting this right. It depends on activating those who may have come to feel exhausted or depressed or discouraged, especially by watching this impeachment trial play out in Mitch McConnell's Senate. And the good news is it's an election year, and anyone who can vote this time around has the power in our hands. The Senate might have been the jury then, but the verdict is up to us now, and it's going to fall to us to have the final say on this president and on the senators who protected him, from Lindsey Graham on through. This is our chance to do something about it. And so that's what I'm here to talk about. And I'm here to ask for your vote to help make that possible. Now, I've found that running for president is an exercise in hope and also in humility. And I know that humility may not be the first thing to leap to mind when you see somebody under the age of 40 asking you to support him for the highest office in the land. I understand that. But campaigning is about humbling yourself, going into backyards and diners and churches and asking people for their vote. At least campaigning at its best ought to be that. And I know that it is especially humbling to be asking for the trust of African American voters. Because when we are talking about that vote, we're not just talking about an expression of preference. We're talking about a vote that was hard won through blood and sweat, literally, and within living memory. We are talking about a vote that is being suppressed even as we speak, in ways from racial voter suppression in purges of the rolls to the closing of voting centers. We are asking for something that was redeemed in one of the most important movements of American history and yet has not been made equal. And we are asking it of voters who have so much at stake and whose votes have been taken for granted far too many times. And I recognize the burden of that history too, and the responsibility when asking for your vote to make sure that it is in the name of a future that we can actually deliver. In other words, I know that when I ask for your vote, I am asking you to trust your life and your family's future to me. And it reminds me of the experience of asking for the votes of those in my own hometown a decade ago when I was running for mayor. As you might imagine, just as skeptical or more skeptical as voters would be today as I seek the presidency. In a community that had been brought to the brink of ruin by Wall Street corruption, by the inaction of Washington, to the point that we were actually described as a dying city in the national media. And again, the consequences of this economic destruction that had happened in our city were especially harsh for black residents. And I remember in that process of asking voters to take a huge risk on me, going to our fastest growing church, our fastest growing black church on the south side of South Bend. And after I'd shown up a couple of times to introduce myself, to get to know voters, the pastor pulled me aside and said, I like you, I'm glad that you're here, but everybody knows how to come to my church before an election. I want to see what you do next. And the reason that I'm so proud to have Pastor Taylor saying nice things about me now is that we partnered, not just showing up again and again afterwards, but actually getting things done, teaming up to deliver affordable housing and solutions for his congregants and for the neighborhood where that church stood. And in the years that I served as mayor, we were able to lift up that city that had been called dying, and in particular to do it with attention to equity. We were able to cut black unemployment dramatically, faster than what happened around the country. We were able to cut poverty for minority residents faster than what was going on around the country. We were nationally recognized for our race-informed work. We were able to invest in supporting small businesses on corridors in predominantly African American and Latino neighborhoods. We were able to deliver family leave. After seeing it talked about in the national context, we finally delivered it for our own employees. We raised the minimum wage north of $10 and set ourselves on the path to $15. And we took action to ban the box, knowing that the contributions to our community of so many who were formerly incarcerated would make a huge difference, and indeed they did. Now, I could talk about all of the things that we did together that we were proud of, but being mayor, too, is an exercise, not only in hope, but in humility. And we were humbled, and I was humbled, again and again, by the challenge and by the intractability of some of the issues that we faced, knowing that we have so much more work to do to confront the impact of institutional racism on our economy, on the experience of policing, on health, and things like exposure to lead poisoning in our community, knowing that we had to do more, and seeing all of the ways in which we've got such a long way to go, from the makeup of a police department to the disparities in arrests to a gap in wealth for black and brown families in our city. And like our country, we recognize that no one can do it alone. I think still the biggest lie that this president ever told was on the day he was sworn in when he said, "I alone can fix it." If there's one thing that you learn, certainly in public service, it's that no one this side of paradise can fix anything alone. We have to do it together. And that will be my focus, as it has been in this campaign. Another thing that has been humbling is the knowledge of the lived experience that I don't have. I do not have the experience of going in for treatment in an emergency room as so many black women do, and having my description of being in pain less likely to be taken seriously just because of my race. That experience is playing out in hospitals and doctors' offices across the country, and as a consequence, black women are 3 times as likely to lose their lives during complications related to childbirth. I do not have the experience of having to sit down with a teenage son and have the talk about what to do if you get pulled over, or the experience of my hands tightening on the wheel when I see red and blue lights, fearing for my life, rather than just wondering how much the ticket is going to be. I do not have the everyday experience of walking down the street or through a shopping mall and feeling eyes on me, judging me to be dangerous for no other reason than the color of my skin. I do not have that lived experience, and I recognize that I don't. And so the next best thing that I can offer, the thing that I am determined to do, is to listen to those who have, to show up, to seek to understand, and to ensure that those voices are elevated in our campaign and will be elevated in our administration. I'm proud that our campaign is more than 40% people of color, shaping the way we do things, not only our policy agenda. I'm thankful that our outreach and our policy work is shaped by leaders from across the board, leaders from my own hometown, like Ms. Gladys Mohammed, who is one of the most remarkable figures that South Bend has produced. Shaped by leaders from South Carolina, like Representative J.A. Moore. Shaped by national leaders, like our campaign co-chairs, Congressman Anthony Brown of Maryland and Lamell McMorris, a leader in business and civil rights. Because they are not only people who have a lived experience that they can contribute to this campaign, they are also truth tellers. And one of the most important things that a candidate and a president must do is surround themselves with people who will not only help them to understand, but be willing to say when you're not seeing something. That truth-telling might be the most dangerous thing we are missing right now in the White House. And so I am determined to make sure that that truth-telling is always around me as a candidate and as a future president. What I can personally commit is that racial justice will never be a second-tier issue in my campaign or in my presidency, that I will always show up, that I will always listen, and that these voices will be elevated and empowered in my White House. I know that I am addressing communities that, in spite of everything, have kept faith in the future. And this is our shot, that day that the sun comes up, to reward that faith. But, of course, all of this is just academic unless we actually win. So much depends for so many lives on making sure that we, in fact, win the White House and defeat this president. And we are at a fork in the road right now. So much depends on South Carolina and the states that will vote just a few days later. Because we can go one way or another. And let's be very clear. I respect Senator Sanders. I share many of the ideals that he speaks about. But I believe the only way to actually achieve our goals, to win, yes, also to govern, is by calling as many people as we can into this movement, not by calling people names online when they disagree with us. That we have to offer coverage, yes, and also freedom in healthcare, rather than telling people they need to accept our plan whether they like it or not. I believe that in order to win and in order to govern in a country that has been torn apart by the effect of broken promises, that we must ensure that the promises we are making are promises that can be kept. That's why I'm committing to be that candidate, to speak to fellow diehard Democrats, to independents, and to those future former Republicans. Somebody who is determined to make sure that our candidacy is good not only for the future of the White House, but for everybody else on the ticket. Because we have got to make sure that we keep that majority in the United States House of Representatives. We have got to make sure that we do well in the Senate so that we can have judges on the bench who actually reflect American values, whose understanding of freedom includes the freedom of women to control their own bodies, and whose understanding of democracy includes a democracy in which voter suppression can never happen again. And it is imperative that we have a nominee at the top of the ticket who can bring enough people with him that we send Mitch McConnell into retirement and bring back the Senate. So, I am seeking to be the nominee who can defeat this president on his own terms and bring a lot of people along with us as we go. And I'm not afraid to go toe-to-toe with this president. Now, don't you think it would be a good idea for a president who pretends to talk about the forgotten people to be held to account by the one person you're going to see on the debate stage tomorrow night who's not a millionaire and who actually lives in an industrial Midwestern city? Wouldn't you like to see a president who likes to wrap himself in faith? I mean, this president, right? Cloaking himself in the language of religion. Held to account by somebody who is ready to call out to fellow believers with the message that God does not belong to a political party in the United States of America. Don't you think a president who likes to beat his chest and talk tough and throw himself military parades ought to be held to account by somebody who actually wore the uniform of this country, can explain why traumatic brain injury is more serious than bone spurs? This is the campaign that will beat this president. But we don't just have a majority that wants a better president. We have an even bigger majority that can agree on what we're for. That's the moment that is at hand. That's the extraordinary fact about this moment that we are living in right now. There is an American majority right now that stands with people like the fast food workers we were marching with earlier today, stands on the idea that in this country we ought to raise wages and empower workers so that one job is enough no matter where it is you work. We're already a country that believes that we should make sure there is no such thing as an uninsured American, and that we deliver health care to everybody, and that when we're doing it, we're paying attention not only to physical health, but to mental health and substance use too, because so many lives are on the line. Making sure that we honor our troops, not just by saying we support our troops on a bumper sticker, but by seeing to it that they are never sent into a conflict that can be avoided and bringing an end to endless war. There's an American majority for that right now. There is an American majority that has seen the heartbreak of communities across the country, including the loss of the Mother Emanuel 9 in South Carolina, the loss of Walter Scott in police violence, the losses that play out every single day, often without grabbing headlines in our communities, including in my own hometown, and know that the time has come to act on gun violence and refuse to allow the Second Amendment to be twisted into an excuse to do nothing at all to save lives when we know the steps that we can take. That is an American priority, not just a Democratic. We know that when it comes to the future of our climate, we have got to take action now. We have seen the vulnerability of the low country to sea level rise, and we have seen that African American and Latino and Native families are among the first to suffer the pain, as happened in the west side of my own city, when the image that I always think of when I hear climate change is not a glacier in the Arctic somewhere. It's the look in the eyes of the mother on Frederickson Street who looked at me the night of our first of two once-in-a-millennium floods, supposedly once in a millennium, and gestured toward her 4 children as their possessions were floating by on the lower level of their house and said, "What am I supposed to do with my children? The first day of school is tomorrow." That's what's at stake in acting on climate change. And we already have an American majority insisting that we come together, do something about it, and lead the world in confronting that global security threat before it's too late. This is an American priority. We already have an American majority that is disturbed by the disinvestment from the corridor of shame to some of our biggest cities in public education, ready to support our educators, tired of seeing teachers expected to dip into their own pockets just to furnish their classrooms, and insisting that the next Secretary of Education be one who actually believes in public education. How about that? And there is a powerful American majority ready to mobilize to see to it that this becomes a country where your race has no bearing on your health or on your wealth or on your experience with law enforcement in the United States of America. We've got to act on that right now. And the Frederick Douglass plan we've put forward is the most comprehensive vision yet offered by a presidential candidate on how to do it. And it starts with recognizing that you can't just wipe out a racist policy and replace it with a neutral one and expect things to get better on their own. It's not going to work that way. That's why we need to proactively act on economic empowerment, invest in black-owned businesses, support higher wages and unionization for those who may not be out to start a small business but deserve economic empowerment like everybody else. That's why we've got to triple the number of black entrepreneurs in this country and build up the black middle class using the purchasing power of the federal government, which can do so much of a better job in investing in businesses and purchasing from businesses owned by those who have been systematically excluded. That's why we've got to pay attention to housing and recognize that there is a crisis right now so long as black home ownership is at a lower level than it's been any time since the Fair Housing Act was passed. Seeing families that have been redlined into neighborhoods now standing to be gentrified right back out of them the moment they become desirable. That is why we need a 21st Century Homestead Act to ensure that black families and those who have been excluded can invest and grow their home ownership with federal support, because that's where most of the wealth gap lies. It's why we have to proactively make education available to everybody who has been excluded. We already know that black youth will be more likely to succeed if they have teachers who look like them, and yet teachers are horribly underrepresented. That is why we need to use Title II funding to make sure we diversify the teaching profession, and use Title I funding, which I propose we triple, to make sure more, not less, spending per pupil happens in those areas with the greatest need. This, too, is a question of racial justice, whether we're talking about making early child care and education affordable, whether we're talking about finally truly investing in our system and supporting teachers, K through 12, or investing in the historically black colleges and universities that are preparing that next generation of black entrepreneurs and lawyers and leaders and doctors. That's why we need to act proactively on health care and recognize that those disparities we were talking about aren't going to go away on their own. It's why the Office of Health Equity and Justice needs to have teeth, and why we need to invest in local public health authorities too, with federal dollars, with local plans, health equity zones. Not all of the answers have to come from Washington, but more of the money should, and that's how it's going to work in my administration. These health equity concerns won't go away on their own. It's why we need to act to make sure our criminal legal system actually deserves the name of being a justice system, because it has not served up justice for far too many Americans. Whether we are talking about the racial disparities in the war on drugs, or the simple fact that we are the most incarcerated country in the world. If incarceration made a country safer, we would be the safest country on earth. It's clearly not had that effect, but it's had a very real effect on destroying lives, disproportionately black and brown lives. It's why I am insisting that we cut the rate of incarceration in this country by half, starting with federal leadership, use of the clemency power, an end to the kind of sentencing guidelines that have built that up, and insisting that there be a backward look at all of the harm that's been done by the war on drugs, complete with expungements, so that we can allow people to get their lives on track. We also have to recognize that worse decisions will be made in government so long as some voices are excluded. And the exclusion of minority voices at the ballot box has become a pattern far too powerful to ignore. This is not going to go away without federal leadership. And whether it's oppressive voter ID laws, whether it's the closing of polling places in predominantly minority neighborhoods, whether it's the simple fact that Election Day is a work day for the very people most likely to be working multiple jobs. We need a 21st Century Voting Rights Act to see to it that we can't have this kind of voter suppression continue. And above all, we need to build a sense of belonging for the future of this country. Right now, the American experience is one of exclusion. And this president and this administration are compounding it day after day after day. Now is the time for us to insist in our policies, yes, but also in the tone of those who speak for this country, and especially that of the White House, that everyone has a place to belong here. From a dreamer lying awake at night, wondering if this country, that is the only one that she knows, really has a place for her, to the 14-year-old from Indiana who I met at an incubator in Los Angeles, creating opportunities in technology for the next generation of black and Latino entrepreneurs, but who is dealing with racial taunting at his school right now, to the 9-year-old kid I met just the other day in Colorado.
All right, as you can see, it looks like that station decided to power down. We do have Elizabeth Warren live, so we're going to go to her event right here on News Now.
Grants to make that real, and we can level the playing field, put $50 billion into our historically black colleges and universities. Just one more that I want to mention. One that would help close the black-white wealth gap by more than 20 points. And that is, we can cancel student loan debt for 43 million Americans. But I want to say a word about what every one of these proposals means. Just focus on childcare for a minute. Just think about what it means to invest in every baby so that they're getting first-rate educational opportunities. They're in first-rate places from the very beginning. And think what it means to every mama who can finish her education. Think what it means to every mama and every daddy who then say, I can take a job, I can do shift work, knowing that childcare is available for me. And here's the deal. Even if you don't have children, even if you don't have grandchildren, even if you don't like children, to be an America of a bright future, we need to make this investment. Because understand this, we have lived for 40 years now in an America of trickle-down economics, and it has miserably failed us as a people. Trickle-down economics has widened the divisions in our country, and while it has helped the rich get richer, it has left everyone else behind. We've got a chance to turn that around, and this is the part I want you to see. We turn it around in part by investing in our babies. We turn it around in part by letting their mamas and their daddies get good jobs, because you know what happens then? They invest in the local community. They've got money to spend at local stores. They've got money to spend on local services. They got money to spend to save up to buy a car, money to spend to save up to buy a house. That's what it means to grow an economy that works not just for a thin slice at the top, but to grow an economy that works for everyone. That's the America we can build together. And understand this, that economy is not just about dollars. That economy is about power. That economy is about respect. That economy is about lifting every voice in this country. That's who we want to be as Americans. So I want to say to all of you how grateful I am that you're here. I know that this is a hard time in America. We've had 3 years of Donald Trump now, and we can boo, but understand this. There are a lot of folks in this country that are afraid. A lot of folks who are deeply, deeply worried. Folks who are afraid for their families, afraid for their friends and neighbors. Folks who are afraid right now for children locked in cages down at our borders, and afraid for children on lockdown in our public schools. Afraid for women, afraid for people of color, afraid for LGBTQ people, all of whose rights are up for grabs in this United States Supreme Court. Afraid for our nation, and afraid for our planet. And understand this, the reason for this fear, it's true, it's real. The risk is real. Our democracy hangs in the balance in this election. And we have a decision to make at this moment when so much is on the line. Do we back up? Do we get timid? Do we lower our voices? Or do we fight back? Me, I'm fighting back. I'm fighting back. I'm fighting back. Fighting back is an act of patriotism. We built this nation fighting back against a king. We saved this union fighting back against the scourge of slavery. We rebuilt this economy after a Great Depression, fighting back against those economic forces. We saved our democracy fighting back against the rise of fascism. Americans are at our best when we see a problem, call it out, and fight back. Yeah, you bet. Because I am here with fighters. I am here because I am a fighter. And I want you to understand this. I fight because I believe in you. I believe in you. And I believe in the America that we can build together. An America where every person has value. An America where every child is worth investing in. An America where democracy, the most important thing is not money, but people. That's the America I believe in. I believe in that America. I can see that America. And if you believe that that America is possible, if you believe that that America is worth fighting for, then I'm asking you, vote for me, but more. Get in this fight. Get in this fight. Get in this fight. 2020 is our moment in history. This is the moment we have been called to. We haven't been asked if we're ready. We haven't been asked, do we want to? No, this is the moment we have been called to. The moment when we choose hope over fear. The moment when we choose courage over cynicism. The moment when we dream big and fight hard. That's
All right, guys, just want to say thanks so much for being here with us on News Now and taking a look around. We did just have an event happen at our very own Pentagon Defense Secretary Mark Esper did welcome South Korean counterpart. So we are going to listen into what they had to say together here on News Now. And it does look like somehow we got another Pete Buttigieg shot back up, but I'm going to do a little research real quick, make sure this is a live event and not someone's recording that they're sending back to their news station. So just give me 2 minutes to get things organized here together. All right, because we like to bring you live events, we are going to go out to Pete Buttigieg, who is out campaigning. Obviously, South Carolina is going to be the focus for a lot of these Democratic candidates, as the primary is going to be happening this Saturday. So, again, Pete Buttigieg in South Carolina.
But Washington has failed to deliver. This is not some radical left agenda. Most Americans think we should do this. Right now, most Republicans think that taxes are going to have to go up on the wealthiest and the corporations have to be kept under control. But that circles back to that basic question of our democracy, and whether we're looking at the gerrymandering that's going on or the racial voter suppression that is disadvantaging, in particular, low and middle income Americans. We've got to fix the system and not just who's in charge. And it all begins with winning. It all begins with making sure that we defeat this president. So, thanks for speaking to that.
Mr. Mayor, this is the last question.
Right. Yes. How you doing?
My name is Regina Duggan, and I am an educator here in Charleston. And being that South Carolina is number 42 out of the 50 states in education, I wanted to know, how do you plan to bring equity in public school education?
First of all, thank you for being an educator. That is public service, too, and it's very important. And as somebody who's married to a teacher, I feel like I get an education about education every time I come home from work. And what I've seen is the expectations of those who are given so little to work with. Everything from the cuts to paraprofessionals and support staff that are so important to education, to the fact that teachers are now being asked not only to dip into their own pockets and pay for school supplies, but some politicians expect them to expect school staff to magically turn into highly trained armed guards when there's a threat to the school, rather than just being for common sense gun law. These are the things that need to change, and a lot of it just comes down to funding. We have got to be ready to pay our educators what they are worth and what they are contributing. So, for example, when I talk about tripling Title I funding, that's about making sure we have federal dollars, part of which can go into the pay for our educators, and part of it's going into the basics, the infrastructure of our schools. You know, in most countries, when there's an area where kids are more in need, where there's higher poverty or more struggles that kids face, that would be an area that gets more funding per pupil. Ours is one of the places where it's actually less because of the way the schools are funded. The federal government could play a role in helping to smooth that out, and that's part of what Title I is for, but only if we're putting the dollars into it. And yes, we can afford it as a country, if we're willing to make sure we're raising revenue from those who are doing best. And by the way, nobody benefits more financially from a good education system in this country than employers, than business, because we're educating the next generation of workers, but we're also educating the next generation of citizens and neighbors and parents and voters. And that's why it's so important to recognize that things like arts and humanities and civic education are not luxuries, they are a necessity, and we've got to be ready to fund that too. So thanks for what you're doing, and we will support you. Thank you. All right. Yeah.
I'm Samaya Pinckney. I'm 17 years old. I am a senior at Brigham Middle College. My question was, how do you plan on ensuring for the veterans
Yes. In terms of health care for veterans? Well, this is important to me, of course, as a veteran. And it begins with the understanding that this is not about doing anybody a favor. This is about keeping a promise. Veterans put up their right hand, and they promise to give everything they have, potentially, to the country. It's writing a blank check to the United States of America, putting your life on the line. And that promise works both ways. The other side of that promise is America promises to take care of those who served us in uniform. But we're not keeping that promise enough, especially when it comes to health care. One of the problems is information isn't being communicated just within the government. So when I was in the Navy, especially when I was on active duty for the mobilization, I had this incredibly thick, rich medical record full of everything that every flu shot I'd ever got, everything you can imagine. But the systems don't talk to each other when you go over to the VA side of things. And the best way to fix that is to make sure that the person in charge of coordinating between those two different departments, the active military and then the veterans, I want that person sitting in the White House, because that's how you know they're going to get their calls returned. So we're going to elevate that position. We've also got to recognize that veterans have a lot of needs when they come off active duty or when they retire from the military, and our communities ought to be able to support them. It's not just the benefits that you get through the government. It's making sure we support the ability to just feel a sense of belonging, because it's such a shock to the system sometimes when you're used to being in a military unit, and you get that sense of community, and you get that sense of identity, and you get that sense of purpose, and then you switch into a completely different world. And so we need to make sure that we're helping people navigate the communities that they are coming into on everything from how to find a good doctor for your kid to how to translate your skills into getting a job. And we should fund those efforts that do it. And the other thing that I think is really important is to support military families, because there are the veterans who raised their hand and made that promise. And when they did that, their families make that promise with them, even if you weren't included in the decision. You too are giving to the country when you love somebody who serves. And that's why we need to do a better job of funding housing and schools, which, by the way, is part of what could lose funding for this president's wall that's never going to get built. And it's why we need to make sure that we are holding accountable those private contractors that are building some of these this housing on base, some of which isn't any good, isn't even up to the basic level that we should insist on. For those who serve. We take these steps, and this starts to become a country that really is keeping that promise that it makes between those who put on the uniform and those who are protected by those who do. All right. I'm getting the high sign that our time is up, but I'm thankful again for the time to spend with you. I know that folks in South Carolina who have this kind of influence, who have this kind of power, what's that? Well, I can't interrupt Miss Gladys, so she has something to say.
I don't know if I need the microphone or not, but Pete is a young, white, straight, no, the only one.
Not straight. Sorry.
Black, straight woman.
Here we go.
I support Pete Buttigieg. And I'm going to tell you because I'm from South Bend, and I've been working in the community for 40 years. I have the experience, credentials, and everything else that represents South Bend, Indiana. The media keeps putting out that the black folks in South Bend do not support Pete. The black people in South Bend do support Pete. We support Pete. We have a few disgruntled people who lost an election and are still stuck back in time. And the whole country is looking at the Carolinas, South Carolina and North Carolina, to see what they're going to do. We need you to support Pete. He has the academics and the intellectual, and he speaks the King's English. But he also understands purpose. He understands commitment. He has compassion. And that's what you need. He has a plan. He has an action plan. None of the rest of the contestants or whatever you want to call them, they don't have a plan. He has a plan, the Douglas plan, that if we get behind and we support him, we can change this country. And I guarantee you that Pete will never, never put a child in a cage because their parents came to this country to be an American, to get a fresh start. He will never, ever do that. And this is America. And we all need to change America back where it used to be. Land of the free and the brave.
I think we ought to let Ms. Gladys have the last word. Thanks so much. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Thanks so much for joining us. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming.
All right, everybody, good evening. Thank you so much for watching Fox News Now. Pilar Arias here with you. I hope your Monday, your week has been going well so far, kicking things off, starting things off. I hope you had an even better weekend. Feel free to let me know if you did anything fun on the YouTube chat. Meanwhile, here in just a few moments, I'm going to play for you an event that just wrapped up not too long ago. I'm going to make sure I tell you exactly what it's about before I start playing it. It is we had a Pentagon news conference. Wonder if they're going to be talking about coronavirus or anything else of the like. We're going to listen in right now on Fox News Now.
Start of the Korean War. Then, as now, the United States stands fully committed to the defense of the Republic of Korea. Forged through years of combat and shared sacrifice, our alliance is ironclad and remains the linchpin of security, stability, and prosperity on the Korean Peninsula and in the larger Indo-Pacific region. Our shared values, interests, and commitment to the rules-based international order form the foundation of an alliance that is as vital today as it was in the 1950s. The U.S.-ROC alliance is strong, and we appreciate South Korea's contributions to our collective security. Together, we are committed to maintaining our robust combined defense posture, especially in light of the unprecedented threats we face today, including those that extend beyond the Korean Peninsula. However, shouldering the cost of our common defense cannot fall disproportionately to the American taxpayer. As such, we must find a more sustainable and equitable means of sharing the costs of our combined defense with the Republic of Korea. As a global economic powerhouse and an equal partner in the preservation of peace on the peninsula, South Korea can and should contribute more to its defense. Furthermore, the current Special Measures Agreement captures only a portion of the overall cost associated with the United States' defense of South Korea. The United States believes it should cover more. While much work needs to be done to bridge the gap between our two sides on the 11th SMA, we had a productive and candid discussion on this topic today. The United States remains fully committed to reaching a mutually beneficial and equitable agreement that will strengthen the alliance and our combined defense long into the future. Increased burden sharing is a top priority for the United States across our alliances. We consistently urge NATO allies to contribute more to our shared defense, and we ask the same of South Korea and other partners. Turning to other topics of mutual interest, we reaffirmed our commitment to maintain a robust defense posture and strengthen our coordination toward our common objective of the complete denuclearization of North Korea in a final, fully verified manner. In this regard, we stand firm in our enforcement of the United Nations Security Council resolutions. The minister and I also discussed the importance of cooperation among the United States, the Republic of Korea, and Japan based on our common security interests. We reaffirmed our commitment to continue this trilateral defense cooperation, to include high-level policy consultations exercises, and information sharing. Additionally, we continue to review progress toward meeting all conditions for the eventual transition of operational control to a ROC commander. Finally, we're working to strengthen our collaboration in the space and cyber domains to ensure an effective joint response against hybrid and emerging threats. In short, our mutual defense cooperation remains robust, and we continue to enhance these efforts in a number of important areas, including peacekeeping operations, humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, counter-piracy operations, and other regional security cooperation activities. I was encouraged by today's discussion, and I look forward, Minister Jung, to continuing our work together. Thank you.
I would first like to begin by thanking Secretary Esper and his team for their welcome for myself and my delegation. Before coming to the Pentagon today, I visited the Korean War Memorial with Secretary Esper and expressed deep respect towards the countless warriors that have fought together for freedom and peace. This visit to the memorial is especially meaningful in the sense that the Secretary and I came together on the need for close cooperation in all areas to prevent another awful tragedy on the Korean Peninsula in the year of the 70th anniversary of the Korean War. Once again, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Secretary Esper. In the subsequent meeting, Secretary Esper and I had a candid discussion with regards to the current issues of our alliance and the future direction of the ROK-US alliance. First, we have reaffirmed that the ironclad ROK-US alliance, as well as a secure military readiness posture and combined defense posture, continue to be robust. Some have raised concerns about a weakened combined defense posture in light of the modified combined exercise and training implemented to support diplomatic efforts of denuclearization talks with the North. However, as key individuals from the Department of Defense has testified in Congress, the ROK-US forces have conducted a similar number and frequency of exercise and training since the modification were made to the exercise and training events. As a result, the ROK-US forces have demonstrated timely response to the 13 launches of 25 missiles by North Korea last year. At the same time, the ROK and US are closely sharing information about all activities, including the nuclear and missile-related from North Korea, keeping a close eye on its activities even this very moment. Going forward, the combined exercise and training will continue in a modified manner to maintain the combined defense posture, guarantee the environment for transition of wartime operational control, and sustain the steadfast ROK-US alliance. Furthermore, the Secretary and I have assessed that the comprehensive military agreement implemented for 17 months since September 2018 has contributed to the alleviation of inter-Korean military tension and trust building, as well as reaffirming that we will continue to collaborate in the process of its implementation. With regards to the transition of wartime Afghan, we have reviewed the progress since the 51st Security Consultative meeting last year and agreed to undertake close cooperation to develop strategic development needed for final operating capability certification and assessment, special permanent military committee plans for nuclear and WMD response risk capabilities that comprise a condition of Afghan transition and certification and assessment plans for the FOC itself. Afghan transition begin being pursued in a systematic and active manner based not on timing but on conditions. Certification of each condition will be assessed by the ROK and US jointly in a transparent and credible manner. Even after the transition, the alliance guiding principles agreed upon at the 50th SCM will securely maintain the current combined defense posture, and the alliance and its posture will only strengthen as a result of continued presence of the USFK and guaranteed role of the United Nations Command. With regards to the FSMA negotiation, the Secretary and I have agreed that there must be an agreement soon at a reasonable and a fair level in a military win-win direction, mutually win-win direction, and the ROK and US will work together for these goals. At the same time, I would also like to say that the ROK government government is contributing in various forms, both directly and indirectly, besides the SMA, to the stable presence for USFK. To realize peace through strength and guarantee the environment for Afghan transition, the ROK government has set the 2020 defense budget at approximately $43 billion. This will not only allow us to achieve critical military capabilities and nuclear and WMD threat response capabilities early, but also improve the standard of the alliance combined defense posture and contribute to our shared values and principles around the world. Furthermore, Secretary Esper and I have exchanged our opinion on the regional politics of the Middle East and measures of bilateral collaboration, and reaffirmed our commitment to maintain freedom of navigation based on a rule-based international order. This year marks the 70th year since the beginning of the Korean War. 70 years ago, countless young Americans have come in a heartbeat to the defense of a land not known, the Republic of Korea. Their noble sacrifice and dedication allowed the ROK to grow into what it is today, and for their I deeply thank the Korean War veterans and their families, as well as the U.S. government, to make sure that the great sacrifice of the ROK and U.S. warriors 70 years ago do not go in vain. We have committed ourselves to continue developing the alliance in a mutually complementary and future-oriented direction. Thank you very much.
Caitlin Kenny with Stars and Stripes. My first question to Secretary Esper, is the U.S. and South Korea considering canceling any upcoming joint command post exercises or other joint training because of coronavirus concerns? And to the Defense Minister, on the Special Measures Agreement, what does South Korea want Americans to understand about how you currently contribute to U.S. forces in South Korea, and what do you hope to agree on with the new agreement?
I will speak first on your question, and I think the minister wants to add something as well. General Abrams and General Park are looking at scaling back the command post training due to concerns about the coronavirus. Mr. Minister, do you want to elaborate more?
As you are well aware, currently with respect to the joint exercise, and we are planning scheduled, and we have been progressed as scheduled. As you are well aware, due to the coronavirus in Korea, the situation is quite serious. Because of that, currently the exercise and the Korean units are being curtailed, so they are not moving around. So we are working with the General Abrams and General Park. We'll find out the situation and decide how we are going to conduct our exercise.
To the combined command post training, normal planning has been underway for quite some time, but at the same time, everyone is aware that the COVID-19 situation in the Republic of Korea grows serious by the day. And especially even for just normal unit level training for the Republic of Korea, because movement has been limited between units, the situation is limited. I believe that for the situation in the Republic of Korea, for these combined training events, Chairman Park of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in the Republic of Korea and General Abrams will make the right decision through close coordination.
As we address as those two gentlemen, officers address any concerns, I'm sure that we remain fully ready to deal with any threats that we might face together.
On the agreement.
그리고 SMA에 대해서 미측이 대한민국의 기여도에 대해서 어떤 부분에서 이해를 했으면 좋겠는지.
For starters, with regards to the joint exercise, under any circumstances, using the variety of ways, so that we will do our best to continue to strengthen our U.S. ROK alliance, and other Korean Peninsula's peace process will be continued.
So I'd like to add one more time that with regards to the combined training events, that through any types of modified and various measures that we can take, we'll take them to make sure that the combined defense posture is robust, the alliance be unwavering, and that we continue to provide support for the diplomatic measures in support of the Peninsula peace process.
예, 그리고 그 SMA 진행과 관련해서는 지금 현재 6차에 걸친 그런 한미 간의 협상이 진행돼 왔습니다.
Regards to the ongoing SME negotiations, we currently have had our 6th round of negotiations on the SMA.
잘 아시겠지만 작년에도 예년보다 훨씬 높은 8.2%의 증가율을
Last year,
적용을 해서
where we
방위
applied the
분담금 협상이 타결됐습니다.
8.2% increase last year.
Last year was also a very big increase for us in terms of the 8.2 increase that we had for the SME contribution.
예, 현재 진행되고 있는 제11차 SMA
That during the
협상도
11th
기본적으로
SMA
한국에서
negotiations,
예년보다는 높은 수준의
we are
그런
going
증가율을
to,
지금 현재 생각하고 협상을
we are
진행하고
thinking
있습니다.
about increasing the higher rate.
11th SMA, I know that for the Republic of Korea, we are considering a higher rate of increase for the SMA contributions for these negotiations as well.
다만 미국에서 현재 요구하고 있는
However,
그런
what the United
대폭
States
인상과는
government
아직도
demand, which is substantially higher,
인식에 차이가 있는 것은
I think
분명합니다.
there is some
But it
difference
is
between
also
the
true that there still remains a difference of position with regards to the large increase that has been proposed from the U.S. side.
예, 지금 현재는 협상이 잠정적으로 진행되지 않고 있는데 이러한 부분에
Currently, the
있어서
negotiations are
인식차가
not
있더라도
taking place right at this
만나서
moment. But even though that we have gaps, perhaps we need to do our best to narrow the gap.
조속한 시일 내에 SMA
So
협상이
that
다시
I
재개될 수
hope
있기를
that
희망하고 있습니다.
And while the
As a-
negotiations currently stand at a standstill, I believe it's very important for the negotiating teams of both sides to meet as often as they can to close that gap of perception. And I hope that the conversation can continue again as soon as possible.
그리고 지금 현재 법적 절차에 따라서
And according to the legal procedures, the General
4월
Abrams
1일부로 한국인 근로자들에 대한 무급 휴직을 통보한 상태입니다.
notified that
At this point in time, according to legal procedures, General Abrams, commander of the United States Forces Korea, has notified the Korean Service Corps of a possible furlough starting the first day of April.
저는 한국의 국방장관으로서 주한미군의 안정적인 그런 주둔 여건을 보장해주고 한국에서 연합방위 태세가 공고하게 유지되어야 하는데 다른 어떤 그런 안정을 제해하는 요소들이 있어서는 절대 안 된다고 생각하고 있습니다.
And as Minister of National Defense, I have the strong belief that nothing should hinder the stable progress in terms of guaranteeing USFK their stable service conditions as well as maintaining a robust combined defense posture.
그래서 4월 1일부로 한국인 근로자에 대한 무급 이 휴직과 관련해서는 굉장히 어려운
as
부분이라고
of April
생각하고
1st, I think the work follow decision has been a very challenging situation.
하는
So
부분에 대해서 에스프 장관님께 말씀을 드렸습니다.
I spoke
So in regards to a possible furlough for the Korean Service Corps starting the first day of April, I believe is a very difficult pill to swallow. I did discuss this with Secretary Esper as well.
그래서 주한 미군사에 ONM 그 예산이 있다면 그것을 먼저 지원해 주실 것을 부탁을 드렸고 혹시라도 만에 하나 그 부분이 되지 않는다고 그러면은 지금 현재 작년 수준으로 편성되어 있는 금년도 방위 분담금 그 예산이 책정되어 있는 부분이 있습니다. 그래서 그 부분 중에서 조건부라도 인건비를 먼저 타결을 하고 진행될 수 있도록 하는 부분을 말씀을 드렸고 이런 부분에 대해서 한미 간에 빨리 조속하게 협의가 진행될 수 있도록 하는 부분을 말씀을 드렸습니다.
And what I've discussed with Secretary Esper, for example, is a possible support from the USFK operations and management budget to support the wages for the Korean Service Corps. And if this option should fall through, I also discussed the option of utilizing 2020 budget for the SMA that was set in 2019 on the basis of our SMA contributions in the 10th SMA. And so for this, we would have to reach a conditional agreement to supply just the wages portion and go forward from there. And I hope that early coordination and cooperation can be had with regards to the SMA negotiations as we go into the future.
Mr. Kim, SBS.
네.
My name is Junhyung Kim, SCPO. I would like to ask the question to Minister first. I am aware that the unit's movement has been banned. Then what about the Korea-U.S. exercise? How are they going to be affected? Do you have any alternative plans? Are you thinking about that? And also, under the coronavirus situation, are you thinking about any alternate plans? And I think this is connected to CONOP transition. So once that happened, then I think the CONOP transition timeline might be altered. No?
And discussions is about controversy of that. And did the U.S. have a discussion with Korea about the possibility of relocation DOT launchers to other parts of the country? And is there any possibility to deploy more launchers on South Korean soil?
I will answer your question concerning coronavirus. Currently, based on yesterday, 13 were found positive. So this is a serious situation. And also, so they are not taking any breaks and they are not moving to different units. So unless it's inevitable, they are not supposed to move between units. So with respect to exercise, I believe that there are some it can affect. But considering the normal schedules and normal plans that we were able to execute, so since I'm not in the United States, although I'm not personally involved with this, but I have been coordinating with General Park and General Abrams. They have been assessing the situation closely. So I understand that they started having discussion as to how they're going to execute the exercise. If there are any changes, then that will not affect the combined defense posture, and that will not adversely affect the CONOP transition deadline. So we have to think about
So with regards to
how we are going to
COVID-19
do that.
situation within the armed forces, as of yesterday, we had 13 confirmed cases in the ROK Armed Forces. We do regard this situation as a serious one. Currently, we have shut down vacation days and the service members' leaves from their bases. We have also, as I said before, limited their movement across the nation unless it's a very inevitable situation. So with regards to the combined training events, while there may be influences arising from the situation, I also need to consider the fact that normal planning had been going on until the point I left the nation, and I'm in the U.S. right now, so I'm not participating directly in the decision process in Korea. However, I do believe that General Abrams and Chairman Park are getting a hold of the situation, have started discussions to reach a good decision. But should there be any changes to the training regime, I believe, as I say always, that we will always consider ways to make sure that the combined defense posture remains robust and that there aren't any problems or influences on the assessments programs related to the conditional transfer of wartime operational control.
So there are no plans to redeploy THAAD on the peninsula at this time. We did discuss that. The most important thing that we discussed is the criticality of opening the ground line of communication. For 30 months now, U.S. and ROK soldiers have been denied the ability to get resupplied and fitted through a ground line of communication. I don't think it's right or appropriate. They need these assets to take care of their health and safety and welfare. And so the minister and I spoke about how the importance of quickly opening up these lines of communication to take care of our forces that are solely there to protect the Republic of Korea on the peninsula.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for doing this. Changing subjects just a little bit, Undersecretary John Rood was fired after the impeachment draft. Was it retaliation for his role in certifying military funding to Ukraine?
No, and I'm not going to go any further into personnel issues. I made a positive statement about John's contributions, as did the president, and so that's all I have to say on that matter.
Washington correspondent. Secretary, I think Minister Chung just touched upon the possibility of maybe unreadiness if there is follow-up workers starting from April 1st. How do you evaluate the readiness of the forces if and when these employees are followed for the foreseeable future? Do you have any plans to maybe mitigate that challenge? And my second question would be, do we have any information about the situation in North Korea with regard to the coronavirus outbreak? They're also surrounded by China and other countries that are affected.
So I'll just speak to the first question. On the first question, heck, I forgot what your first question was already.
The follow-up workers.
Furlough, that's right. So General Abrams has a plan to maintain the workforce required to deal with life, health, and safety issues and to meet minimum mission requirements. He is briefing personnel in Korea today, tomorrow, I believe. And so our plan is to continue along that route as we discussed today.
If I may, General Abrams actually asked for the funding that will last throughout the summer, only throughout the summer. Is the U.S. preparing for the long-term SMA negotiation that's not going to be concluded?
Right now, what we're doing is we are engaging negotiations with the Republic of Korea. The minister and I are both hopeful that they'll reach agreement soon, preferably before the end of March. Otherwise, beginning April 1st, we will begin furloughing Korean national workers.
So the funding that will last only throughout the summer, only for just portion of the employees?
I think I've answered your question.
And North Korea situation?
I don't have anything to offer to you on that one. Okay, good. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Mr. Minister.
Thank you so much.
During the
Certainly looks like a dark evening there, live in our nation's capital, taking a look at the White House. I'm going to play for you next here on Fox News Now, today's United Nations daily press briefing, especially with all things international, health-wise in particular. You did hear them talk about the coronavirus there at the Pentagon. So again, this is today's United Nations daily press briefing. For some weird reason, I feel like these keep getting shorter and shorter. Today's only about 15 minutes long. Again, this is Fox News Now. Please like, share, subscribe. Let your friends, your family, your coworkers, your neighbors, everybody you know about us right here.
All right. As you may have seen, the Secretary General spoke at the Human Rights Council in Geneva, saying that he came there to launch a call for action. He added that he's decided to do it now during the 75th anniversary of the United Nations because of the centrality of human rights in all of the UN's work and because human rights are under assault. The Secretary General said all our societies have benefited from human rights movements led by women, young people, minorities, indigenous people, and others. Our call to action, he said, singles out 7 areas where concerted effort can achieve a quantum leap in the progress or avert the risk of backsliding. And that speech has been distributed to you. Following his remarks at the Human Rights Council, the Secretary General visited the World Health Organization's Crisis Center, met with the Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros, and he also spoke to reporters. He praised WHO colleagues for their courage and dedication, noting he saw firsthand how their work to fight Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of the Congo helped save many lives. In the COVID-19 outbreak, he also commended WHO for its work to contain the epidemic. He appealed for all countries to assume their responsibilities and to do everything to be prepared to contain the disease, reiterating that this is possible. He appealed for donors to support WHO's funding appeals. If there's truly something stupid to do, it is to not fully fund WHO appeals, the Secretary General said, because WHO appeals are vital to support member states to avoid these tragic diseases become truly global nightmares. We'll share a transcript of his remarks shortly. And earlier in the day, during his daily update, WHO's Director General, Dr. Tedros, said he is concerned by the sudden increase of cases in Italy, Iran, as well as the Republic of Korea. However, he added, this does not mean the epidemic has become a pandemic. He reiterated his call for all countries and communities to focus on preparing and protecting health workers, people who are most at risk of severe disease, as well as countries that are the most vulnerable. And the Deputy Secretary General, Mina Mohammed, spoke at the opening of the special session of the Regional Coordination Mechanism for Africa, and that took place in Victoria Falls in Zimbabwe. She said the significance of the African Union as a strategic partner to the United Nations cannot be overstated. The Deputy Secretary General told participants that, like the rest of the world, Africa is not on track to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 and the goals of Agenda 2063. While Africa has made notable progress in education, health, and other social outcomes, she said this is the pace of poverty reduction is slow and inclusive growth, leaving no one behind, remains elusive, adding that there is no better example of a strong partnership around an SDG solution than the African Union's initiative on silencing the guns. Her remarks have been shared with you. Senior personnel appointment today to share with you. Secretary General is appointing Major General Ishwar Hamal of Nepal as the head of the mission and force commander of the UN Disengagement Observer Force, otherwise known as UNDOF. Major General Hamal succeeds Major General Karel, also of Nepal, who served as the acting head of mission and force commander from June to October of 2019. The Secretary General thanks Major Karel for his dedicated service during this challenging period. Major General Hamal has a long career in the Nepali Army since entering as an artillery officer in 1983, and he's had extensive experience with UN peacekeeping. His bio is available to you. Back here, Nikolai Mladenov, the special coordinator for the Middle East peace process, briefed the Security Council this morning by VTC, and he warned that more than 60 rockets have been fired into Israel since last night by Palestinian Islamic Jihad, while Israel has mounted attacks on Islamic Jihad forces. Mr. Mladenov called for an immediate stop to the firing of rockets and mortars, which he said would only risk dragging Gaza into another destructive round of hostilities with no end in sight. He added that women increasingly bear the brunt of the dire humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip, and also highlighted what he called the ongoing health disaster in Gaza, where stock levels of 46% of essential medicines have been completely depleted. And on Friday evening, you saw that we issued a statement on Afghanistan in which the Secretary General welcomed the announcement of nationwide reduction of violence in the country. He said it hoped that this critical step will lead to intra-Afghan negotiations and a comprehensive peace process. And over the weekend, the UN mission in the country released a report which says that the parties to the conflict in the country killed and injured more than 10,000 civilians in 2019. This is the 6th year in a row that the number of civilian casualties exceeded 10,000. In addition, the UN found that in 2019, the number of civilian casualties has surpassed 100,000. That report was available to you. And also on Saturday, we issued a statement in which the Secretary General welcomed the establishment of the Transitional Government of National Unity in South Sudan. He commended the parties for the significant achievement and applauded regional and international efforts that contributed to the result. He also called on members of the transitional government to fully follow the letter and spirit of the agreement so that the people of South Sudan can finally realize the benefits of a durable peace and stability. And lastly, I want to say thank you to our friends in Tarawa for full payment of the 2020 regular budget. Tarawa is the capital of which member state? Kiribati. There you go. Exactly. We all learned something today. Edie and then Maggie. Excuse me?
We all did. I did for sure.
Yeah.
On Syria, the situation in Idlib has worsened every day. Can you tell us what the Secretary General has done in the past 3 days to try and talk to the leaders of Russia, Turkey, Syria, to try and come up with some kind of a ceasefire arrangement?
I think as the Secretary General told you on Friday, he had been passing on message privately and publicly. He had met with a number of PRs last week, and this evening he is scheduled to meet with Foreign Minister Lavrov in Geneva. And he's also being fully briefed. He's meeting his envoy, Mr. Pedersen, who will brief him on his contacts that have been had, as Mr. Pedersen has also been passing the same message of the need for de-escalation and cessation of hostilities.
Is he meeting Pedersen in Geneva?
In Geneva, yes, in Geneva. And Mr. Lavrov in a few hours, also in Geneva. Maggie.
Steph, in about 2 weeks, the CSW is going to kick off.
Mm-hmm.
And amid this whole COVID-19 situation, we're having delegates and participants coming from every corner of the world.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the UN doing at headquarters to prepare? And are you working with New York City health authorities also, because it would affect everybody?
Sure. It's a good question. I was asking this morning to see if there had been any impact on registration, so we're still trying to find that out. Obviously, it is the responsibility of the host government to ensure the proper policies and screening are in place. We are asking people to follow the recommendations of WHO, notably on issues of personal hygiene, on washing hands, and so forth. But it's a bit too early to tell if it has had an impact, or if it will have an impact on the number of delegates that we expect to see here.
Follow up. But you're having several thousand people come, which in a way you're putting a strain on the New York City authorities with that. You're giving them the extra burden, and you're saying it's their responsibility, the host
Well, the screening, obviously the health screening is a responsibility of the host country. We will take whatever measures we can here. I mean, I think you're probably seeing the addition of extra hand sanitizers around the building, and it's important that people also take the proper precautions.
Well, but wait, so sorry. I know Sherwin's jumping out of a seat here.
Sherwin can be
But are you, yes or no, are you working with the New York City authorities at all? Are you
I'm sure.
coordinating with
I will
them?
check, but I have no doubt that we're in touch with the New York City authorities. But I will get back to you on that.
All right.
Okay.
But Steph, just to follow up, we understand that there's a task force that meets 3 times a week. What does this task force discuss here at the United Nations as in response to the spread of the coronavirus? The sense I get from your podium is that there's a lot of congratulations going to the WHO in terms of how they've managed the response to this, and yet we're seeing the number of cases continue to spike, the number of deaths continue to spike in new territories like Iran and South Korea and Italy. So why this backslapping when people are dying and the numbers are increasing?
I don't think it's backslapping. I also think the WHO, led by Mr. Tedros, is doing whatever they can to help national authorities deal with the spread of the coronavirus. Obviously, the national authorities are the ultimate authorities or in the lead on these systems. WHO is working very closely with countries that are especially vulnerable, where their health systems may be a bit weaker. What is also important, I think, as the Secretary General said, is that the funding appeals for WHO to help contain the spread of the virus as much as possible, especially when you are looking at developing countries where, again, the existing health systems may be more vulnerable, is so important. Evelyn.
Yes, to follow up on Maggie's question, I wonder if all these women are going to get visas, not because of the virus, but because some of them come from countries
Well, that's
Mr. Trump doesn't like.
That's a separate issue. We very
Yes,
much
exactly.
we very much hope that the host country authorities will grant visas according to the requirements under the host country agreements to delegates attending UN conferences, including especially the CSW that's coming up.
I mean, has the U.S. mission been involved in this, or you don't know?
Well, I mean, the U.S. mission, the U.S. authorities are the ones granting the visas.
Yeah.
We're not the ones,
I know that.
the ones doing it. I think it's a little early to tell right now
Okay.
if there's been any impact on the number of
Another
delegates.
question.
Yes, ma'am.
UNRWA, Mr. Mladenoff mentioned UNRWA and that it was short of money. Do you have any further details on how short they are? And
No, we can get some hard data from UNRWA.
yeah.
Okay. Senor.
So could you give us an update of the work that Mr. Arnaud is doing in Bolivia, and tell us if the Secretary General is concerned with the elections coming up, and there has been a lot of messages from different parts questioning that these elections are going to be free and fair, etc. Thank you.
Well, you know, we, in terms of the elections, notably on, we are providing technical assistance to the Supreme Electoral Tribunal. The Supreme Tribunal and the UN have also signed an agreement for a project to assist the tribunal and the departmental electoral courts in delivering credible and inclusive electoral process. The electoral assistance is part, I think, of a broader broader support by the UN to consolidate peace and political calm in Bolivia. Mr. Arnaud is continuing his work and his efforts as well.
Just a follow-up. I believe up to a third of the candidacies that were put forward have been not approved by the electoral authorities. I think this high tribunal. Do you have any comment on that?
Well, I think what's important is that people should have a right to appeal to the relevant institutions if they believe their rights have not been respected by the decisions taken regarding their participation in the election. Maggie?
On South Sudan, what does the UN see as being the next steps now that we've gotten to the transitional?
Well, I think the important step is to consolidate and to follow what was agreed upon. Is that the leaders put into action the agreement they have signed on to. There's a lot of work to be done in South Sudan. There's a lot of peace to consolidate. There's a lot of work to be done in alleviating the suffering of the South Sudanese people who have suffered not only because of war but also of natural disasters. So it's important, first of all, that the two leaders themselves follow the spirit and the letter of the agreement, and it's important that the international community and the regional institutions also support the government.
Speaking of natural disasters, do you have any update on the locusts?
No, not today. We hope to have something tomorrow. Thank you all, and see you tomorrow.
Coming up next here on Fox News Now, everybody, Pete Buttigieg held a community event in Charleston, South Carolina. It's only about 15 minutes long, but I'm going to play it for you.
I haven't put you to sleep, have I? Yes.
Hi. My name's Bethany, and I already voted for you, so I got my vote in early.
All right.
And I just love how you talk about how God doesn't belong to one political party. I'm a family pastor, and I teach kids about Jesus. And I just love to hear more about how your faith would inform your presidency.
Yeah. So it begins with the understanding that it is not my place to impose my faith on anybody. This country belongs to people of every religion and no religion equally. But I do think this dialogue that's going on among people of faith right now is where we need to be. Because they have shrunk the idea of Christian faith in particular as if it belonged in one political corner. When certainly my encounter with Scripture is about the call to clothe the naked, the call to feed the hungry, the teaching that we will be judged based on whether we do things like welcome the stranger. The idea that when you encounter the prisoner, you are to think as though you are in prison with them. All of this has political implications. And so much of what I see in Scripture comes down to whether we help the oppressed and the cast out. And you look at the policies of this White House, and I see the exact opposite happening. We see food being cut, the latest budget, even more so than the food stamp cut proposals that had already gone through. We see the hostility to the immigration that is the lifeblood of this country. And at a time when we have got to make sure that we are recognizing that idea of welcome and what it means at its deepest level. We can do so much better by, I think, any moral tradition, certainly any moral tradition that includes the Golden Rule, and the idea that we would treat others as we would wish to be treated. We have so many changes that have to happen. And I see the most hope actually at the local level, where I see faith leaders like you standing with everybody from those working on homelessness to those facing health equity challenges, to those who are confronting injustice in policing and the criminal legal system. I see at a national level organizations like the Poor People's Campaign, who were part of the mobilization we were participating in earlier today to support fast food workers, who are just looking to be able to provide for their families, knowing how many teachings there are about poverty. Indeed, so much more is said about poverty in Scripture than about many of the issues that those who clothe themselves in religious politics are willing to talk about on television these days. So this has to be a conversation about how we live up to those teachings and what kind of leaders we're seeking. If humility is at the core of what Scripture teaches, shouldn't we be looking for leaders who walk in the way of humility and decency and calling them to that? And I think that this is an opportunity to shake up what people have thought for too long. And there's no better place to have that conversation in the South, where it has been in a religious tradition, for example, that the civil rights movement and the expansion of democracy took place. This is nothing new, but we must recover that tradition and amplify and shine a light on it so that people understand that a commitment to the teachings of faith could send you into the arms of the Poor People's Campaign just as sure as it could send you into the viewership of the 700 Club. And I think the time has come for that conversation to happen.
I think about this a lot, and it always comes back to me that a lot of the issues we have are stemmed from our leadership not making the right decisions for the people, but for themselves and their pocketbook. And so as a leader, I would like to ask you, how would you fight that kind of corruption, money in politics, the infection, that kind of thing, and how you would stop that?
Yeah. Well, we have to change the role that money plays in our politics today. I mean, Citizens United, that Supreme Court decision, basically said that a corporation has the same political soul that you and I do. It ruled that spending money to influence an election is the same thing as writing a letter to the editor or voting, that it's protected speech. I don't think that's true. And if the only way to clear that up is a constitutional amendment, I think that's what constitutional amendments are for. I don't think we should be afraid to take that big step toward reform in order to clear this up once and for all. Otherwise, we will continue to be in this situation where the Constitution is being used in a way that I don't think the framers ever intended to elevate the role of money in our politics. It means making sure that we have fairer elections. Look at the way our districts are drawn in so many parts of the country. It's politicians picking out their voters rather than the other way around. That's what's happening with this kind of gerrymandering. We can't allow that to continue, and so there has to be federal leadership in demonstrating what fair districts would look like. And I think we need leaders who are motivated by where they come from, too. As the one non-millionaire in the race right now, or at least on the debate stage, I'm thinking about my neighbors. I come from a neighborhood where so many people have so much on the line, and just making sure the middle class is supported, from the retired public school teachers who live next door to the postal worker whose garage backs onto mine. What they are asking for is so reasonable. That's the thing, compared to the demands of a corporate power structure that is now asserting that it's okay for a company like Amazon to make billions of dollars in profits, pay zero in federal income taxes. And that not only is at the expense of ordinary people and families, but also business that does not have the size to amass armies of lawyers and accountants to park your profits where nobody could ever tax them. That has to change, and it's an example of what the American people want. But Washington has failed to deliver. This is not some radical left agenda. Most Americans think we should do this. Right now, most Republicans think that taxes are going to have to go up on the wealthiest and the corporations have to be kept under control. But that circles back to that basic question of our democracy and whether we're looking at the gerrymandering that's going on or the racial voter suppression that is disadvantaging, in particular, low and middle income Americans. We've got to fix the system and not just who's in charge. And it all begins with winning. It all begins with making sure that we defeat this president. So, thanks for speaking to that.
Mr. Mayor, this is the last question.
Right. Yes.
How you doing?
How you doing?
My name is Regina Dudley, and I am an educator here in Charleston. And being that South Carolina is number 42 out of the 50 states in education, I wanted to know, how do you plan to bring equity in public school education?
First of all, thank you for being an educator. That is public service, too, and it's very important. And as somebody who's married to a teacher, I feel like I get an education about education every time I come home from work. And what I've seen is the expectations of those who are given so little to work with. Everything from the cuts to paraprofessionals and support staff that are so important to education, to the fact that teachers are now being asked not only to dip into their own pockets and pay for school supplies, but some politicians expect them to expect school staff to magically turn into highly trained armed guards when there's a threat to the school, rather than just being for common sense gun law. These are the things that need to change, and a lot of it just comes down to funding. We have got to be ready to pay our educators what they are worth and what they are contributing. So, for example, when I talk about tripling Title I funding, that's about making sure we have federal dollars, part of which can go into the pay for our educators, and part of it's going into the basics, the infrastructure of our schools. You know, in most countries, when there's an area where kids are more in need, where there's higher poverty or more struggles that kids face, that would be an area that gets more funding per pupil. Ours is one of the places where it's actually less because of the way the schools are funded. The federal government could play a role in helping to smooth that out, and that's part of what Title I is for, but only if we're putting the dollars into it. And yes, we can afford it as a country, if we're willing to make sure we're raising revenue from those who are doing best. And by the way, nobody benefits more financially from a good education system in this country than employers, than business. because we're educating the next generation of workers. But we're also educating the next generation of citizens and neighbors and parents and voters. And that's why it's so important to recognize that things like arts and humanities and civic education are not luxuries, they are a necessity, and we've got to be ready to fund that too. So thanks for what you're doing, and we will support you. Thank you. All right. Yeah. Yes. In terms of health care for veterans? Well, this is important to me, of course, as a veteran. And it begins with the understanding that this is not about doing anybody a favor. This is about keeping a promise. Veterans put up their right hand, and they promise to give everything they have, potentially, to the country. It's writing a blank check to the United States of America, putting your life on the line. And that promise works both ways. The other side of that promise is America promises to take care of those who served us in uniform. But we're not keeping that promise enough, especially when it comes to health care. One of the problems is information isn't being communicated just within the government. So when I was in the Navy, especially when I was on active duty for the mobilization, I had this incredibly thick, rich medical record full of everything that every flu shot I'd ever got, everything you can imagine. But the systems don't talk to each other when you go over to the VA side of things. And the best way to fix that is to make sure that the person in charge of coordinating between those two different departments, the active military and then the veterans, I want that person sitting in the White House, because that's how you know they're going to get their calls returned. So we're going to elevate that position. We've also got to recognize that veterans have a lot of needs when they come off active duty or when they retire from the military, and our communities ought to be able to support them. It's not just the benefits that you get through the government. It's making sure we support the ability to just feel a sense of belonging, because it's such a shock to the system sometimes when you're used to being in a military unit, and you get that sense of community, and you get that sense of identity, and you get that sense of purpose, and then you switch into a completely different world. And so we need to make sure that we're helping people navigate the communities that they are coming into on everything from how to find a good doctor for your kid to how to translate your skills into getting a job. And we should fund those efforts that do it. And the other thing that I think is really important is to support military families, because there are the veterans who raised their hand and made that promise. And when they did that, their families make that promise with them, even if you weren't included in the decision. You too are giving to the country when you love somebody who serves. And that's why we need to do a better job of funding housing and schools, which, by the way, is part of what could lose funding for this president's wall that's never going to get built. And it's why we need to make sure that we are holding accountable those private contractors that are building some of these this housing on base, some of which isn't any good, isn't even up to the basic level that we should insist on. For those who serve. We take these steps, and this starts to become a country that really is keeping that promise that it makes between those who put on the uniform and those who are protected by those who do. All right. Oh, all right. I'm getting the high sign that our time is up, but I'm thankful again for the time to spend with you. I know that folks in South Carolina who have this kind of influence, who have this kind of power. What's that? Well, I can't interrupt Ms. Gladys, so she has something to say.
I don't know if I need the microphone or not. But Pete is a young, white, straight, no, young, white.
Not straight. Sorry.
Old, black, straight woman.
Here we go.
I support Pete Buttigieg. And I'm going to tell you because I'm from South Bend, and I've been working in the community for 40 years. I have the experience, credentials, and everything else to represent South Bend, Indiana. The media keeps putting out that the black folks in South Bend do not support Pete. The black people in South Bend do support Pete. We support Pete. We have a few disgruntled people who lost an election and are still stuck back in time. And the whole country is looking at the Carolinas, South Carolina and North Carolina, to see what they're going to do. We need you to support Pete. He has the academics and the intellectual, and he speaks the King's English. But He also understands purpose. He understands commitment. He has compassion. And that's what you need. He has a plan. He has an action plan. None of the rest of the contestants or whatever you want to call them, they don't have a plan. He has a plan, the Douglas plan, that if we get behind and we support him, we can change this country. And I guarantee you that people will never, never put a child in a cage because their parents came to this country to be an American, to get a fresh start. He will never, ever do that. And this is America. And we all need to change America back where it used to be, land of the free and the brave.
I think we ought to let Ms. Gladys have the last word. Thanks so much. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Thanks so much for joining us. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it.
All right, everybody. So that was the Buttigieg community event in Charleston, South Carolina in its entirety. I think we were trying to play it live, and then we lost the live feed, and then I wanted to make sure that we got it all in for you there. So there you have it, right here on Fox News Now. Taking another live look here at the White House in our nation's capital. A little bit of a slower evening than we are used to here. Hopefully I am not jinxing anything, though. I will show you our current traffic conditions here in Phoenix, Arizona. Here's a live look at the I-17 at Van Buren. Things moving slowly on one side of the freeway, but surely. Just stay safe if you're out there on our roadways. Buckle up, make sure you are paying attention and doing the best you can to be a good and safe driver out there. It is rush hour. It's currently 5:37 here in Phoenix, so we're keeping an eye on it. I'm also looking at our South Mountain Tower cam. I'm hoping that in just moments we'll be able to move it. It looks like the lens might be a little bit foggy. I'm not quite sure exactly why. We are also getting another live event right now. I'm going to work to get some details for you. It looks like it could be a campaign event. Let me see here if they're providing us any information, and they are writing as I speak. Take a look here. South Carolina Democratic Party holding its first in the South dinner the night before the 10th Democratic debate. So that's coming up next right here on Fox News Now.
Liberty and justice, not for some, but for all. Amen.
Looks like they may have just said a prayer for that dinner there, and everyone's definitely eating. So when and if, actually somebody might be at the podium right now. Let's listen in.
Good evening again. I'm just going to introduce briefly, coming before you again, the beautiful singer, Miss Ann Caldwell, singing the national anthem. Would everyone please stand for the national anthem?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave, the brave, the brave, the brave.
I hate to do this. I hate to do this. I hate to do this after that. If you could all please stand, those that are able, as we do the Pledge of Allegiance, those that are able to stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Good evening. I just want to make sure everybody can hear me. When you're short, bald, you got to live in a tall person's world, you got to have a big voice. My job tonight is to keep this program on time so that those who don't want to be here for 5 hours will get out in a reasonable hour. My name is Trav Robertson. I'm chairman of the South Carolina Democratic Party. And it is our pleasure, on behalf of Leslie Price, our first vice chair, Dr. Anthony Thompson, our second vice chair, Scott Thorpe, our third vice chair, Betsy George, our treasurer, and our DNC members, Don Fowler, Carol Fowler, Representative Gilda Cobb Hunter, Clay Middleton. We welcome you to Charleston, South Carolina, for what is going to be a fascinating 2 days. Not to mention an interesting week in which we determine the next president of the United States of America. Before I introduce the next speaker, I would like to say thank you to some people. As you know, it is extremely difficult to move this many people in a timely manner. The staff of this hotel has been extremely gracious in their work and dealing with us. We thank those of you who are serving our food tonight. I want to thank the South Carolina Democratic Party staff, Angela Clyburn, Ellen Stankiewicz, Chandler Soaps, Zach Laprise, Crystal Spain, Betsy George, Dylan George, Lauren Harper, Chandra Scott, Felisa Matthews, Matt Green, Ray Drew, Tamisha Grant, Tim Sullivan, Greer Schneider, and most importantly, Jay Parmley. We could not have done this without you, Jay. Thank you very much. I want to thank the law enforcement officers who made sure that we all arrived safe, who are taking care of us over the next 48 to 72 hours. We appreciate what you do. And then the DNC members, we also appreciate you and the DNC staff who has worked tirelessly to pull off this debate tomorrow. And then the Association of Democratic Chairs, the staff who has been here, Will Alexander, Lauren Harmon, we appreciate you. And Jared, we appreciate all of the work that you've done. Thank you for being here. I did see Ray Buckley, the chairman of New Hampshire. We're glad to have you here, Mr. Chairman. It's a little warmer. Jason Ray, the secretary of the DNC, we're glad to have you here as well. And with that, it is my pleasure to introduce the man who has an extremely difficult job, and that is running the city of Charleston, Mayor Tecklenburg.
Thank you, Trav. Welcome to Charleston, everyone.
It is so uplifting to see this big room of Democrats here tonight. Woohoo! How about another shout out to our state chair, Trent Robertson, and all the great work he's doing. And I'd be remiss, I don't know where she's sitting, our county chair, Colleen Condon. Where's Colleen? She's out here somewhere, I bet. Anyway, she does an incredible job here in Charleston County as well. So thank her when you see her. So I saw a lot of local folks here. We call ourselves been here because we've been here for a little while. And then all y'all folks that come from off, we call y'all the come heres. How many of y'all come here? A lot of come heres here in the room. So in addition to helping us select the next president of the United States, will y'all please spend a lot of money while you're in Charleston? I would greatly appreciate it. Y'all do that. Hey, did y'all know it's our birthday this year as well? It is Charleston's 350th birthday. How about that? So just so you know, they call that a semi-septennial. Can you say that real quick? Okay, semi-septennial. So we have an amazing history, and I know you'll enjoy seeing some of it while you're here in Charleston. Actually, that history of 350 years, although we're at a hopeful moment now, has a lot of heartache as well. We happen to be the city in North America where almost half of these enslaved Africans who came to this continent entered the continent of North America through the city of Charleston. It's an amazing legacy of agony and heartache along with the hope. And we have to tell that full story. And we'll be doing that this year during our birthday year. But now, tonight, I'm feeling this sense of hope, y'all. It's really hope because we're first in the South. And just like we did a few years ago when Barack Obama was nominated to be president of the United States, South Carolina is going to pick the next president of the United States. It's going to be amazing. And y'all, we have the issues here in Charleston, like many other vibrant cities across America where you're from, like affordable housing and the disparities that exist in our society in housing and criminal justice and policing and all those things. We deal with those here in Charleston. Infrastructure. So I became mayor 4 years ago, and, you know, President Trump, he talked about infrastructure being important, and that was the one thing I had my ear on, is that it's like, okay, he's going to work on the infrastructure. Well, back then, 4 years ago, for a federal grant, the federal government put up 80% and the local government put up 20%. Well, he brought us an infrastructure program that did what? It reversed that. So now the local government has put up 80% while the federal government puts up only 20%. Y'all, it doesn't work. We need to focus on infrastructure. What kind of infrastructure do we need mostly here in the low country? It's to protect us from drainage and flooding and sea level rise, the result of climate change, y'all, on this planet. It's affecting everyone in this country, but we're on the front line here in Charleston, South Carolina. So thank you for being a part of this. Welcome to Charleston. I know there's a little competition amongst the candidates and all, and they got to go after each other just a little bit, but let's focus on unity, like Reverend Darby said, the things that are going to bring us together and successful this November. Welcome to Charleston, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, the man that taught us how to turn out the vote in Charleston. Tonight, we are fortunate to have some candidates with us who are seeking the nomination, and you are very fortunate that you're going to get an opportunity to hear them up close and personal. But before I introduce the first candidate, I did mention, or forget the fact that Jim Hodges, our former governor, is sitting right here. Governor, stand up. What you also don't know is when he comes to speak, it means I'm trying to stall for a candidate that has not yet arrived. So just keep that in mind when he comes up to speak. It is my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce the man, the senator who has won the New Hampshire primary and the Nevada caucuses, and the man who has coined the moniker during the debates, "I wrote the damn bill." Ladies and gentlemen, please extend a South Carolina welcome to Senator Bernie Sanders.
Let me introduce to you the better half of our family, my wife, Jane Sanders. Let me begin by thanking everybody in this room for the hard work that they are doing. I am more than aware, as everybody in this room is, that there are differences of opinions regarding support for candidates. But what I am also aware of is that we are united in the need to defeat the most dangerous president in the modern history of this country. And I am absolutely confident that no matter who wins this nominating process, we are going to unite, our supporters are going to unite, and Donald Trump is a one-term president. Now, what I want to do is what I expect many of my colleagues who will be following will be doing, and that is to kind of give you our view as to why I believe that our campaign is the strongest campaign to defeat Donald Trump. And the reason that we must beat Trump, as everybody in this room knows, is this country cannot tolerate for another 4 years a president who is a pathological liar, who is running a corrupt administration, who is a racist, a sexist, a homophobe, a xenophobe, and a religious bigot. This country cannot tolerate another 4 years. Now let me say a word, make an advertisement for myself here, why I think we are the strongest campaign. First of all, I know you're hearing on TV a lot, Bernie can't win. Don't believe everything you hear on TV. Truth is that on virtually all of the national polls, we are defeating Donald Trump. A series of polls just came out on Sunday. We are defeating Trump in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. We are tied in Florida, and I believe we are going to win in Texas. Now, what do we need to defeat Trump? What do we need? How do we go about defeating this guy? And the answer is, for a start, we need to develop the largest voter turnout in the history of the United States of America. And I believe that our campaign is very well placed to do that, because we are a campaign of energy and excitement. Our people have knocked on well over 1 million doors in this country already. And be careful, because by election day, we're going to knock on your door as well. We are all over the place. We are going to beat Donald Trump because we are bringing in to the political process working class people and young people who historically have not gotten involved politically. They are disillusioned. They're not happy with the political establishment. They don't think their vote matters. We are bringing them into the political process, which is exactly what has to be done. We're going to defeat Donald Trump because we have, at this point in the campaign, received more individual contributions from more Americans than any candidate in the history of the United States of America. I plead guilty. We don't have a super PAC. Plead guilty to that. We don't go to billionaires' homes to raise money. But we are raising money from working class people all across this country with an average contribution of $18.50 apiece. And I am very proud that the profession that has supported us the most are teachers in this country. We are going to defeat Donald Trump because our campaign has an agenda that speaks to a long-neglected working class and middle class in this country. No, in the midst of massive income and wealth inequality, it is not a radical idea to talk about raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour. It is not a radical idea to say that all of our kids, regardless of income, have the right to get a higher education because we're going to make public colleges and universities tuition-free and cancel all student debt. And my friends, it most certainly is not a radical idea to say that in the United States of America, we must join every other major country on earth and guarantee health care to all people as a human right through a Medicare for all single-payer program. Our current system is cruel. It is dysfunctional. Anybody here wants to defend a system in which we are spending twice as much per capita on health care as the people of any other country? And yet, despite that huge expenditure, 87 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured. At least 30,000 die each year because they don't get to a doctor on time. And unbelievably, 500,000 people go bankrupt because of medically related debt. Can you imagine people going bankrupt because they are struggling with cancer? The function of a rational healthcare system is to guarantee healthcare to all people, not to make $100 billion in profits for the insurance companies and the drug companies. The function of a rational healthcare system is not for us to pay, in some cases, 10 times more for prescription drugs than do people in other countries. And let me conclude by saying this. Donald Trump thinks that climate change is a hoax. Well, on that particular issue, I will listen to the scientists and not Donald Trump. And what the scientists are telling us is if we do not get our act together in an extraordinarily aggressive and bold way, the planet that we will leave to our children and future generations will become increasingly unhealthy and uninhabitable. We must, for the sake of future generations, have the courage to take on the fossil fuel industry and to tell them that their short-term profits are not more important than the future of our planet. This is a profound moral issue, and it is an issue that we cannot fail. So let me again thank all of you for the hard work you do. Let us go forward together, and let us defeat Donald Trump. Thank you all very much.
There it is. I wrote the damn bill. Thank you, Senator. It is now my pleasure to introduce, representing the Democratic National Committee, Mathoni Wambu-Krall, who is in charge of our political department and in charge of organizing for the DNC. Mathoni, welcome back to South Carolina.
Good evening, South Carolina Democrats. I had the pleasure of talking last night with Congressman Clyburn and the brilliant Mignon Clyburn, and I said to him, sir, I remember that I was working on a presidential campaign like so many of these folks here in the state in 2007, and I said, you know, it is because of you that so many of us have ever gotten to really know the state of South Carolina. If it were not for Congressman Clyburn helping to make the push to make this state an early state, this kind of infrastructure would not be here. And to have finally filled out the roster of early states with South Carolina, where the backbone of our Democratic Party is really and truly reflected here, is something really, really critical. So that black voters are not just reflected early in the nomination process, but where we are significant decision makers in this process. And look at what a visionary move it was, just in time for remigration to happen. Just in time for Georgia and Texas and Florida and North Carolina and Virginia and yes, South Carolina, where you are the 6th fastest growing state. This should be reflected in our nomination process, and it is. So, in the spirit of talking about the importance of what is in front of us, first and foremost, I bring greetings to you all from our chairman, Tom Perez, and I bring you gratitude for this brief moment to share with you the role of the DNC in all of this. And our job right now is to make sure that whomever our general election candidate will be, that we have put in place the infrastructure that they will need, the organizers on the ground, the diverse organizers on the ground that the DNC is investing in starting last year. It is our jobs to make sure that offices are starting to get open, that coordinated campaigns are starting to get put together, that we are elongating the general election for whomever our nominee will be, because this cannot start in August. This must start now. We must put in place the pieces that we need in order to defeat Donald Trump. We must put in place the pieces that we need to win up and down the ballot, to hold our House majority, to make sure that we are in a position working with the DSCC and the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee and the Democratic Governors Association and the Democratic Legislative Campaign Committee, ensuring that all of us are working together to ensure Democratic wins up and down the ballot in November. And so the work that we are doing at the DNC is often not seen, and that's okay. Our job is to, again, make sure that when we have a nominee, that they are going to walk into a turnkey operation, and that we are going to be able to transition and to say to them, working alongside our state parties, like the great state party here in South Carolina, thank you to our chairman, our partner here in this work, but making sure that they understand the political landscape on the ground. And we have organizers that we have invested in. We have continued our 50-state strategy, and we are proud of the fact that never again will we let our party atrophy. And so with that, again, I thank you all for having us here tonight. And I recall that the last time I was here, it was at the South Carolina State Convention. Reverend Jackson pulled me over afterwards, and he said that if you are not organizing to win Selma, you are not organizing. And I'm pretty proud to say that we've won Selma as Democrats. We won Alabama. We're going to win South Carolina. Thank you all. Jamie Harrison, we believe in this U.S. Senate race. We believe in holding the House with Congressman Joe Cunningham. We believe that we can pick up more state legislative seats. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mathony. I think I saw Deval Patrick come in the room somewhere. Governor, where are you? Best dressed candidate running. We love you. I saw Susan Swacker, the chair of Virginia, somewhere. Oh, there she is, right there. Susan, we're glad to have you here. Amy Kennedy, the Edie of the New Hampshire Party, and Colleen Condon, my partner in crime here in Charleston. We're glad to have you, too. The next person that you're going to hear from is someone that I have known for a very, very long time. I remember him when he was right out of high school. And I've asked him to eliminate a certain section of his speech because every time he gives it, I start crying. And I'm not a crier. But at the end of the day, it is my good friend and the person who is going to not only put together the organization, but also who is raising the money to defeat Lindsey Graham. Ladies and gentlemen, my good friend, Jamie Harrison.
Wow! Holy smokes, folks! Are y'all ready to send Lindsey Graham home? Are you ready to send Lindsey Graham home? Lindsey, we're going to give you a one-way ticket. And it ain't back to South Carolina, it's to Mar-a-Lago. Folks, I am Jamie Harrison, and I am running for the United States Senate. I can tell you, for a little round-headed boy from Orangeburg, South Carolina, not in my wildest dreams would I ever think that this can happen. But folks, my life is emblematic that the American dream works, that the American dream is alive and well. You know, I grew up the son of a single mom. My mom was 16 years old when she had me, dropped out of high school. And it was my grandparents who took care of me. My grandmother, who had an 8th grade education, and she had to stop school to go pick cotton and then work in the textile industry. My grandfather, who had a 4th grade education, and he had to stop in school in order to work at a dairy, and then he paved many of the roads that you all drove on to get here today. These are two people who didn't have a whole lot financially, didn't have a whole lot of education. But what they lacked in those things, they made up for in terms of the values and the ethics that they had. They taught me the value. My grandma, with a heart of gold, said, Jamie, even though we are the least of these, you have an obligation to take care of the least of these. And my grandfather, who said to me, he said, Jamie, nothing in this world is free or easy, and you're going to have to work for everything you get. And those are the values that I have taken with me my entire life. I was the first in my family to go to college. I went to Yale University. I also went to Georgetown Law School. And then before I got to that, when I was in 11th grade, I got elected president of the National Honor Society. And you know, there was history made that year because for the first time since Reconstruction, we elected an African American to Congress. And that person was Jim Clyburn, who's sitting right here. And because I did not know any better at the time, I called Congressman Clyburn's office. And I said, Congressman, to the staff, I said, I would like the congressman to come to install me as president of the National Honor Society. And folks, he actually came. And from that moment, I have had a lifelong friendship, but also, I cannot tell you how special Jim Clyburn is to me. I cannot tell you how special Jim Clyburn has been to the state of South Carolina. I cannot tell you how special Jim Clyburn has been to this nation. There are laws that people live on right now that if they only knew that it only passed because Jim Clyburn got the 218 votes that needed to pass the House of Representatives. And for that, I am eternally grateful to this man. I'll do anything I can for him. And the one thing I want to do right now is to send Lindsey Graham home. I want to give him a senator that he can work with. But let me tell you this, y'all. This election, and this is a message not only to all you, but it's an election to our presidential candidates. This election, Democrats win when we are hopeful and aspirational. I know we want to get into the details, and that's how we are. We're smart people. We like to get into the details. But my folks, this is the thing. The average Joe and the average Jane that I'm meeting all across South Carolina, the people whose rural hospitals, 4 of them have closed in the state. In this state, 2 years ago, there were 14 counties with no OBGYNs. In this state, almost a third of the state doesn't have broadband access. How do we expect our kids to compete with the rest of the world when they can't even connect with the rest of the world? And the center that we have has not done a town hall in South Carolina in almost 3 years, but he's campaigning in Iowa, and he's campaigning in New Hampshire, and he's campaigning in Nevada. Lindsey Graham, bring yourself home and talk to the people that you're supposed to represent. But bottom line is this, my friends. This election is about hope. Here in South Carolina, our motto is, while I breathe, I hope. While I breathe, I hope. And Trav, if you will give me 2 more minutes, I'm going to tell y'all my story of hope. As many of you know, my job was to count the votes for Jim Clyburn in the majority whip's office. There was one night I was in the United States Capitol. It was late. It was about midnight. So late that the custodial staff had started to come to clean up. And there was this middle-aged African-American woman who was she was vacuuming, she was wiping things down, and she kept looking in my office. Now, for those of you who have known me a long time, you know where my office was. It was the direct center of the U.S. Capitol. If you cut the Capitol in half, it would go straight through my office. I could see the Washington Monument from my window. Y'all, that's a good real estate for a kid from Orangeburg. So I'm sitting there at my computer doing my work, because working for Jim Clyburn is hard work. And the woman looks in, and I say, ma'am, do you need to come in? I said, you're my boss. I'll get up and leave. And she came in, and she said, you know, I come in your office every night. She said, you have a nice office. I said, thank you, ma'am. She said, you know, I'd love to come in. She said, are you from South Carolina? And I said, yes, ma'am, I am. She said, are you from Orangeburg? I said, yes, ma'am, I'm from Orangeburg. Then she goes over to my pictures on the wall. She says, now, is this a picture of family? I said, yes, ma'am. She said, is that your mother? And I said, yes, ma'am. Is your mother's name Patricia? Yes, ma'am. Patricia Harrison? Yes, ma'am. And she stopped, and she started to shake, and she put her hand up to her mouth, and she said, oh, my God, I know your mother. I went to high school with your mother. I remember when your mom dropped out of school to have you. And tears start flowing from her face, and tears were flowing from mine. And she said to me, she said, and she hugged me. She said, I would have never thought that Patricia Harrison's son would be right here. You give me hope. My friends, this election is not about Donald Trump. It is not about all of these candidates running for president. It's not about Lindsey Graham. It's not about me. It's about the millions of people who wake up each day, who turn on their TV, who turn on their radio, who open up the newspaper, and all they see is hatred and division and bigotry. I want our Democratic candidates, talk about your policy, but I need you to talk to the hearts of the American people. You haven't done it yet. You need to do it now. And we do that, we win. Thank you. Thank you so much. And let's send Lindsey Graham home.
I told you. And what's really funny is when we're in a smaller venue and he starts telling it and I'm there, he just looks at me with this grin on his face. I wanted to take just a few moments. We've got a United States Senate candidate from Mississippi, from Yazoo, Mississippi, former Secretary of Agriculture Mike Espy. Mr. Secretary, we're glad to have you here with us tonight. I also want to take a moment to thank the Congressional Black Caucus Institute as well as CBS News, our partners for this weekend. I believe we've got Michelle Miller sitting right here next to Antoine Seawright. And I thought we had the president of CBS News here somewhere. I don't know exactly, but we appreciate you. And with that, I'd like to take a moment to ask the members of the South Carolina House of Representatives if you would come up on stage. Please, Todd Rutherford, our leader. Terry Alexander, Wendell Gilliard back there. John King from up in Clover in York. Jerry Govan. Can't see anybody. Leon Stavronakis, if you would all come up here. Marvin Pendarvis, come on up. I work for these guys, and I take orders from them, but most importantly, it's fun when we are in the fight together. And I enjoy working with you every day, Mr. Leader. Ladies and gentlemen, Todd Rutherford and the members of the House.
Well, Trav, thank you so much for those kind remarks, and all I have to ask you is what did we do to deserve having to come up and follow Jamie Harrison? And as Jamie's going on and he's talking about hope and what he's going to do to Lindsey Graham, I'm going, please don't call my name, Trav. Please call the Senate next. Please get Marlon and Gerald and Margie up here. But listen, I can't tell you what an honor it is to be in any room where we are celebrating Lindsey Graham's ass anywhere he can go other than here. I heard Bernie Sanders speak, and all I could do was remark that he was wrong about one thing. He kept talking about Donald Trump thinking, and I ain't never seen that man think since he became president. How great it is to be sitting in a ballroom down the street from a church where one of our colleagues was shot down in an assassination. And what did we do from that? We said never again. We came back. We got together, and we keep fighting the fight every single day to make sure that South Carolina, that Charleston, that our citizens never forget, and that we are able to move forward. The group of people standing behind me are people that every day when we go up there and we talk about teacher pay and we talk about what we're going to do next are always the ones raising their hand and going, wait a minute, what about rural broadband? What about unemployment in Florence, South Carolina? What about all those issues that affect the least of thee? And if you ever wonder whether anybody hears you out there talking, trust me, these people do. We are literally in the doldrums every day dealing with the crap that comes down from our president and the crap that comes up from a Republican House and a Republican Senate and Republicans that have run this government in South Carolina for the past 20 years. And I ask all these voters every time they talk about the government not working for them, but they still vote Republican, I look in their face and I'm like, well, do you realize that you are voting for the same people that you're complaining about? Ladies and gentlemen, let's make this next time around when we call for all the House members, let's make it sound like a riot in this room. Let's make it sound like a thunder of elephants coming forward to this stage. Let's understand that without the people standing behind me and without the people that are coming next, we will never be able to make a difference in South Carolina. But ladies and gentlemen, I assure you that right now we are doing exactly that. Let's elect more Democrats. Let's make sure that Donald Trump never sees the White House again, and others that think like him and act like him can go the hell home where they came from. Thank you all so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the South Carolina House.
Thank you for what you do. I can't help it. I'm sorry, I'm just loud. Wanted to make sure a couple of these tables over here were awake. In 2018, we had someone who decided they were going to put everything into a campaign against all odds. This person happened to have the most perfect hair of any individual I've ever seen. He has created going to breweries as a new campaign event. But most importantly, he nationalized to make sure offshore drilling would not happen off the coast of South Carolina. Over the next several months, the opponents are going to say some very bad things about him. And it's going to be up to the people in this room to say, you know, I know Joe Cunningham, and you're not telling the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, the congressman from the 1st Congressional District, Joe Cunningham.
Hello, hello. Trav, allow me to raise this up about 10 or 11 inches here. I should be nicer to our stage here. I apologize. Thank you all so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. First of all, I want to welcome each and every one of you all to Charleston, South Carolina, and to the 1st Congressional District, which is actually just a few blocks away. But our district, SC1, is one of the most unique districts in America. It encompasses almost the entire coast of South Carolina, from north of Mount Pleasant all the way down to Hilton Head. It includes some of the most beautiful beaches in the world. We have countless rivers and inlets and some of the best fishing anywhere in America, which also leads to some of the best restaurants in America as well, which I know some of you all can attest to. The rumor has it, we've also got some pretty good breweries here too, which I wouldn't know about. I would not know about. But look, people love Charleston because of our history, our people, our food, and our scenery. And we are truly blessed to call this place home. And as of November 2018, it's also home to, for the first time in about 40 years, a Democratic congressman. I want to thank our chairman, Trav Robertson, for putting on such an incredible event and for giving your entire life to this party and to this cause. You're doing a great job, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking forward to celebrating many, many more Democratic victories with you. And listen, while the 1st Congressional District is just a few blocks away, we're also currently in the district of a dear friend and mentor of mine, someone who needs no introduction but deserves more credit and accolades than he would ever accept. Majority Whip Jim Clyburn, the backbone of our party. Thank you, Mr. Whip, for your leadership, and thank you for your friendship. And finally, I want to say thank you to the Low Country. Thank you for the opportunity to represent you in Congress and for your incredible support over these last 2 years. This has truly been the honor of my lifetime, and I'm so incredibly grateful for this opportunity. Look, I ran for Congress because I thought there are too many people in Washington, D.C. who are more interested in keeping their job than doing their job. And I wanted to change that. I want to be a representative who follows their conscience, not one who always takes the easiest vote or the most politically expedient vote. I want to put my values and my principles ahead of my own job security. Or as my dad used to say, just be your own man. You know, President Lincoln said it more eloquently when he said that every man is born an original, but sadly, most men die copies. So I decided if I was ever lucky enough to hold public office, I would always vote my conscience. And I'll always do the right thing, even if it made re-election tougher or upset my own party. Because I figure one term with no regrets is better than an entire career of being someone who you're not. And look, there are only a few members of Congress who are in similar positions as I am. Out of 435 members, those Democrats who are in districts that are more traditionally Republican than mine can be counted on just 2 fingers. This is a district that President Trump in 2016 won by 13 points. Mark Sanford won in 2016 by 22 points. This is a moderate district. And I was elected to be an independent and pragmatic voice for the Low Country. I was elected to be a check on the president, but not an antagonist. I was elected to put Low Country over party, but never compromise my own values. That's why I've never wavered on my promise to protect our coastline and our environment. To take climate change seriously, to believe in science, and yes, to ban offshore drilling. And I'm proud that my bill to do just that passed the House last year with bipartisan support. Look, I've stood up to the NRA and the gun lobby and said enough is enough when it comes to gun violence. I've helped pass bills like H.R. 8 to expand background checks. And I've partnered with Majority Whip Jim Clyburn to close the Charleston loophole once and for all. Because I believe that we can protect the Second Amendment and keep our communities safe at the exact same time. Those two are not mutually exclusive. I've stood up for a woman's right to choose and said that these personal decisions should be left between a woman and her doctor, not the government. And we've passed not 1 or 2 or 3, but almost a dozen bills that lower the cost of prescription drugs. And it's time for Senator Mitch McConnell to put patients ahead of profits and people ahead of Big Pharma and bring those bills to a vote in the U.S. Senate today. And look, if I were only interested in getting reelected, I might have taken a different vote on impeachment. Lord knows it would have been an easier vote politically. But doing the easy thing isn't who I am, and it's not the kind of congressman that I promised to be. And while I didn't go to Congress to impeach the president, I sure as hell didn't go there to protect him either. And I've said all along that I'll work with the president when we agree, but I'll fight him tooth and nail when it hurts folks back home. And him and I aren't going to agree on the issue of offshore drilling because it hurts the low country. But when it came time to pass a new trade deal to protect low country manufacturing jobs, like the ones that are here at home, I worked with him to get it done. And when it came time to pass a bill to expand health care benefits to our veterans who have been exposed to Agent Orange, I worked with him to get it done. And if the president ever gets serious about rebuilding America's infrastructure, he's going to have a partner in Joe Cunningham. And look, I realize there are going to be issues that all of us are going to disagree on. And that's okay. Look, Ed Koch, the former mayor of New York City, said, if you agree with me on 9 out of 12 issues, vote for me. If you agree with me on 12 out of 12 issues, see a psychiatrist. But when we don't agree, I hope that you know that it's my independent streak and my commitment to bipartisanship is what helped us flip this seat, and it's going to be what helps us keep this seat. I don't apologize for being ranked one of the most independent members of Congress, but I also don't apologize for being a Democrat. I'm proud to be a South Carolina Democrat, and you should be too. '2020 is hands down the most important election of our lifetime, and we cannot afford to get it wrong. And the last thing this presidential race needs is another opinion, but I'll offer just one more. Listen, our country needs responsible, mature, practical leadership now more than ever before. South Carolina Democrats, we have a unique ability to choose our own destiny and write the next chapter of America's history. And we need the strongest candidate possible who can unite the party, attract independents and disaffected Republicans, and help down-ballot Democrats. Democrats like Ed Sutton, a military veteran and Citadel graduate who's running in a competitive state house district about a mile away. Or J.A. Moore, who lost his sister in the Mother Emanuel shooting and used that motivation to be the change that he demanded in his community. And he won a state house seat that had never been held by a Democrat before. Or Sam Scardon, who came up through the ranks working for my friend and colleague, John Lewis, and who's now running for a state senate in Charleston County in a Republican district that I carry by 14 points. Or Jamie Harrison, who proves that day after day, you can do anything in America if you work hard and you play by the rules. Look, there are so many great candidates we need to win this year, but their success, our success, will largely hinge on who we nominate for president. So let's be smart, let's be united, and let's win. Our race here in 2018 in the 1st District came down to just a handful of votes. But every door you knocked on, every phone call you made, every text you sent, every tweet you posted made a difference. And we're going to need you again. Some are calling our race the #1 race in the country. We shocked the world once before. What do you say we do it again? Look, I didn't run for Congress to become famous. I didn't run to push some rigid ideology. I ran because my son, Boone, he turned 2 last week. And I ran because I wanted to look him in the eyes when he's older and be able to tell him that I fought for his future and his country's future at a time when we needed it most. And so long as I'm fighting for him and his generation and his future, I know I'm in the right place. May God bless the low country of South Carolina. Thank you so much.
If you've never seen a person use a foghorn in a unique manner, you should Google it tonight. Joe Cunningham foghorn, congressional hearing. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce someone who won the Iowa caucuses, someone who really needs no introduction, who has proven to be one of the most able debaters, most importantly, who can have one of the most nuanced responses to Donald Trump of any of our candidates running for president. It is my honor and my privilege to introduce my good friend, the mayor of South Bend, Indiana, former mayor Pete Buttigieg.
Thank you. Hey. How you doing, Mayor? Thank you so much, Chairman. Thanks to everybody with the South Carolina Democratic Party. You are proving that there is no such thing as a permanently red district or community or state. And I am proud to stand by you. So glad to be here with fellow state and local officials, Mayor. So proud to be in your community once again. So many who are doing good work in the state legislature. So honored to have the support of J.A. Moore, and so thankful for everybody who is getting good things done, because they're never going to catch us treating the presidency like it's the only office that matters. We got to win all up and through the ticket. I'm always honored to be in the same room as Whip Clyburn. And I'm thrilled to be reunited with Joe Cunningham. We came out a couple years ago on what seemed like a long-shot mission to campaign for somebody we felt was going to help turn the House blue. I got a soft spot for long-shot missions, and we're proud of you and excited to do everything we can to send you back to Washington, D.C. We could hear that foghorn all the way in South Bend when you did that. Air horn, I guess. And I'm so honored to be back here in South Carolina. The first time I saw this state was out the windows of a bus that was taking me to Fort Jackson. I was a Navy guy, but for some reason the Navy decided to send me to a landlocked country like Afghanistan, and so South Carolina is where they send sailors when you get assigned to go do Army stuff. And here we came. So the first time I came here, it was to prepare to serve, and I am here once more, prepared to serve in a different way, and asking for your vote to do so. And I want to acknowledge that running for president is an exercise not just in hope, but in humility. I know humility is a strange word to hear on the lips of a 30-something-year-old running for president. But that's what campaigning is about. And it is humbling to be here asking for your vote, especially knowing that for so many in South Carolina, a vote is not just an expression of political preference. It is something that was kept violently out of so many hands here for generations. It was won through struggle and through blood and sweat and tears, and it was won within living memory. So I am mindful that asking for your vote is no small thing, especially for a newcomer like me. Especially knowing that that vote is being suppressed even today by means ranging from the suppression of polls to the purging of rolls, and that is why we need a 21st Century Voting Rights Act to make sure that those rights are secure for the future. I know that I am addressing Americans with so much at stake, whose vote has been withheld so often and whose vote has been taken for granted too often too. And that I'm asking you to trust me to work with you to deliver a better future for your children and for your families that we can do together. But it'll only happen if we can win the White House. And I want us to take a sober look at the choices and at the stakes of what is ahead. I have come to appreciate and respect my friend Senator Sanders even more during the course of this race, and I share his ideals. But I also believe that we must make promises we can keep in this election. I believe that more Americans want to be part of an inclusive victory than to seek ideological purity. I believe that we ought to achieve our goals by calling people in, not calling people names. And I am committing to you to be a nominee who will not only speak to fellow diehard Democrats, but reach out to independents and even call in some of what I like to call future former Republicans, who I am so happy to see at our side. I understand the importance of who is at the top of the ticket to make sure that we do well in those critical state races, to make sure that we keep the House in Democratic hands, and to make sure that the likes of Jamie Harrison are there to turn the Senate blue and send Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell packing. We're going to do everything we can. And as a nominee, I will be ready to go toe-to-toe with this president. Wouldn't you like to see a president who talks a big game about caring about forgotten people have to be called to account by somebody who actually lives in a middle-class neighborhood in the industrial Midwest and can insist that an economy measured by the Dow Jones alone is not an economy for all of us? Wouldn't you like to see a president who likes to cloak himself in religion? I mean, this president. Wouldn't you like to see him held to account by somebody who will remind fellow believers that God does not belong to a political party in the United States of America? How would you like to see a president who avoided serving held accountable by somebody who can explain why traumatic brain injury is more serious than bone spurs? We're going to beat this president. But the most exciting thing is across the country and here into South Carolina, we see an American majority ready not just to defeat this president, not just united in who we are against, but coming together around what we are for, just so long as we can mobilize and not polarize that American majority. There is an American majority that already stands with the workers that I was marching alongside in Charleston today, who believe that 15 and a union is a right and that one job ought to be enough in the United States of America. A majority that demands that there be no such thing as an uninsured American and no such thing as an unaffordable prescription in our country. A majority that knows we must end endless war and tackle a climate emergency that is causing harm everywhere from the low country to the Midwest. A majority that has seen the hatred at Mother Emanuel and the police violence in North Charleston and the daily losses in neighborhoods across this country and is ready to act on gun violence and insists that the Second Amendment can no longer be used as an excuse to do nothing at all. An American majority ready to bring about the day when your race has no bearing on your health or on your wealth or on your experience with law enforcement in this country. A majority that knows that if we honored our teachers just a little more like soldiers and paid them just a little more like doctors, this country would be a better place for all of us. Above all, I believe Americans are ready for a president you could look at on TV and actually feel your blood pressure go down a little bit instead of up through the roof. And as we do that, we can create a sense of belonging to replace the sense of exclusion that has dominated American life. We can tell those parents having the talk with their black teenage son about what to do if pulled over that you and your family belong securely in the American future we are creating. We can tell the dreamer lying awake at night wondering if her country has a place for her, and the gig driver who needs a second job just to make ends meet that America has a place for you. We can tell a 9-year-old like I've just met in Colorado wondering if something deep inside of him meant that forever he would be on the outside, that as sure as I'm wearing this wedding ring, America has a place for you. This is what I believe the presidency can do. So, South Carolina, I'm asking for your support because I know that the presidency has a purpose. That the purpose of the presidency is not the glorification of the president. It is the unification and the empowerment of the American people. That is the vision we can deliver together. This is our chance. Let's make history on Saturday, and let's win this thing in November, up and down the ticket. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Pete Buttigieg, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get to our next guest, there are 3 folks I'd like to introduce. We've got Adair Burrows in the House who's running for the 2nd Congressional District against Elijah Wilson. We've got former Gamecock football player Mo Brown in the House running against Ralph Norman. And if I'm not mistaken, I saw Kim Nelson in the House. I can't see through the light, from the 4th Congressional District in the upstate. We're thankful for what you do. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce the person who proved last week how to win a televised debate and how to eviscerate someone in a matter of minutes, but most importantly, the individual who has coined the phrase, "I have a plan for that." Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Elizabeth Warren.
Hello, South Carolina Democrats. So I want to start by saying thank you to Trav, thank you for everybody who helped put this together tonight, but particularly, let's say a special thank you to the wait staff who does the really hard work here. I also want to acknowledge someone very special in this audience. That is my campaign co-chair and my sister in the fight, Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley. Where are you, Ayanna? Stand up. She's here. There she is. So I'm Elizabeth Warren. I was not born a politician, but I was born a fighter. And I am here in South Carolina to fight. I am here to partner up with the people who are ready to get in the fight to beat Donald Trump. I am here in South Carolina to honor Congressman Jim Clyburn. And I am here to get in the fight to help Jamie Harrison beat Lindsey Graham and put Mitch McConnell out of a job. You bet. Now, I came by my fighting ways naturally. I was born into a family that didn't have much. We had a lot of ups and downs financially. And I still remember when I was in middle school and my daddy had a heart attack. He pulled through, but it was a long, long time with no money coming in. I can still remember the day when we lost our family station wagon. I remember how my mother used to give me a kiss at night, tuck me in, close the door, and that's when I'd hear her start to cry. She never wanted to cry in front of me. It's when I learned words like foreclosure and mortgage. Tough words for a kid. I still remember the day in middle school when I walked into my folks' bedroom and laying out on the bed was the dress. And some of you in this room will know the dress. It's the one that only comes out for weddings, funerals, and graduations. And there at the end of the bed was my mother, pacing back and forth. She was in her slip and her stocking. She had her head down, and she was saying over and over, "We will not lose this house. We will not lose this house. We will not lose this house." She was 50 years old. She had never had a job outside the home, and she was terrified. She looked up and she saw me standing in the doorway, and she looked at me, and she looked at that dress, never said a word, walked over, pulled that dress on, put on her high heels, and walked to the Sears, where she got a full-time minimum wage job answering phones. That minimum wage job saved our house, and it saved our family. And it was the first lesson my mother taught me. No matter how hard it is, and no matter how scared you are, you get out there and you fight for your family and the people you love. And then I learned more about fighting. I learned about fighting for opportunity. I learned about fighting for justice. I learned that there are a lot of ways in this country that we could build opportunity. And because I got a plan for everything, I got to tell you about just one of them. And that is, it is time for a wealth tax in America. 2-cent tax on the top 1/10 of 1%. These are people with fortunes greater than $50 million. Your first $50 million is free and clear, but after that, you got to pitch in 2 cents on your 50 millionth and first dollar, and 2 cents on every dollar after that. Because here's the thing about opportunity. What could we build with a 2-cent wealth tax? We could provide universal child care and early education to every single baby in this country aged 0 to 5. Universal pre-K for every 3-year-old and 4-year-old in America. And we could stop exploiting the people who do this work, largely African-American women and Latinas. We can raise the wages of every child care worker and preschool teacher in America. 2 cents. And that's not all we can do. We can put $800 billion new dollars into our public schools, K through 12. Quadruple the funding for Title I schools. And hear this one from a special education teacher. For the first time ever, we could fully fund IDEA and provide a full educational opportunity for every child with a disability in America. 2 cents. We could do all of that for our babies, all of that for K-12 plus. We could provide universal technical school, 2-year college, 4-year college for everyone who wants to get an education. We could really level the playing field and put $50 billion into our historically black colleges and universities. And we could do one more thing. That same 2 cents that does all that for our babies, all that for K-12, all that for people who want to get an education after high school. We can cancel student loan debt for 43 million Americans. There is so much more we could do to build opportunity in this country. We could have housing justice. We can invest in health care, environmental justice, criminal justice. We can invest in entrepreneurs. We can help close the black-white wealth gap in America. It's true. I got plans. I've got a lot of plans. But they all rest on building an America of true justice, an America where every voice is heard. I will fight for that America. I understand that to have every voice heard, We need to make sure that everyone gets a chance to vote and to get that vote counted. So here's what I'll do as president. I will attack political gerrymandering head on. And I will pass a federal law to prohibit and roll back all racist voter suppression laws in this country. It's time. And let's make this clear, it is time to fight for a constitutional amendment to guarantee the right of every American citizen to vote and to get that vote counted. Let's put some muscle behind that. I believe in the America that we can build together. I believe that 2020 is our moment in history. I believe that we have been called to this moment. We have been called to choose hope over fear. We have been called to choose courage over cynicism. We have been called to dream big, fight hard, and win. Thank you, South Carolina. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Senator from Massachusetts, Elizabeth Floyd. Thank you, Senator. Representative Wendell Gilliard just sent someone to give me his card saying you're all welcome in his district. Thank you, Representative. They're all coming tonight after this is over. Last night, I had a very serious event happen to me. I was renounced by my father at the Congressional Black Caucus event. The man I called Daddy stood up in front of 100 people and said that he did not own me. I was not his son, and I'm emotionally scarred by that. But the person that I am calling up today is someone that I have a deep affection for, and most importantly, an individual who always puts his money where his mouth is and always walks the walk. It is my honor to introduce the Majority Whip of the United States Congress, my daddy, Jim Clyburn.
Thank you very, very much. I asked my three daughters to come up here with me so y'all can see Trav's sisters. I want to take just a moment to thank you all so much for all you've meant to me and my family. I don't remember when we started having these dinners, Don, but I do remember that it's been more than 50 years that I've been coming to this dinner. I've been coming here when we used to pay $25 a plate. $25 a plate. And I had to work a week in order to afford to come. But throughout these years, I've developed an extended family. Him and I were married for 58 years. So these three young ladies up here with me grew up in this body, coming to this dinner, going to other say to you tonight that we appreciate all of you. We appreciate your words of comfort that we sat around the table and read over and over again last September. Because of so many of you in this room, we feel renewed. We feel that we're going to get through this. We feel. So I'm going to do differently from all the other speakers before me. I'm going to stay to the end, my allotted time. But I just wanted Mignon, Jennifer, and Angela stand here with me while I say to each and every one of you, thank you and Godspeed.
Thank you, Congressman. Could I ask the senators for the state of South Carolina to come up here for a moment? And as they're making their way, we are only 5 seats down in the South Carolina State Senate. We really only need 4. But in reality, we have the ability to take back the South Carolina State Senate this November. There are 6 or 7 Senate seats that have more registered women and more registered non-white voters than the Senate seat we won last year in a special election. And so, with that, I'm going to turn it over to the senator of whom or where we are right now, my good friend, Senator Marlin Kinsey. Senator?
Thank you so much, Mr. Party Chairman. Well, Party, I'll tell you, life for us in South Carolina ain't been no crystal state. It's had tax in it and splinters and boards torn up, in places with no carpet on the floor, bare. But thank God Almighty for the South Carolina Senate Democratic Caucus. I want to thank all of my colleagues. Senator Marjorie Wright Matthews has been a great joy. Senator Gerald Malloy, the architect of criminal justice reform and a noted scholar on many different subjects. And Senator Ronnie Sabb, he makes us so proud by serving on the Judiciary and many other committees. Let us not forget it was the Senate Democratic Caucus.
All right, guys, just want to say thanks for being here with us on News Now. As that event's wrapping up, I did want to go back and play. As you may have noticed, Joe Biden was not at this event. He was out campaigning on his own in South Carolina. Again, this Saturday is when the primary is happening in the state.
So again, playing Joe Biden in South Carolina right here for you guys on News Now.
Philadelphia, you probably never heard of it, University of Pennsylvania. And I spent some time there for the last 3 years, but once I announced for president, I had to stop teaching. But I enjoy coming back on campus. Look, folks, you're standing, and where I come from, you keep someone standing on the hard floor for more than 10, 15 minutes, you lose all their votes. So I'm going to try to make it brief, but make it real. Folks, here's the deal. You know, I look at everything, quite frankly, through a basic lens, and that is whether or not what I'm doing or want to do makes a difference in terms of whether or not people, your life is affected, your family's life is affected, and the community is affected. And the way I start at it and I take a look at it, this president has done more to destroy the essence of who we are as a nation than any president in history. This guy has pitted us against one another. This guy has made it sound as though everyone of color, everyone who disagrees, everyone who's a Muslim, he's divided us based on race, religion, ethnicity. This guy is more George Wallace than he is George Washington. In fact, we got to stop. It's important. We have to win this election. We have to win this election. When, in fact, all those folks came out of the fields in Charlottesville, Virginia, and close your eyes and remember, students, what you saw on that television. You saw people coming out of fields with lighted torches at night, spewing hate, anti-Semitic bile, accompanied by the white supremacists and the Ku Klux Klan. And in fact, when a young woman was killed resisting the hate, they asked the president what he thought. What did he think? And he said there were, quote, very fine people on both sides. No president has ever said anything like that. And so what we're talking about, I wrote an article then about we're in a battle for the soul of America. And I literally think we're in a battle for the soul of America. It's about who we are, what we stand for, whether we in fact know that what we said we meant. The most important document, as I mentioned, that's ever been written, the most civic important document that's ever been written, has been the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. We the people, in order to form a more perfect union, we believe that all men and women are created equal, endowed by their Creator. Nobody's ever organized a nation, ever in human history, based on an idea. It's an idea that holds this country together. And it's an idea and a fabric that's being ripped apart by this president. So, folks, we have no choice. We have no choice. And the irony of all ironies for you students that are here is that you, in fact, are likely to determine who the next president will be. And it all starts here in South Carolina. It starts here, for real, for real. Because now we have a state that looks like America, made up of people that are diverse, different, and in fact, same. All what America's all about. And folks, look, I'm in a situation where I take a look at the things that I find the most important. That's how do you give, look, the most important thing about America is we've always believed everybody is entitled to an even shot. Wall Street didn't build America. Ordinary people built America, given half a chance. It's just not hyperbole. It's a fact. It's a fact. Folks like my mom and dad, many of your parents, who didn't have jobs or lost their jobs, had to reestablish themselves in other parts of the country, had to move on, had to get things going again. They're the people have the resilience and the capacity to never, ever give up. We are a nation of immigrants. We're a nation, that's what makes us who we are, because we've been able to cherry pick the best from every single continent. It takes a lot of courage to pick up and leave everything you know and go to a different land, go to a different place, where you're not wanted, where you're not thought to not be wanted, where you don't speak the language. What's it about? It's about people with resilience, optimism, determination. That's who we are as a people. We got to remember who we are as a people. And as I go around the country the last 3 years, and I go around the country in this state, look what I find is, number one, people, in fact, are very concerned about health care, whether or not they're going to be covered, whether or not they have the ability to be able to be covered for an affordable insurance. Look at this state, your state, in South Carolina. You had a governor who wouldn't take advantage of the Obamacare that allowed people to have free Medicaid. And they said, no, we're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. Look at the people, over 100,000 people with pre-existing conditions. Maybe some of you, kids born with asthma, Down syndrome, other problems, never able to recover before. A mom, a sister who had breast cancer before this changed and could not get insurance because she had a pre-existing condition. Prior to all this, prior to us passing Obamacare, in fact, pregnancy was viewed as a pre-existing condition. Not a joke. Not a joke. Women could be charged more than men for the same procedures that took place. And if, in fact, you were dying and you were in real trouble, you had a terminal disease, at some point the company could come in and say you've outrun your coverage. Well, folks, like many of you, I've been a great consumer of health care. After my wife and daughter were killed, my 2 boys were badly injured, and it gave peace of mind to know at least I could take care of them. At least I could pay for their needs and get them healthy again, and know that I was going to be able to have the peace of mind that it could be done. And then when, not long ago, my son came back from Iraq, Attorney General of the state of Delaware, went to Iraq. Before that, he went into Kosovo. And the fact is, both as a U.S. attorney and then as a soldier, came back with the Bronze Star, the Conspicuous Service Medal. But he was exposed to burn pits and a whole range of other things. And like more people are coming home with serious brain tumors and injuries from that part of the world than any war we've ever been involved in. And he was diagnosed with stage 4 glioblastoma. And he was given just months to live, not whether he lived, just not if he could live, just how long. I can't imagine what would have happened had I been sitting there and watching my son for 15 months die in pain.
All right, guys, what I'm going to do is Joe Biden is live at that Democratic dinner party. We are going to go out to it right here on News Now.
You know, I've been saying for a long time, it's not enough to beat Donald Trump. We have to keep the House of Representatives, and we have to win back the Senate. And Jamie Harrison is going to win back the United States Senate here in the state of South Carolina. And I got to tell you, Jamie, I'll come campaign for you or against you, whichever will help you the most, man. Because this is important race. Thank you. Folks, look, it will sadden me badly that Lindsey Graham will be a former senator. Oh, bless me, Father, for I have sinned. Anyway, look. And Jim, thank you. You've been a friend a long, long time. You're a real leader. You've led the House and continue to lead beyond the House. You're one of the great leaders in this country and here in the state of South Carolina. When you think of South Carolina, I think of 2 things. I think of Fritz Hollins and I think of Jim Clyburn. They're the 2 people I think of. And, yesterday a reporter asked me, have I been speaking to Jim Clyburn? I said, yeah, every day for the past 8 years I've been speaking to Jim Clyburn about housing policy, about criminal justice, about economic opportunity, about the whole deal. Jim, you're a resource to this nation in ways that I don't think, sometimes in your own state, people don't realize this, how you revered you are outside your state. They love you here, but I want you to know they love you in Delaware, they love you all over this country. I really mean it. It's a real deal. And, I think that the former senator I heard that familiar voice, you know what I mean, just spoke. Well, he's right about one important thing. South Carolina is going to determine who the next president of the United States is going to be. You really are. You're the ones that sent Bill Clinton to the presidency, and you're the ones that sent Barack Obama to the presidency. And I have a simple proposition here. I'm here to ask you for your help. Where I come from, you don't get far unless you ask. My name's Joe Biden. I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate. Look me over. You're like we see, help out, if not both the other by. Give me a look, though, okay? That's all I really got to say to you. I got 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. I'm looking at the clock down here. And look, folks, I just want to conclude by saying one thing. We have an enormous opportunity not only to take this country back, but to move in a direction that hasn't been moved in a long time. We're not just going back. Everybody says you just want to be Barack's third term. I was incredibly proud to serve with Barack Obama. Incredibly proud to be his president. Incredibly proud to have his back the entire time. But this is more than just going back. This is about moving forward. We have an opportunity to change this country. Everybody's got to remember, we're walking around as Democrats with our heads down like, woe is me, what are we going to do? This is the United States of America. There's not a damn thing we've been unable to do once we set our mind to it. And folks, we get up. Remember who we are. This is the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. Virtually nothing. We got to take it back this country, reestablish our place in the world, and move everyone forward, because that's what it's all about. God bless you, and may God protect our country. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Got a minute, 23 seconds left.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Uncle Joe. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Before we introduce our next speaker, I just want to take a moment to thank the sponsors. You can see in your program a list of the individuals that made this night possible. And I want to say on behalf of the Democratic Party in South Carolina, we are very thankful. There's an interesting group called H-Code on here. They will be sponsoring our event tomorrow night, the after party for the debate. And they are an interesting group of individuals who specifically are designing and working on the Latinx conversation and moving that forward. We appreciate them sponsoring our event tomorrow and all of the sponsors for participating.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
When this next candidate decided to announce her run for president, I had never seen a person stand in the snow. It wasn't just a soft, gentle snow, it was coming from all sides. But this person is the first woman elected to the United States Senate in the history of Minnesota. And most importantly, she is known for working through gridlock and bipartisan nature to get things done. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce the Senator from Minnesota, our friend Amy Klobuchar.
Well, thank you, Trav, and thank you to South Carolina Democrats, first of all, for sending us such incredible leaders like Jim Clyburn and, of course, Joe Cunningham. Literally, they have turned the House of Representatives into the People's House again. I also want to put my good wishes into Jamie Harrison because one of my main goals in life is to send Mitch McConnell packing, and I know he can do that. I also wanted to honor someone who is no longer with us, that is Fritz Hollings. And there is a great Minnesota-South Carolina story about Paul Wellstone, who was one of my mentors, Jim. And Paul gave his first floor speech, and he was so excited. And Fritz Hollings comes over here and he says, "Young man, that was great. You know what? You remind me of Hubert Humphrey." And Paul is overjoyed until Senator Hollings looks at him and says, "Yeah, you talk too much." So we are back here. I had a wonderful time in Columbia for the MLK March. And I think you all know that I started, as Trav noted, my campaign in the middle of a blizzard with 4 inches of snow on my head. A lot of people didn't predict I'd make it through that, or I'd make it through the summer, or I'd make it on the debate stage, but every step of the way we have beaten the odds. And that is because I believe in my heart as I look at all these incredible activists and supporters of so many of great candidates that you have heard from tonight, I truly believe that what unites us is bigger than what divides us. And I want us to remember that as we go on that debate stage tomorrow night. And the other thing that we need to remember is that, yes, this election is an economic check, but it is also a decency check. It is also a patriotism check on this president. Because when we lead this coalition, we lead our fired up Democrats, but we also bring with us, if we want to win big, independents and moderate Republicans who believe that one thing, and that is that the heart of this country is bigger than the heart of this guy in the White House. So, to do this, we need to unite on an economic agenda for this country. And that means, first of all, passing a constitutional amendment to overturn Citizens United. That means, as my friend Stacey Abrams, who should be the governor of Georgia, once said, that was for the constitutional amendment. As Stacey Abrams once said, you know what? You do not lose your right to worship under the Constitution just because you don't go to church or synagogue or mosque for a while. You don't lose your right to assemble just because you don't go to one of these meetings. And you should not lose your right to vote simply because you haven't voted in the last few elections. And as president, my number one priority, Representative Clyburn, will be H.R. 1. H.R. 1, which includes all of these incredible measures to protect voting, including my bills to stop the gerrymandering, to stop the voting purges, and yes, to register every kid to vote across this country automatically when they turn 18. An economic agenda for this country means finally passing Representative Clyburn's bill 10-20-30 to stop poverty in areas that have for so long been impoverished. It means ending Donald Trump's shameful attacks to end the Affordable Care Act and kick people off their insurance for pre-existing conditions. It means taking on pharma, and yes, in Pastor Pickney's honor, it means passing the bill to close the Charleston loophole and get those universal background checks. Jennifer, that is what it means. And I have a 100-day plan, because I think we have to immediately install trust. A 100-day plan. And I can tell you one thing I will do in the first 100 seconds. Fire Betsy DeVos. It means thank you to the work of Representative Cunningham banning offshore drilling off this coast. And it means a real plan for climate change. So this is the last thing I want to tell you. I thought a lot about this during the impeachment hearing, which didn't turn out like it should have turned out. And I thought a lot about what this president, the thing I realized is that this guy, he has no empathy. He cannot put himself in the shoes of the people in rural South Carolina or the people that are trying to make it in this town. He cannot do it. And then I thought of that old story of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who was beloved in this country. And when he died, they put his body on a train and they took it from Georgia to Washington, D.C. And people spontaneously stood on the side of the train tracks to show their respect. And the story is one guy, regular guy, was standing there with his hat in his hand, and this reporter says to him, "Sir," because the guy's just sobbing. And the reporter says, "Did you know the president?" And the guy says, "No, I didn't know the president, but he knew me. He knew me." That is what's missing right now in this country. And South Carolina Democrats, I will tell you that I will restore that sacred trust between the president and the people that she represents. Because if you are trying to stretch your paycheck, or someone in your family is, to pay for that rent or that mortgage, I know you and I will fight for you. Or if you're trying to decide you pay for your child care for your kids or your long-term care for your aging parents like my dad, I know you and I will fight for you. And if someone in your family can't decide how they're going to fill their prescription for insulin or fill their refrigerator with food, I know you, and I will fight for you. And if you want to win big in this election with a big coalition, with a big tent, with long coattails, I know you, and I will fight for you. Because I truly believe that if we want to make sure that Congressman Cunningham gets reelected, and if we want to get Jamie Harrison in the U.S. Senate, and do we ever want to do that? And if we want to make sure that we send Mitch McConnell packing, that we need to put someone at the top of this ticket that gets it, that gets how to bring people in instead of shutting them out. South Carolina Democrats, I have won every race all the way back to 4th grade. Every place, every race, every time. And I have done it in the best of ways. And that's why I'm asking for your support. You know how important this election is. And all I can say is this: I know you, and I will fight for you. Thank you for all you've done. Thank you, Representative Clyburn. Thank you, Mignon. Thank you to the family. Thank you, everyone.
Sponsored by HCO at the Grand Bohemian after the debate. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Senator Klobuchar, maybe the toughest candidate running for president. Thank you, Senator, for being here. We appreciate you so very much. What most of you don't realize is that these candidates have such a grueling schedule. I believe she flew in either early this morning or very late last night from Oklahoma doing an event there, and we appreciate her doing that. A month or a month and a half ago, the South Carolina Democratic Party did something that we've never done before. We purchased our own building, a permanent home for the South Carolina Democratic Party, and 3 lots that we will build a center on, a training center. And when we decided whether or not we were going to pay cash outright or finance that, we started looking at options. And so we decided that we would use the only minority-owned bank in the state of South Carolina. It's the old First Community Bank. It's now Optus Bank, and we were so very fortunate to have a partner with Optus Bank. And when I started learning about this next candidate and some of the banks that they had started to serve communities of color, I foolishly told our bank, I said, you really should have this candidate come in. Little did I realize that for years upon years, this candidate and his wife had been the largest depositor in the only minority-owned bank in the state of South Carolina. What I find fascinating is that it seems as though communities of color already knew that when they needed access to capital. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce Tom Steyer, candidate for Cleveland.
All right, guys, so thank you again for being here with us on News Now. We are going to continue to give you more of this Democratic dinner event right here on News Now.
So, this week the world is watching South Carolina. And this state gets to decide in an important way who the Democratic nominee is going to be for president. And nobody gets to tell you who you're supposed to vote for or support. And I know a lot of people are talking about Bernie Sanders this week. And I give Senator Sanders a lot of credit for bringing up some of the biggest questions facing America and the American people. But I profoundly disagree with his solutions. I have never thought that having the government take over major portions of the American economy was a good idea. I don't think it works for working people. I don't think it works for families. It's been tried thousands of times and it's never worked. But what I do know is this: unchecked capitalism in the United States of America has failed. It's unfair. But the solution is not a government takeover of major parts of the economy. The solution is to break the corporate stranglehold on our government, to take back our government so it serves the American people again. But we do need a dynamic, competitive, innovative private sector. That is the golden goose. That is what lets us have the money to create the jobs, to create the opportunity for the government to support the American people in the fair way that they deserve and have a right to. So let me say this. I have been coming to South Carolina for a long time, and I come here and I see a need for 3 new forms of justice in this state and across this country. The first one's economic justice. It's crazy that we have a $7.25 minimum wage. I've been pushing for more than twice that since 2012 when I was picketing McDonald's. Mr. Trump says this economy works, but all the money goes to rich people. He talks about low unemployment, but you can't work on the jobs. I would give a 10% tax cut to everybody in the United States who makes less than $250,000. And it's easy to pay for if you start charging rich people and corporations their fair share. Honestly, I've been pushing for $15 minimum wage for 8 years, but you know something? The correct minimum wage today would be $22. That's actually what's fair, $22. I would rebuild America and create over 4.5 million good-paying union jobs. And I can tell you, this isn't just stuff I'm talking about. I took on the tobacco companies in my home state. They'd won 17 times in a row. I made them give up $3 to $4 billion of tax money every year and give it to health care for the lowest income residents of my state. That's economic justice. I think it's impossible to look at this country and not realize in virtually every policy area there is an unspoken but important element of race. I believe we can't solve climate without talking about race. I believe you can't talk about criminal justice without talking about race. That's why the bank that Trav is referring to, we started it. We started it to support businesses owned by Black people, Latinos, and women. Because the financial services industry is so prejudiced and racist that those people can't get support. And that bank has also supported over 8,500 affordable housing units in the last 3 years, because this is a society where the financial service system does not work for working people, and it definitely doesn't work for Black people. I did something about it 15 years ago, but I'm for reparations. I'm the only person running for president who's openly for reparations for slavery. Let's tell the true story of the African-American experience over the last 400 plus years in America, about institutionalized cruelty, injustice, and racism. And let's talk about the 400 years of contribution by African-Americans to this country in terms of building it, and most importantly, the moral leadership that Black people have given the entire country for generations and centuries. How about a big thank you for that? Let me say, I was here over a year ago, long before I was running for president, and I toured Hilton Head Island with a guy named Alex Brown, who's a Gullah person from Hilton Head. if you want to see institutionalized, legalized racism, take a look at the tax system on Hilton Head Island. It's outrageous. Outrageous. And when I talk about climate, you guys should know, I'm the only person who says, I declare a state of emergency on climate on day one. We have to deal with it. But the reason I've won on climate for more than a decade, and I've beaten oil companies and utilities, I stopped the last fossil fuel plant that'll ever be proposed in my home state, which was going to be in a low-income Latino neighborhood. The reason I've won is I start with environmental justice. I start with the black and brown neighborhoods where you can't breathe without getting asthma, and you can't drink the water that comes out of the tap without getting sick. I've been to Denmark, South Carolina. I know the people there. I've sat and listened to them. I've looked at the water. I wouldn't drink it either. Deanna Berry, who is the person leading that group, works in our campaign. Harold Mitchell, who's from Spartanburg, might be the leading environmental justice person in the United States of America. I hope you guys are proud of Harold Mitchell, because he is amazing. The last thing I want to say is this. I know the job here. The job here is beat Trump. And it's not, we're not going to beat Trump by being Republican light. We're not going to beat Trump by saying we know how to get along with Republicans. We don't want a modest change to the Republican program. We want a complete, utter reversal of the Republican program. The Republican program stinks. They stink about health care, they stink about education, they stink about a living wage, they stink about clean air and clean water. We need to fight these people and turn out en masse and beat them across the board. That is actually the job of the people in this room. Turn out, turn out, turn out. I'm a grassroots person. I started one of the biggest grassroots organizations in the United States. That's Gen America. The way that we win is to show up. There are tens of millions more of us than there are of them. When we show up, Democrats win. That's just the truth. Let me say this. People talk about us in South Carolina. I've spent more time in this state than any other candidate. My wife moved to this state. And we didn't do that because we were being tricky. We came here because the people of this state have captured our heart. There's something going on here. One of the people who was endorsing me said, Tom, I don't want to endorse you if you're just going to come and ask for votes and leave. And I said, I promise you, I have been fighting on these issues for decades. The fight is still going to go on. I'm going to be in it, win, lose, or draw. And I'm going to be in South Carolina because I've met the people here. I've gone around and seen what's going on. You guys own my heart. I'm not walking away from South Carolina. But I'm a political organizer, so I say this. We need to beat Trump and kick Lindsey Graham's ass.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Tom Steyer. So, I also wanted to mention that Mayor Bloomberg, although not on the ballot, will be participating tomorrow night. He is got detained down in Florida on one of his trips. But most importantly, he was a significant sponsor of this event tonight, and we do thank him for participating. And I know that he's got some folks here in the audience. We appreciate you being here. We're 6 minutes late. On behalf of the Democratic Party, I want to say thank you. But most importantly, before you all get up, there are a lot of establishments in Charleston that all of you should spend your money in tonight and tomorrow night. We need your dollars down here. Oh, is the mayor already gone? Oh, there you are, Mr. Mayor. I'm doing it for you. I'm doing it. I'm trying. But with that, we would like to call back up as we leave Ann Caldwell and the Magnolia Singers to sing while we depart. Good night. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. I forgot one thing. Hold on a second. I've got it.
mention tomorrow that I think we have some seating available. It's a unique event where the spouses of the presidential candidates are there. CJ, who's leading over, hugging Senator.
All right, guys, as you can see, they're getting ready to wrap this event up. So we are going to take you on back out here to Joe Biden, who was speaking earlier here in South Carolina. And that's what we're going to be playing for you right here on News Now.
Say an insurance company be able to come along and say, by the way, you've outrun your coverage, so make sure you suffer in peace the rest of the time. Folks, health care matters. It matters to everybody, and it should be a right, not a privilege. And so, I'm the only one in this race who's actually been on the floor and gotten health care passed. 5 Democratic presidents tried to get Obamacare or something like it passed. We got it passed. I'm going to change that law. I'm going to reinstate all the cuts that have been made, and I'm going to make it, when it becomes Biden care, we're going to have a public option. Medicare for those who want it. And anyone qualified for Medicaid would automatically be enrolled. Reduce drug prices, making sure that we're in a position that you are not able to charge more than the rate of medical inflation for any drug that comes along. Folks, there's so much we can do and so much we have to do, but we got to get this guy out of the way. Think of what's happening here in this great state. I spent my time here when Mother Emanuel Church and all those folks were killed in Mother Emanuel Church. I went there with Barack. We met with all the families, and thousands of people showed up. And what I felt I was important to go back after that, to go back to the Sunday service, because I don't know whether you all know much about the African American church, but it's about hope. And I went back on Sunday, and I went quietly back. I did not let anybody know I was coming with my surviving son and my wife. And we went back, and guess what? It gave me solace to know that this congregation not only dealt with the problem they had, they forgave the killer. They forgave the killer beyond my capacity. Beyond my capacity. But here's the point. He would have never been able to do that, have that gun, had the law that I got passed remained in place. And that was the Brady background checks and a waiting period. So we have a thing called the Charleston exception. You should not be able to get a weapon until you're cleared, until your background check is done, and it should not be based on having to do it within 12 to 24 hours. It's wrong. Those people would be alive if we had kept that. Folks, so we have to deal with this. And by the way, there's a mass murder occurring every day in major cities in America, only we don't talk about it. It's usually minorities and people of color, brown and black, in circumstances that they find themselves, and we never talk about it, but it happens every single day. Do you realize since I was the only one to ever beat the NRA, and I beat them twice nationally. I got assault weapons banned and major clips banned. Well, I just came from Las Vegas, the largest mass shooting in the history. Who in God's name needs 100 rounds and a bullet and a clip with a gun you have? Who in God's name needs that? We protect geese, international geese, more than we do people. You can only have 3 shotgun shells, but you can have all you want in terms of guns. Folks, and ammunition. This is bizarre what we're doing. So it's time we stand up, and I tell you what, here's the deal. How about if I came to you tonight and said, by the way, I have an idea. Let's exempt drug companies from being able to be sued. Let's exempt tobacco companies from being able to be sued. You'd think I was nuts, but guess what? We passed a bill in 2007 that exempted gun manufacturers from being able to be sued. The only industry in America that's exempt. Well, I got news for you, gun manufacturers. I'm coming for you, and I'm going to take you down. I'm coming for you. Not a joke. Not a joke. Do you realize, as I said, more people have been killed since that exemption has been passed than twice as many people killed in Vietnam and every war since. Carnage on our streets, and they're held exempt. I've met with every single family up in Connecticut when all those kids were shot and killed. I've met with the families from Parkland. I've met with Fred Gutenberg, the guy who's heading that effort. I called him on the second anniversary of his daughter being killed. Look in the eyes of people who've lost somebody. It's devastating. And their families live with it the rest of their lives. And the kids who saw it, the kids who see this gun mayhem occurring, they are suffering from post-traumatic stress as much as any soldier coming back from war. Folks, this is immoral, what we're doing. The fact that some of you parents sent your kids to school in September, little kids, learning how to duck and cover, cower under their desks, how they learn to run down hallways, zigzag, so they won't be shot. Folks, it is a moral crisis we face. Talk about the soul of America. We must take this under control. And folks, the single greatest existential threat we face is climate and climate change. Now look, here's the deal. I wrote the first climate bill ever, 1986. If you go on PolitiFact, as my wife, the professor, would say, Google it. And I've said it was a game changer, laying out what we have to do. Took a long time to get any of it done. Dick Lugar and I, the Republican senator from Indiana, passed a piece of legislation saying, forest for debt. If you did not burn down or take down your forest and clear it, we would pay you not to do it. You realize right now in the Amazon, it's burning. Why is it burning? It's burning because they want to clear it so they can farm, so they can make money. Well, what do? We need a president who understands international policy to deal with this. Here's the deal. More carbon is absorbed from the air in that, what they call a carbon sink in the Amazon, than all the carbon emitted from all vehicles of all sources in the United States on a daily basis. And what are we doing? What's this guy doing? Nothing. Who's organizing the world? When I'm president of the United States, it's going to be real clear. I'll organize the world to say, we will pay you, Brazil, $20 billion a year to the world because you're going to, in fact, not develop that land. You deserve to be paid because every other nation did it. But here's the deal. If you violate that ban, whatever you make, you will lose because there will be penalty to pay for it. We must stop the burning of all these forests. We have to do it. And folks, one of the things I'm proudest of is getting passed, getting moved, getting control of the Paris Climate Accord. I'm the guy that came back after meeting with Deng Xiaoping and making the case that I believe China would join if we put pressure on them. We got almost 200 nations to join. And what did this president do? That fella? No, I'm serious. What did he do? He walked away from it. But here's the deal, folks. We only make up 15% of the problem. If we get to zero emissions tomorrow in the United States, we're still going to choke to death. The planet is still going to be under siege. South Carolina is going to be underwater, and so is my state of Delaware. Asthma, all these diseases are going to increase exponentially. Because 85% of the world makes up the problem. So we have to do two things. We have to, once again, on day one, literally day one, I will rejoin the Paris Accord, which I helped put together. Number two, and equally important, I will summon the other nations to Washington within the first 100 days and say, time to up the ante. Up the ante. We have the deal we made in the Paris Accord was we would do whatever was required by science to take control. Otherwise, we're going to literally lose this planet. It's the most existential threat we face. Folks, there's so much we can do. So much we can do. And when it comes to beyond climate, look, we can, on day one, when I'm president, I'm going to announce that every single solitary infrastructure project built will be green. Every single one. Not a joke. We're going to put, by the way, the president asked me to handle, we didn't have the votes to have the economy recover. We needed to invest a lot of money. It's called the Recovery Act. It was $900 billion, the biggest expenditure the government has ever made at any one time. And the president said, he didn't tell me he was going to say it, but at the State of the Union he said, Sheriff Joe will do it, right? Well, we didn't have the votes for it. I had to get 3 Republicans to vote to change it, and we got it changed, so it passed. Now, here's the deal. We spent because I was able to control it, I spent $90 billion, the greatest expenditure on clean energy in the history of the world here in the United States. We brought down the price of the cost of renewable energy to what lower than the price of coal, so that no one's going to build a coal-fired plant again, and we're going to get rid of the ones we have now because they're nothing but pollution. But here's the deal. Here's the deal. It goes more than that. The next president can do so much. When we build all these new facilities, I'm going to make sure that we install 500,000 charging stations. We're going to own the electric vehicle market. We're going to change the nation. We're going to create 10 million new jobs. And we can do this. Folks, this is all within our power. It's all within our power. But it takes somebody who's going to be able to unite the world, pull it together, as well as all the separate interests in the country, so that people know they're not going to be left behind. Folks, there's so many opportunities. So many opportunities. And last thing I'll mention here that is a big deal for my family, and I don't know about yours, but my guess it is as well, student debt. It's gigantic. My son, who died, never missed a payment on his debt, but he still had money to pay off, which I'm happy to pay. My point is, but think of all the debt that's out there. Average student out there is paying back, depending on whether they went to a private university or a public university, somewhere between $17,000 and $38,000 on average. That's why, and by the way, the one set of schools that is really hurting are the HBCUs and minority universities. So I propose, and I will get passed, a $70 billion 10-year program to put them in a competitive position with every other university, so they can build. What's the thing that all universities compete for? Ask your president here. You compete for federal funding to provide for new projects. At the University of Delaware, we have a significant engineering department. So there's millions and millions of dollars invested in lightweight materials, aircraft carriers, all the things that relates to what it takes to have lightweight capacity for aircraft and the rest. Well, when we were president, when Barack was president, I was vice president. We went to HBCUs down in the peninsula, in the Delmarva Peninsula, and made sure that they got the opportunity to set up entire institutes for dealing with cybersecurity. There's not a single thing that you shouldn't be able to do, and they should be able to compete. But here's the generic point. The cost of paying back loans is absolutely obscene right now. And here's what we have to do. Right now, there's a program you can pay back, you say 10% of your disposable income. It's hard as the devil to even qualify for the program. Everyone will be able to qualify. Instead of 10%, it'll be reduced to 5%. And of disposable income, meaning after you pay for everything else, your housing, your automobile, all your insurance, everything you have. Whatever that is, you pay 5%, in 10 years it's paid off. But I go one step further. If, in fact, you're engaged in public service, meaning you're a school teacher, you work for a violent women's shelter, you do anything relating to public service, you will get off $10,000 a year for 5 years, up to $50,000 in debt. And if you already have graduated and you already put in 10 years teaching, it will be forgiven. We can afford to do that. We can afford to do that. So, folks, there's so much within our capacity to do. And let me conclude, because you're standing too long. Let me conclude by saying this. You know, this generation in college right now is the most remarkable generation in the history of the United States of America. We talk about the greatest generation. We talk about the 9/11 generation, my son's generation, both my sons. More people signed up to defend America than any time in American history, well over a million people knowing they were going to be put in harm's way to protect the United States. But guess what? Guess what? Your generation, the generation between 18 and 25, you are the most forgiving generation in the world, in America. You're the best educated generation in American history. You're a generation that also is, in fact, the most progressive in terms of everything you want to do. You're engaged in volunteer organizations more than any other generation in American history. But up until recently, you were not willing to get involved in politics. You were not willing to get involved. I was a commencement speaker at Harvard a couple years ago, and they pointed out of the Shorenstein School that although you were this incredibly progressive generation, no one wanted to get involved. Not only, I think it was 17% of you were willing to run for public office or be involved. You know, when I was 27 years old, 26 years old, I got involved because, in fact, there was my state was in real trouble. I got involved in the civil rights movement early on. My state was occupied by the National Guard, the only city in America occupied by the military since the Civil War. My state is a state not unlike South Carolina. Brown versus the Board of Education included 3 states, one of which was Delaware, to our shame. We, in fact, had in Delaware, we have the 8th largest African-American population. So I got involved. I got involved in the civil rights movement. I love reading these biographies of me, how everybody knew I was going to run for the Senate and president. I had no intention of running for anything. But I got involved to try to reform the Democratic Party, which was a Southern Democratic Party at the time. And make long story not quite so long, at one point a group of senior members of the United States of the Democratic Party came to me in this reform movement I was part of and said, "We think you should run for the Senate." I said, "I'm not old enough to run for the Senate." One of them was a former Chief Justice, and he said, "Obviously you didn't do well in constitutional law, Joe." He said, "It says you can be elected any time your state wants to elect you, but you just can't be sworn in until you're 30. You're going to be sworn in and you're going to be elected 17 days earlier than you're eligible to take office. But in 17 days, you will be old enough." And I remember thinking to myself, my God, run for the United States Senate. Richard Nixon was at the top of the ticket. He got 66% of the vote in my state. George McGovern only got 34% of the vote. And I said, run. I remember going home, and some of you have, whether you're adults or students, adults meaning you're no longer in school, you're out, or you're a student. There's some professor along your way who you really admired, really had an impact on you. So on the way home from this convention where I was asked to run, I stopped at the University of Delaware to speak to my favorite professor, my political theory professor named David Ingersoll. I said, "Professor, what do you think? They just told me such and such." And he looked at me and he said, "Remember what Plato said." I'm thinking, what the hell did Plato say? And to paraphrase Plato, he said, "The penalty good people pay for not being engaged in politics is being governed by people worse than themselves." Folks, you got to get involved. You got to run. You got to change this. It's within your power. If the generation from 18 to 25 votes in the same percentage that the rest of the population voted, 18 to 30, if the rest of the population voted in 2016, there would have been 5,200,000 more votes. You can own this election. It's yours. So get up and let's take back this country. We can do it. This is the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. We have never, ever failed when we've worked together. So, folks, take it back now. Take it back now. God love you. Thank you for letting me be on campus. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, guys. Just want to say thanks again for being here with us on News Now. Just want to let you know I do see a breaking news situation happening down. Let's see here. So this is the information we do have so far. Dozens of emergency crews have responded to the Maryland Heights Community Center Monday night for what witnesses say was a shooting. Now, our team is working on confirming those details, but we're going to go out to them live right here on News Now.
By police is that there was a shooting inside here at the Maryland Community Center. Now, this is a large gym. It's 2 floors at least, and you can tell based on the parking lot that this was a crowded night over here. There are several people. Now, I spoke to one witness who said that he was inside playing volleyball at the time. He did hear something, and at first he didn't know what exactly it was. Then a woman came running down the track area saying, "There's a shooter, there's a shooter." When he heard that, he took off. He said he went out through an emergency exit at the back of the building. He hopped a fence, ran around. Now, meanwhile, these folks are at the gym. They're in shorts, they're in t-shirts, and at this hour, they are standing here outside just waiting on word from what happened to their loved ones, their friends that are here inside as well. Now, I did speak to another man that said his brother works here, has been working here for a couple of months, and he said he got word through text that there was a shooting and he was scared, he was nervous, he took off and ran into the bathroom, closed the door, and huddled there with other people. Take a listen. Obviously a very tense situation over here, and at this point police are not confirming much. I asked them, has the all clear have been given, and they would not be clear about that. So at this hour we're still waiting on word on if there were any injuries at all. Live tonight in Maryland Heights, Michelle Harris, Fox 2 News.
All right, so as we just got an update from that reporter, again, this is something that obviously you can see it's still a very active scene. They're working on getting more information confirmed, but people who were inside of the gym, as she said, had seen people running, saying there was a shooter inside of this building, and we're going to work on trying to get some more details confirmed, take a look around at some of those news sources that we do have here in this area, and stick with this breaking news while we can here on News Now. All right, guys, as I'm taking a look around our station that's out there reporting, as you just heard her give the live report, that's KTVI, but I do see another station in the area, KMOV 4, which is the CBS station there, they did have a little bit of information. So I'm going to read you what they had reported. Again, this is coming from KMOV, and they are saying dozens of emergency crews responded here, as we can all see right now here on News Now. But they are saying that they are also working with police to confirm what happened. But crews were called to the facility around 8:15 p.m. here on Monday night. Now, a witness did tell their news station that she was working out at the facility when she heard gunshots. People ran to hide in a closet at the fitness center, saying, quote, "We heard about 5 to 6 shots go off. We all started running towards the closet fitness room and dispersed throughout the closets." And then this is at, again, the Maryland Heights Community Center. And traffic also along I-270 southbound before Dorset Road exit was slowed down. And as you can see, they do now have this area all crime scene taped off, and police are probably inside doing their job on either getting a person into custody if they haven't yet already, or also talking with witnesses, because that is one of the things they always have to do as soon as they arrive on scene. After they do have everything under control, they need to talk with multiple people about what they saw, what they heard, and of course what they think happened while they were there during this situation. So we're going to be sticking with this breaking news situation that is happening in Missouri right here on News Now. Now, just wanted to give you guys an update. We are still working on getting more information that it's been happening here at the Maryland Heights Community Center after a possible shooting took place. As you can see, emergency crews obviously on scene here in full force. They do have the crime scene tape up around the area. For those of you not familiar, like myself, someone told me here in our newsroom, this is right outside of St. Louis. So this is just about 20 miles to the northeast of St. Louis, and this is in Maryland Heights, Missouri. And so we do have obviously our station out there, that's Fox 2. They are out there doing the live reports. You may see our reporter again, she may jump in here to continue to give us updates on what they do know at this time. And obviously they're working right there on the ground to try to talk with police. Now I can tell you from experience, you know, sometimes you can keep pestering those PIO officers for information, but sometimes they just can't release information, or they can't come and talk to you until they get the details themselves, make sure that they distribute them to the correct people, possibly notify families or get more information, and then they can always come and try to talk with news media. You also saw there's a lot of outlets that are out here, so we are trying to work hard to get you guys enough information, or the information that we do know. As I mentioned, at this time we do know obviously that emergency crews have responded here on Monday night. Witnesses have been telling our station that it was a shooting, and of course, like I mentioned, our team is working to confirm that's what happened with the police that are there. Now, again, the crews were called out to this facility around 8:15 Monday night, and our station KTVI, or Fox 2, is out there on scene. If we hear more updates, we'll let you know right here on News Now.
No, don't stop yet. Maryland Heights is the lead on the scene, or on the case at the moment for St. Louis County. I'll talk about it. County's been solved for it. No one. Yeah, and Channel 5's over there too. I was just getting a different angle of it. Oh, I see. You could see from there.
All right, so again, guys, we are out here live in Missouri, just a little bit outside of St. Louis, where this possible shooting happened here at the Maryland Heights Community Center. You can see we still have a heavy police presence right here on the facility's perimeter and also at the front, and they do have a lot of crime scene tape up and around this area. Now, we are still waiting to hear if this is a confirmed shooting case. And as I mentioned, our crews are on the ground there. They did say that this was called in around 8:15 p.m. on Monday night, and witnesses inside of the gym had came out and said they had heard some shots fired when they were inside. They also had people running towards them saying there was a shooter inside of the building. So again, we're working on getting all of that confirmed with our team. Fox 2 is out there on the grounds, and I just checked their website one more time here quickly, and I don't see any new updates. As you can also see, our reporter hasn't stepped back into the camera to give her updates. So if I do see her, I'll make sure her microphone sound is up, and we are going to continue to keep our eyes on this live breaking news that is happening in Missouri right here for you guys on News Now. Now, I can tell you guys that the other station in the area, this is not our Fox station, but I am giving you information from KMOV 4. Now, they are reporting that there are 2 people dead, including the alleged gunman from this shooting. Now, they say a police source told that to their newsroom. Now, you can see there are still dozens of emergency crews here tonight, and as I mentioned, this is not coming from our Fox 2 station. We're waiting. Hopefully they will get the same information sent or confirmed to them, but this other station in the area, KMOV, is reporting that 2 people are dead, including the alleged gunman.
They want a cold open whenever we have time, but not now.
As you can see, too, our reporter's getting ready to do a live hit here, and hopefully she'll give us some of those details that I just read to you from another news source. And so hopefully she'll be giving us an update on what they do know at this time outside of this community center. Just a reminder, she is live. She's probably going to have to talk with some of her producers here, so I'm going to leave her sound down. And as soon as I do hear her starting to go live, I'll bring it right back up for you guys right here on News Now. and she is talking with her producer, so she is probably going to be coming up live here in just a few minutes, and then I'll bring her sound right back up here. And you see her waving down her producer. She's just trying to get information about when exactly she is in this show. So she's just chatting with her producer, who is back at their station, obviously running their show, and she's going to be going live here in just a little bit. All right, guys, she is getting ready to do her live report, so we're going to be listening in to the latest updates here at a possible shooting in Missouri, just outside of St. Louis.
Wind is coming off this building. Can I take one more step forward?
No, yes, they will.
It's blowing hair in my face. Okay, so now I have to fight hair? Okay.
It'll be like a Wizard of Oz shot. It'll be nothing but head.
Okay. Can you take one step back real quick? They're taking me off the top of this break. Okay.
If I take them, then I got the wall here.
That's exactly right, John, and we have some new information to pass along to you here. About 10 minutes ago, Chief John Balmar of the St. Louis County Police arrived here on scene. Now, when he approached, he would not confirm what was happening here, and he would not stop to answer any questions about what unfolded inside here at the Maryland Heights Community Center. Now, however, I have talked to a lot of witnesses. When I was last here, you could see a large crowd where we were standing. Those folks have now walked around to the other side of the building, but before they left, they told me that their loved ones were still inside. They're waiting to hear what exactly happened here, and that most of them have tried to make contacts through text messages and other means, and they have said that their family members are okay. Now, I did speak to one man that tells me he was upstairs when this shooting happened and he saw it unfold. Now, he saw someone that was wearing a blue shirt. He assumed that person may have been an employee. He said he saw the person remove the gun from a holster, fire one shot, and then stick it back in his holster. However, he said that when that happened, then when police finally arrived, that there were several other shots fired. Now, at this point, police have not confirmed this situation, but at this point, we are waiting on word of what exactly, if there were any fatalities in this at all, and how many injuries there were. But again, we're hearing from witnesses that there are still people inside and they're waiting to be released. Now, once we get more information and confirmation from police, we will pass that along to you. Live tonight in Maryland Heights, Michelle Medeiros, Fox 2 News.
All right, guys, so we just got her live report there. She did talk with someone who was inside. You heard him say he saw the person take the gun out of their holster, take a shot, and put it back in their holster. Now, obviously, police are still working very hard on scene here, but did want to give you that other update from another news source in the area. Again, that's our Fox source we just heard from live, but KMOV is reporting that there are 2 people dead, including the alleged gunman after this shooting here in the Maryland Heights Community Center. Now, this all unfolded when crews were called to the facility around 8:15 here tonight. You can see that they are still on scene, and as our reporter had mentioned, there are plenty of family members who said, we still have loved ones inside, and the reason why police sometimes do keep people separated, keeping some who weren't inside during the incident outside, they keep the people who were inside during the incident inside, is because they want to make sure they're doing their due diligence, conducting the investigation properly, and also making sure that they are continuing to interview all of those people who may have been inside at that time. So those are the latest updates that we do have for you on this breaking news situation. I'm going to turn away from it just since she's going to be doing some recording for some later shows outside of this center. If we do get more updates, though, on this situation, we, of course, will bring it to you right here on News Now. All right, and as we continue to keep our eyes out for more breaking news that happens all across our country, we don't have any live events currently happening, so I do want to play something that happened earlier this morning in case you may have missed it. Now, our own Vice President Mike Pence participated in the Hoover Institution Board of Overseas meetings. We're going to be playing that for you right now on News Now.
Well, when the United States accepted China's entrance into the World Trade Organization, that was the hope. History records. We believe that if we invited China to be part of the world economic and trading system, that as economic liberty would expand in their nation, so would political liberty and all the ideals that we cherish. The reality is, though, as we've spoken very plainly in this administration, the opposite has been largely true. That as the president has said many times, we've essentially rebuilt China into the modern economic nation that it is. And yet, in the midst of all of that, we've actually seen an increase in repression in China, whether it be repression of religious liberty, political liberty, the presence of detention camps in the Xinjiang province, the jailing of Christian pastors around the country. At the president's leadership, we've called China out on that. We've spoken very plainly on those issues. The president made it very, very clear that it would be difficult for us to make any progress in our trading relationship if there was violence in Hong Kong in the wake of millions of people taking to the streets in Hong Kong. And the president has taken a strong stand on that. And we are pleased that Hong Kong continues to be able to work through its issues, and China with Hong Kong in a peaceable manner that respects human rights of all of those people that are rising up. But what went wrong is that the West hoped for better, and it didn't come about. And so what President Trump has done is say, well, first and foremost, we're going to set this economic relationship on a footing that's based on the principles of fairness and reciprocity. Now, we're encouraged by the Phase 1 deal with China. That is the beginning of setting right a trading relationship that when we came into office, fully half of our international trade deficit was with China. The president was determined to change that. And the Phase 1 trade deal, not just dealing with the imbalance and including $40 to $50 billion in agriculture purchases, but also for the first time, dealing with intellectual property rights, which are rights that are actually spoken about in the Constitution of the United States. That we're finally beginning to deal with issues of forced technology transfer, intellectual property theft, but it's just a beginning. And the president's made it very clear that we're going to continue to stand firm until we set this economic relationship on a balanced footing. But at the same time, we're going to continue to stand firm on behalf of American ideals. We're going to continue to speak out on behalf of religious liberty. We're going to continue to speak out on behalf of political liberty. And our hope is that by setting part of our relationship with China right, that will also create a better relationship overall to encourage China to continue to move toward recognizing all of those principles that we cherish among the families of the nation across the West.
The coronavirus, have we achieved cooperation with the Chinese at all? Have we got CDC teams moving into China? What's the state of play between us and the Chinese on the coronavirus?
Well, I know from very early in this process, we've seen China exercise a higher degree of transparency with the coronavirus than we saw in past instances. And we're cooperating with them fully. We've offered a broad range of assistance and will continue to do so. The President spoke to President Xi not long ago, reiterating our availability to provide resources, support, CDC personnel, and China knows that we stand ready to flow those resources at a moment's notice. But that being said, we first and foremost have taken unprecedented action to protect the health and well-being of the American people. The President took action to suspend air travel, to suspend access to the United States from people in the region or non-citizens of the United States back into our country. We immediately instigated screening at 5 major airports across the country, and you all have seen the stories about quarantines. We've required people to participate in quarantines to ensure that the coronavirus doesn't make its way into the United States. We've had some manifestations there. The likelihood there will be more. But what you're going to see, Peter, is our administration is going to continue to take very strong action to protect the well-being and health of the American people. And we're going to continue to be there, not just for China, but South Korea and Italy. And any request for assistance from the United States of America will be met with the generosity of the American people.
Mr. Vice President, this administration cuts taxes. You lower the corporate tax rate from 35 to 21%. That goes into effect on January 1st, 2018. A couple of quarters later, we're up at 3.5% growth. Into the first quarter of this year, we're still at 3%. And now it's dropped back to 2%. How disappointed, how worried, how concerned should we be?
Well, Peter, I think one thing that's obvious anytime you travel around this country is the American economy is booming. And it's booming because we have a president and we had partners in the Congress that believe that less taxes, less regulation, unleashing American energy, and free and fair trade would turn loose the incredible potential of the American economy, and it's worked. I mean, more than 7 million jobs created. Wages are rising at their fastest pace in more than 10 years. Unemployment's at a 50-year low. And we just have every confidence that the economy is going to continue to grow on the basis of those fundamental principles of free market economics being put into practice. And I do think, you listen to some of the commentary on the other side, Democrats running for president, talking about how the economy is not working. I got to tell you, I mean, it kind of reminds me of what Groucho Marx said one time, which was, who are you going to believe, me or your own eyes?
By the way, you've got a lot of Californians in this audience, and you took away you capped their state and local tax deduction at a very low level by their standards. And I can tell from their faces they're enjoying listening to you, but they're all a little poorer because of you. Is there anything you'd like to say, any apology you'd like to offer?
It's the tax reform package that we did was really designed to, in so many ways, not only unleash the full potential of the American economy, but really level the playing field around the country. And we think it has. We really think it has. And I've got to say, the American people know it too, Peter. My wife and I stole away for a spring break last year. We had a day and a half on the beach at Sanibel Island in Florida, which it's on the West Coast.
We've heard of it.
Yeah.
Zero income tax state. That's the sort of thing our people know.
It is a zero income tax state. So we were down and we were on the beach. We had ball caps on and sunglasses, and I love to tell the story. These two big boys who'd read in the paper that we were there, these two big boys wearing Budweiser shirts came walking by, and this one fellow looks at me and he says, "Hey, you're Pence." I said, "Yes, I am." And he said, "Listen, you got to tell the president to keep doing what he's doing." Because he said, "I made twice as much money last year as I made the year before." And I told him, "I'm going to tell him exactly what you said." And then he took 2 steps away with a warm smile on his face and turned back around and said, and I don't know what you do, but keep doing what you're doing too. And I told him I would. It's true. The American people know it. I mean, everywhere I go around the country, there's a sense of enthusiasm. Kids are graduating from college and finding work in the area they were trained. I mean, the economy is booming, to quote our friend Larry Kudlow. It's a booming American economy, and it is. I know that President Obama has, for some reason, taken credit for it in the last few weeks. But I think everybody knows that from the day that election was over in 2016, we saw the American economy take off. And then when this president delivered on his promises for less taxes, less regulation, unleashing American energy, free and fair trade, the American people have made the difference.
Now, I don't need to remind a man who's won as many elections as you have of this, but cardinal rule of politics, voters don't cast their ballots to say thank you. They vote for candidates based on what they think the candidates are going to do for them next. So the economy is booming, but you've cut taxes already. What's the pitch? Why should the American people vote to give Donald Trump and Mike Spence 4 more years?
Well, I think the answer is that the best is yet to come. This is a president who believes that we're literally just getting started in exploring the full potential, not only of the American economy, but of, I mean, think about over 190 conservatives appointed to our federal courts at every level, including 2 Supreme Court justices. I mean, it is a record number of judges to the courts of appeals of any administration in history. And the president, you go back to a speech that he gave to the New York Economic Club, Peter, in the fall of 2016. And this is a president, for all the progress that we have made, for all the good things that are happening in this economy, that's just what President Trump calls a good start. It's one of the reasons where you see this president calling on our agencies to continue to find red tape that we can clear out of the way without compromising the health and safety, well-being, or environment of this country. Clear it out of the way so businesses large and small can create jobs. We're already working, our economic team, already working on tax cuts 2.0. This is a president who's engaging nations around the world for new trade deals. We've begun with China. We have a ways to go. Phase 1 is just a beginning, but we've made it very clear to the UK. Now that Brexit is over, we're going to work with them as soon as they work out their details. With the EU, we're ready to do a free trade agreement. With the UK, we're ready to do a free trade agreement with the EU. We're already in discussions with Japan for a free trade agreement. This is a president who believes you bring all these principles to bear, you get 4 more years, and you just watch. You just watch this economy roll. You watch America grow stronger and more prosperous than ever before. And that's the message we're going to take to the American people.
Got it. Campaign coming up, African Americans. You and the president received about 8% of the black vote. The economy is growing. Black unemployment is down to historically low levels. And your support among African Americans has shot up to 10%. You represent the party of Lincoln. Is there anything you can do? Is there any plan and prospect during this campaign to reaching out to that 11, 12% of the country that for years now has simply not been interested in the GOP?
Well, first and foremost, thanks for mentioning the first Republican president, our 16th president, proved the point that our party was born around the principle of equality of opportunity. And this president has brought the exact same approach to this administration. We want to create an economy that works for every American, and it's working. It isn't historic levels, just as you said. I'll put a fine point on it. You have the lowest unemployment level ever recorded for African Americans. I'll never forget back when I was in the Congress, we had a conference in Baltimore, Maryland. Mm-hmm. And I went down to a homeless shelter before we had the Republican retreat conference. And I met with a bunch of local activists, largely African American families. And this one dad looked at me and he said, he was about my age, and he said, He said, Mike, it's not like when we were growing up. And I said, well, tell me how. And he says, there's just no jobs. He said, our kids come out of high school, there's nowhere to go to work. And I have to tell you, in whatever the latest polls show, I don't know. I'm hearing every day from African-American families that are coming up and saying, thank you. Tell this president it's working. We're opening doors of opportunity, not just for African-Americans, but for every American. But in particular, we're seeing real impact. Lowest unemployment level ever recorded for Latino Americans as well. I mean, the economy is working. We've got a program for opening doors now, 15 million apprentice and internship positions. Maybe some of the companies that are represented here by these prominent Americans are part of this, part of the president's initiative to make sure that we've got people coming into the economy and have an opportunity to get the background and training and skills they need to fill the jobs that are opening up in this economy. But there's two other areas that I think are particularly meaningful that the president's made progress on and is committed to. First was, in the progress category, was criminal justice reform. We had done criminal justice reform when I was governor of Indiana. Texas had done it before us. But Congress was never able to reform the federal system with the principles of a second chance that had been spoken about on Capitol Hill, advocated by people left, right, and center, to allow people to earn the right, to have an education, to earn the right to a more just system. And President Trump got it done. Literally, in my time in the Senate, I was there. I was able to speak to them on the president's behalf about what his vision was for criminal justice reform. And the First Step Act was signed into law. And it in so many ways, corrected some inequities that had been set into the law back during the Clinton administration. But one administration after another had never been able to move the Congress to change them. And it's really resonated in the African-American community. The president did an event in Las Vegas just the other day. I think it was entitled Prisoners of Hope. But it was people who were graduating from vocational programs that were getting a second chance and a fresh start in life. I met with a group of pastors in the community that's working with local law enforcement and people in the prison system. And you're seeing real results. You're seeing recidivism rates drop. You're seeing lives changed. So that's made a connection. And the last thing I will tell you is, and people in the African-American community know this, we have a president who believes that parents ought to be able to choose where their children go to school, whether it's public, private, parochial, or homeschool. And we're going to be champions for school choice. We are. I was in Milwaukee during School Choice Week with our amazing Secretary of Education, Betsy DeVos. We were in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where literally the governor in Pennsylvania just vetoed a bill that would have opened educational choice scholarships to 50,000 students, and there's an immense waiting list in Pennsylvania today. And I spoke at a wonderful Catholic school. It was 90% minority kids. They spoke 40 languages at this school, and yet the educational attainment and outcomes at the school are remarkable. But the African-American community has, in my own experience back in Indiana, where we doubled the size of our school choice program when I was governor, the African-American community has been ahead of the curve in support of school choice now for decades. And frankly, it's because so many African-American families face educational outcomes in some of our most failing and dangerous schools. And it's those families that have been clamoring for the opportunity, like here in the District of Columbia, to choose where their children go to school. And so that's another area that I know, Peter, that we're building support every day, because this is a president who's says what he means and means what he says. He wants equality of opportunity, wants to open doors of opportunity for every American, and African Americans are seeing real results in jobs and opportunity and reforms and educational opportunities.
The kids. Among Americans 35 and under, only 38% give this administration a positive approval rating. Why do the kids belong to Bernie?
Well, I don't think they do. I meet a lot of young people around this country who believe in freedom and are grateful for the progress that we've made under this president's leadership. I really do. But I will tell all of you here in the Hoover Institution, it's such a legendary place, and you've been such a vanguard of liberty for so long. I'll challenge all of you. I think it's not going to be enough for us just to win the next election. We've got to win the next generation. We've got to go out and tell the story. I mean, to think that as many young people as there are being taken in by socialism, by the empty and hollow promises of socialist philosophy is really remarkable to me. But I think it's incumbent on us to tell freedom's story and also to tell socialism's story. I mean, to be out there to make the historical, the economic, and the moral case against socialism. And we'll be doing that. I promise you the president and I will be traveling across the country doing that. But I encourage all of the prominent Americans gathered here and everybody associated with Hoover Institution to take up that challenge. Because I will tell you, I have 3 kids in their 20s. I'll have all 3 of them married off by this spring, which is good. Good progress. But I know this generation of millennials, and they are a freedom-loving generation. I mean, when you and I were growing up, and we heard a song on the radio we liked, we just hoped to remember the name of the song so we could go down to the record store and thumb through the albums to see if we could find the record, right? Now what do kids do? They hear a song they like, they get their phone out, type it in, download it, and buy it. I mean, the idea that young people today could be sold on a system of health care that would allow government bureaucrats to make decisions about the most important issues in their life and in the life of their family is unthinkable. This is a freedom-loving generation. I think if we convey it that way, if we explain to people that the free market is the best pathway toward prosperity and the best pathway to outcomes, we can win the argument. We have history on our side. And so I just, whether it be Medicare for all, the Green New Deal, or if they just flat out call it socialism the way Bernie does, we have got to take the case of freedom straight at socialism. And I have every confidence that as President and I make that case, as people across this country make that case, we're not only going to have a victory for our team in the fall of 2020, we're going to have another victory for freedom in 2020.
You've been very generous with your time, and you're a lovely guy, but you have a couple of members on your staff who are going to give it to me right in the neck if I don't wrap this. A couple of last questions. Actually, this is, take this one as fast as you want to, but it's an important question. We'll return to China really briefly. Our population, 325 million. Our average growth rate over the last decade, between 2% and 3%. The People's Republic of China, 1.4 billion. Their average growth rate over the last decade, something like 8%. Even if you don't believe the official figures, it's tremendous.
Right.
They're more populous. Their economy may soon be bigger than ours. They possess a central authority which is ugly in all kinds of ways but can get certain things done. And we have a 230-year-old constitution. Honestly, when you think of the long-term struggle, and this administration's national security document calls China an adversary, this is the first time this has happened, honestly, are you optimistic?
I'm absolutely optimistic, because I think that we have a president who understands the boundless capacity of the American people and sees a boundless future for our country if we will just continue to hew to the principles and the ideals that, frankly, are enshrined in that Constitution. And we'll continue to inspire the world. Look, we are at minimum, we're in a great power competition with China. And in my judgment, in the last 25 years, it hasn't been going in a direction favorable to our long-term interests. I mean, increasingly, we've given them access to our economy with limited access to their economy. We've seen them take the trade surpluses and invest them in a military buildup. The Space Force that we just created, which is the first new branch of our armed forces in 75 years. And we continue, we're dominant in space today as much as we are on land and sea and air. But the truth is that China actually established a similar agency a few short years ago. And so, in my judgment, things were not going in the right direction before for the long-term interests of the United States. But with the president putting America first, rebuilding our military, reviving the American economy, and embracing his role as leader of the free world, engaging leaders around the world, including President Xi, in ways that are candid, but demand the kind of change that the American people expect. I have every confidence that we're going to have a future brighter than any of us could possibly imagine. But that's the story. That's the choice we got to take to the American people in this election.
Last question.
It really is.
Last question. It's very easy to imagine an alternative life for Mike Pence. Think of Paul Ryan. He's out of Washington. He's teaching at Notre Dame. He sits on a board. Your friend Mitch Daniels is running Purdue. He sits on corporate boards.
Doing a great job.
Notre Dame, Purdue, these are great institutions. They're both back home in Indiana.
They are.
Instead, you're committed to a campaign in which you're about to embark on months of 18 and 20-hour days, during which you will be insulted, called names, and accused of undermining everything from the Constitution of the United States to the Christian faith. What are you doing? What keeps you in this game?
Well, my first reaction is, so what else is new? Right? I think, number one, it really has been an extraordinary privilege for me to be part of an administration, to serve alongside a president that's accomplished so much in such a short period of time for the American people. I mean, I have to tell you, I served for 12 years in the Congress. I served 4 years as governor of the state of Indiana. But when the call came, I joined this ticket in a heartbeat because I sensed that we were at an important moment in the life of the nation. Another 8 years of welfare state, big government policies, high taxes, more regulation, an internationalist view that saw America as just another country in the world, I thought would set our nation on a path that we might not be able to come back from. And what I heard in our candidate in 2016, and I've seen every day as his vice president, is someone who believes in the American people and believes in this country and believes in the principles of freedom and free markets and the liberties enshrined in our Constitution and limited government and whether it be court appointments, whether it be economic reforms, whether it be rebuilding our military, has just hewn America back. I mean, when he used that phrase, "Make America Great Again," it was clear to me from early on that he had a clear vision in his mind of what that was. and that was an America strong and prosperous and free and leading the free world. And for me to have been able to be a part of that, I can tell you, the criticism comes with the territory when you're in public life. My wife and I have been involved for a while. But to have been a part of an administration that's delivered so much for the American people and can still deliver so much more if we keep our nation on the path of freedom and free markets and the principles enshrined in our Constitution, is any criticism that comes with it, as the old book says, I count it all joy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States.
You are pretty damn good.
All right, guys, I've been keeping my eyes out. We don't have live events happening right now, and so I do want to take us to another item that did happen earlier today. The Department of Defense and officials have briefed reporters on their principles for artificial intelligence at the Pentagon. So we're going to take you out to the Pentagon right here on News Now.
The director of the Joint AI Center, who will discuss the rollout of the AI principles for the Department of Defense. We'll begin with short statements from each of the principals, followed by a question and answer session. When the questions and answer session begins, please raise your hand and I'll call on you. Please identify your name and organization before asking your question. I'll ask that we ask one question at a time. That way we can get through all of your questions, and then we'll cycle back through. With that said, I'll now turn it over to Mr. Deasy to begin today's session.
Thank you. Is this on? I guess. Yeah. Okay. Well, good afternoon, and thank you for all coming today. It's great to have so many of you with us. It's exciting to learn about our formal adoption of ethical principles for artificial intelligence. Our work here today builds upon centuries of our nation's honorable service in the defense of the nation and our consistent commitment to upholding our values. In 2018, the Department of Defense issued the National Defense Strategy, which stated that the DoD will accelerate the adoption of artificial intelligence in order to ensure and extend our competitive military advantage. Secretary Esper has consistently stated that the AI is his #1 technology modernization priority for the DoD. The department's AI strategy, which was included as an annex to the NDS, has one of its core pillars to lead in military ethics and AI safety. For this reason, the department tasked the Defense Innovation Board to propose AI ethical principles for the Department of Defense. The DIB conducted a comprehensive and robust 15-month study that included consultation with many leading AI and technical experts, current and former DoD leaders, and the American public. We thank them for their extraordinary and thoughtful work. I'm delighted to share with you that just this week I received direction from Secretary Esper to proceed with formal adoption of the 5 AI ethical principles based upon the DIB's recommendation. Today's announcement by the Secretary is a significant milestone. It lays the foundation for the ethical design, development, deployment, and the use of AI by the Department of Defense. These principles build upon the department's long history of ethical adoption of new technologies. The 5 principles, responsible, equitable, traceable, reliable, and governable, each will apply to both combat and non-combat AI technologies used by the department. Just last year, President Trump signed an executive order, the American AI Initiative, which provided the support and direction needed for the U.S. to modernize and maintain leadership in every facet of AI. This extends to the private sector and internationally, where the DoD is working closely with important stakeholders in the American tech industry, academia, and our allies and partners. In addition To the DoD CIO and the JAIC, both acquisition and sustainment and research and engineering are integral partners when it comes to implementing these new principles. We will continue to work closely with Ms. Ellen Lord's team to create agile software and capability acquisition policies that allow us to deliver impactful technology at relevant speed and at scale. We are committed to fostering AI collaboration with R&E under the direction of Dr. Mike Griffin to advance the state-of-the-art of intelligence, artificial intelligence, finding innovative solutions for our warfighters. Most of you have heard me say by now that AI is one of the key components of the DoD digital modernization strategy. An enterprise cloud capability is the foundation to modernize our digital infrastructure at DoD. The new AI technologies will provide effective systems for the warfighter to operate in both combat and non-combat operations. Building on cloud and AI, I cannot stress enough the importance of command, control, and communications. We must have top-of-the-line systems for warfighter communications. Finally, every system that DoD deploys must have secure networks. Cybersecurity should be baked into every system from start to finish. AI technology will truly provide the warfighter with the transformative tools needed to remain competitive in a constantly evolving global threat environment. But also each component of the digital modernization strategy must be fully integrated. I will now turn it over to Director of the JAIC, Lieutenant General Jack Shanahan, who will tell you more about JAIC's leadership and coordination of the DoD's implementation of these principles. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I look forward to taking your questions.
All right. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am, as was already said, Lieutenant General Jack Shanahan, Director of the DoD Joint Artificial Intelligence Center, or the JAIC. It's good to be with you again, and I'm glad to see so many familiar faces in the audience. I'll begin by echoing a point that Secretary Esper has emphasized. Technology changes, but the U.S. military's commitment to upholding the highest ethical standards will not. Make no mistake, the adoption of AI principles is about achieving ethical outcomes as we field AI-enabled capabilities. The stakes for AI adoption are high. AI is a powerful, emerging, and enabling technology that is rapidly transforming culture, society, and eventually even warfighting. Whether it does so in a positive or negative way depends on our approach to adoption and use. The complexity and the speed of warfare will change as we build an AI-ready force of the future. We owe it to the American people and our men and women in uniform to adopt AI ethics principles that reflect our nation's values of a free and open society. As I've mentioned before, this is a multi-generational challenge that will require a multi-generational commitment. The DoD's ethics principles are a steadfast symbol of that commitment. While we firmly believe that the nation that masters AI first will prevail on the battlefield for many years, we also believe that the nation that successfully implements AI principles will lead in AI for many years. The U.S. military intends to do just that. Last month, I was in Brussels for meetings with our NATO and European Union counterparts to discuss the prospects for AI partnerships. My conversations with our allies and partners in Europe revealed that we have much in common regarding principles related to the ethical and safe use of AI-enabled capabilities in military operations. This runs in stark contrast to Russia and China, whose use of AI technology for military purposes raises serious concerns about human rights, ethics, and international norms. Conversely, the U.S. system of democratic values and transparency, which led us to the development of the DoD's AI ethics principles, provides a framework for like-minded nations to follow as they look to adopt their own AI principles. With the adoption of AI ethics principles today, the U.S. is forging a path to increase dialogue and cooperation abroad to include the goal of advancing interoperability with key allies and partners. Our interest in AI partnerships extends to our interagency partners, the American tech industry, academia, and others. These relationships are vital for the department to successfully adopt AI at scale. We value these partnerships. In fact, we would not be where we are today without the benefit of insights from many AI experts in government, industry, and academia. to include from some who object to DoD's use of AI-enabled capabilities. And I especially want to thank the members of the Defense Innovation Board, or the DIB, for their work in getting us to this point. Our dialogue with all of these stakeholders will continue, and we look forward to sharing best practices and lessons learned. I followed through on my previous commitment to hire someone to lead our work on implementation of AI ethics principles. She has the right blend of technical, policy, legal, and ethics experience. In the coming months, she, along with the rest of our JAIC policy team, will be bringing together thought leaders from across the rest of the department to work on the implementation of AI principles. This will be a rigorous process aimed at creating a continuous feedback loop to ensure the department remains current with emerging technology innovations in AI. Our teams will also be developing procurement guidance, technological safeguards, organizational controls, risk mitigation strategies, and training measures. We will make these implementation measures available to the department and develop governance standards. These are proactive and deliberate actions that will infuse a strong foundation for the implementation of AI ethics principles while allowing for flexibility to adapt as technology evolves. As long and as arduous as the DIBS journey has been over the past 15 to 18 months, in some ways that was the easy part. Implementing the AI ethics principles will be hard work. The department's efforts over the next year will shape the DoD's future with AI. Our intentions are clear. We will do what it takes to ensure that the U.S. military lives up to our nation's ethical values while maintaining and strengthening Americans' technological advantage. The department's adoption of AI ethics principles demonstrates our commitment to the American people, the men and women in uniform, and our allies and partners to be ready to deter and, if necessary, fight and win when our nation calls. The road ahead will bring challenges, yet I'm optimistic about the prospects of an AI-ready force of the future that is grounded in AI ethics principles. And with that, we'll turn it over for questions. Thank you.
Right, I'll start from front to back. Travis, will you start us off, please?
Sure. Travis Tritton with Bloomberg. Thanks for doing this. You mentioned the tech industry, and I'm wondering if you think adopting these ethical guidelines are going to ease some of the concerns in the tech industry about working on AI applications for the military and create some space for collaboration. And if so, how is that going to benefit the work you're trying to do right now?
Yeah, we would be doing these AI ethics principles regardless of the angst in the tech industry. And sometimes I think the angst is a little hyped, but we do have people that have serious concerns about working with Department of Defense. However, we do see this as a unique opportunity to work with the tech industry and academia on a set of principles. I think that we'll find we have far more in common than we do differences. In fact, the person I chose to lead our ethics implementation plan was out on the West Coast recently with some other members of the JAIC and had some discussions with some of the biggest companies in industry. I won't name them, but I'll tell you there was a thirst for having this discussion. First of all, they unanimously praised the DIBS work. They thought it was a very, very good piece of work. But what the team also found in talking with the big companies is nobody is very far along in this area of ethics implementation. There's been a lot of great talk about it, but everybody finds there's some challenges when you actually take principles and apply them to every aspect of the AI fielding pipeline. So I actually would like to believe this is an excellent conversation started with tech industry, and I hope it shows that we have more in common than most people might suspect by hearing some of the stories about what we did in the past with Project Maven and so on. So it's a good scene setter, the way I look at it.
Sir, will you take the next question?
Hi, Scott Massioni with Federal News Network. What does this, so you've been working with AI before, obviously, so what does this mean for the average person working in AI now that you're implementing these policies? What kind of changes are they going to be seeing?
Well, so let me start with that. I think for everybody, the real hard part of this is taking an AI delivery pipeline and understanding where those ethics principles need to be applied. And it's going to be everything, I believe, from where's your data come from? What does the data look like? Is the data representative of a very small sample size as opposed to a very diverse set of data that would be necessary to develop a high-performing algorithm? All the way to things like test and evaluation. What do we need to do during T&E and V&V, validation and verification, test and evaluation, to show that we're meeting, in this case, I would say, the reliable piece of the 5 principles. Reliable to me is about T&E and V&B. And I could run you through every one of the 5 principles and find a place where people would understand where they fit in. I think the probably more important than anything else is that everybody will now understand when the department is going to field an AI capability, it will be representative of the 5 ethics principles, as opposed to just going out and trying something and maybe doing some T&E, but not doing the other 4 principles that are associated with it.
Yeah, I would say when we created Jake from day one, we said, look, we got to put some real rigor in about what do we mean when we say we want to field a AI solution. And so we've created this joint foundation, which is about technology and tools that people can use. But one of the things we've always said throughout this is we always knew that if we got the AI principles right, which I absolutely believe we've gotten right here, this will bring even more structure and discipline for how we go about building solutions, fielding solutions, and the ongoing operations of those solutions. So I think this is additive from how the average AI technician might see their job in terms of bringing more discipline to the process.
And if I might just go back to something you said earlier, and I'll tie 2 things together. Sometimes speed to market in tech industry matters more than anything else. That's not the case with Department of Defense. We will move as fast as we can, but while abiding to these 5 principles. I think that's very important.
Ma'am, go ahead.
Hi, Courtney Cuby with NBC News. General, I want to ask you about something that you said in your opening, that the nation that masters AI first will prevail on the battlefield. Do you think China has mastered AI first, and does that give them a technological advantage over the United States?
No, I do not think that China has mastered AI. We know that a lot about China. Some of what we know is on the open side, some is on the classified side. I tell you what we know is their intent is to move fast and aggressively with high levels of investment and extraordinary large numbers of people to advance AI. They're running into the same challenges in adopting AI as any country in the world is. Their data problems are representative of our data problems, just different problem sets. So I give them credit for having the intention from the chairman C level on down to sort of the prefecture, nationwide intent to lead in AI by 2030. That doesn't mean they have mastered AI, and I strongly suggest they do not. The United States has very deep structural advantages in everything from, say, hardware and microelectronics to our academic institution, to our talent and our agility and our ability to innovate and be agile. However, we can't afford to slow down either. Those structural advantages will not be in place forever. We have to keep at this and move very aggressively ourselves. I do not believe, in sitting here in this room this afternoon, that China or Russia are having any sort of conversation like we're having today. The fact that the PLA or the Russian military will be on a stage in front of media talking about the importance of AI ethics principles. So what I worry about with both countries is they move so fast that they're not adhering to what we would say are mandatory principles of AI adoption and integration.
Can you just give us a sense? I'm still unclear about like the practical implication or the way that this is practically going to be applied to AI. So something that's like one big thing I think of with AI is facial recognition, right? We know a little bit about how China might apply that, but what would be the difference between how the U.S. would apply it, given these ethical?
Well, let me give you two-part answers to that. First of all, the idea of test and evaluation, validation and verification. I would suggest that some authoritarian nations are less concerned about high performance of algorithms and more just, okay, we will make some mistakes and accept those and move on. We will not field an algorithm until we are convinced it meets our level of performance and our standard. And if we don't believe it can be used in a safe and ethical manner, we won't field it. Another one of the principles, the first principle that we're adopting, is the idea of responsible. So translate the word responsible is accountable. We have a strong track record in the Department of Defense of holding people accountable for mistakes that happen in a battlefield situation. So part of responsibility is determining who in the AI fielding pipeline is held accountable for a product that might have mistakes once it's fielded. So I think those are two that come to mind.
I think the one I'd add is this one around equitable. So everybody knows that one of the successes with AI is being able to accumulate mass quantities of data. The more data you can feed an AI algorithm, the more you start to get to a solution set that allows you to then take decisions from it. But we also know you need to be very, very thoughtful about where that data is coming from, what was the genesis of that data, how was that data previously being used, and then you can end up in the state of unintentional bias, and therefore can end up developing a solution that will create a certain algorithmic outcome that's different than what you're actually intending. How much time they will spend on truly trying to appreciate that sort of data, where they've collected from, and what bias may be embedded in that data is questionable.
Sydney, will you take our next question, please?
Thank you. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us today. I mean, the obvious question is the principles, there's been a discussion about them. As it is, they're, on themselves, they're admirable but almost unbearably vague in application, which I think is driving a lot of the questions of my colleagues. In DoD, it's all about the implementation guidance, about the big, thick documents that people have to actually go through, the checklist that go off. How are you getting with this new employee, who we'd love you to name, from these very broad principles and goodwill to specific actionable guidance for different people in the department, different organizations at different steps of that pipeline you've mentioned?
Yeah, I'll take that one to start with. So I would say that we're actually in step 2. Step 1 was the signing of the memo that took place. Step 2 was now starting communications. It's really important that we get out and actively communicate what we mean by this. The very question that you raise is a very appropriate one. So what do we mean by actually implementing this? So the way we've done this is we've stood up a DoD AI Executive Steering Committee. We already knew that these principles were coming, so there's a subgroup underneath that AI Executive Committee that will deal specifically with this. And what is this that we're talking about? So there is how you actually bring data in. What are the questions we need to ask ourselves? I just gave you that whole example on unconscious bias or unintended bias. 2 is, how do you actually develop a solution? And then in that development process is, what principles will we use and how someone would actually build the application itself, the algorithm? Then there's the testing of that. What are the principles that you have to apply to those 5 that we just outlined?
All right, guys, I'm going to switch things up here. We are getting a shot of President Donald Trump in New Delhi, India. Now, he is on that trip. He did speak to over 100,000 people at that speech the other day. And so I am going to take us out live, and we're going to be getting a live look at what's going on at his trip right here in India.
Jaipur column. This is home to the president of the world's largest democracy, epitomizing its strength, its democratic traditions, and secular character.
And I'm just going to give you another view here. As you can see, his car is on the way, and we do have President Trump views for you right here in India. As you can see, a lot of special guests are arriving here to this special ceremony that they are holding for President Donald Trump. And this is a welcome ceremony that they are taking part in. Later today, they will be taking part in a wreath laying and tree planting ceremony. And he will be traveling along with his First Lady, so Melania will be along his side. They'll also be doing a joint press statement later today in India, which of course means we won't get to show it to you here overnight, but we will be able to hopefully give it to you tomorrow. You can see Ivanka is here as well on this trip here to India. And you can see they've rolled out the red carpet here today for this special welcome ceremony. And that is the President of India and his wife being welcomed by the Prime Minister. And there he is, President Donald Trump stepping out of the limousine and shaking hands there with, again, the President of India. And there's the First Lady also right by his side.
Just a minute. This side, please. Sir, PM sir. PM sir. PM sir. Second sir. Sir.
Okay, thank you.
ನೋಡ್ಸಿ ನಾ
चिक लगा के इन्होंने खराब किया। पहले ये चिक नहीं होता था, होता था उधर था, बड़ा अच्छा व्यू। Should we get when we have to work?
No, he's gonna come back out.
आप लोग भी थोड़ा अंदर रहिए, थोड़ा सा अंदर सर आप लोग अंदर ये फोटो सर आप अंदर सिक्योरिटी मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट प्लीज कम हियर इधर लोगों ने डाइट को भी उठ गया
दीदी जी थोड़ा सा पीछे प्लीज
सिक्योरिटी
जी थोड़ा सा पीछे
सिक्योरिटी सर अरे यार हिलाओ मत Mr. President, please.
And it seems just as quickly as they came, they left. They do have more items to get to in India here on their visit. Glad we could bring that to you here on News Now. Just want to remind you, if you haven't yet, you can subscribe to News Now. We play everything that happens across the country, and you can see even around the world. We like to keep you up to date on all the breaking news, live events, and top stories that happen. So thanks again, guys. I'm going to be getting some things ready to shut it down here. And we will bring you, of course, more news content right here on our stream tomorrow. I'll make sure to say goodbye here before I do get things ready to shut it down. All right, guys, just wanted to say thank you again so much for being here with us on News Now. If you felt like you missed anything throughout the day, don't forget, we do clip a lot of memorable moments that have happened, and we put them all on our video page here on Fox 10 Phoenix's YouTube. And we want to say thank you for being here with us each and every single day. And Mike Pace, Pilar Arias, and myself, Christy Larson, will all see you guys right back here with us on our News Now stream tomorrow. Good night.